I'd like to begin today's meeting by just recognizing how truly wonderful it is to be back at the University of Montana. It's been 3 years since we were able to have a meeting here and be together in this place, and it's just given all the things that have happened since our last meeting here, it is particularly a pleasure to be back in Missoula and to be back on campus. This meeting is always a special gathering for us. Like our other meetings, we gather in November to address our regular business items and hear about important initiatives that are happening across the Montana University system. But this is also a time for celebration, a time to collaborate with all of our colleagues across the system. And it's also a time for us to have some fun, to see the healthy rivalry across the system between Montana State and the University of Montana and our Brawl of the Wild. So I know many of you are looking forward to it, and I know both of our teams are looking really good this year. So the event on Saturday will be pretty special. So whether you have the heart of a grizzly or a bobcat or something else entirely, this is a time for us to gather and celebrate as one Montana University system and for higher education here in Montana. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to President Bodner and his incredible team for hosting us this week. We're thrilled to be here and are looking forward to learning more about some of the exciting initiatives and programs happening at the University of Montana. And thank you again, President Bodner, for your tireless work on behalf of this institution. I'd also like to recognize a couple additional groups that we will be meeting with tomorrow. The first is the legislature's Education Interim Committee, which will join us for a meeting beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow morning. As regents, we greatly value and appreciate our legislative partners, and in particular our Education Interim Committee. So we look forward to having a good discussion with them. Tomorrow afternoon, the Board of Public Ed will join us for a meeting of the Combined State Board of Education, which is chaired by Governor Gianforte. In addition to hearing from the governor, we will also hear from the new chair of the Board of Public Ed, Tammy Lacey. Superintendent Arntzen will also provide us with an update on the Office of Public Instruction tomorrow morning. We do have a very full agenda ahead of us, particularly today. After a report and a welcome from President Bodner, we will receive an update from the Commissioner and his staff on a few topics, including COVID-19 planning, some updates on federal legislative activities related to higher education, and AmeriCorps. We'll also receive a report on fall enrollment numbers across the Montana University system. Following the Commissioner's report, we'll hear from the Budget Admin and Audit Committee, which is a busy agenda. Among other topics, we'll consider a variety of facility items, as well as several items to update and revise some of our regent policies. For lunch, the regents will join student representatives from across the Montana University system for a discussion, which we always really look forward to. It goes without saying that students are at the heart of everything that we do at the Montana University system, and we know the last 2 years have been incredibly hard on many of our students. We also know that the challenges are not over, and that there will be lasting impacts from the pandemic. We really are looking forward to connecting with the students on these issues and others during our time here this week. After lunch, we'll reconvene and go into the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, as well as the 2-year and Community College Committee. Before I turn it over to President Bodner, I want to recognize a couple of outstanding achievements across the Montana University system and here at the University of Montana. So first, congratulations are in order for the University of Montana's startup incubator, Montech, which received an $850,000 grant from the Google.org Impact Challenge for women and girls to support Indigenous women interested in starting or growing a business in Montana. Montech will join forces with Salish Kootenai College and Blackfeet Community College to develop and deliver online programming in support of new and existing women-owned businesses. was one of only 6 recipients in the United States to receive this grant. On behalf of the board, I'd also like to congratulate Chancellor Cook on the historic donation to Montana Tech for its nursing program. The gift from Dave and Sherry Lazar of $7 million is the largest in the history of Montana Tech and will provide an enormous impact for nursing students in the mining city. Congratulations also go to you, President Cruzado, for the recent opening of the newly remodeled Romney Hall at Montana State University. For those that are not aware, there's got to be very few of you, that took a lot of effort and many attempts in the Montana legislature and years of effort. It will be an incredible space for students to receive support in writing and math, for services to support our veterans and their families, and for those with disabilities. Not to mention all the new seating for instruction. So congratulations to everyone at Montana State on this, this big achievement. I could certainly go on and on about all the successes and accomplishments of the incredible students, faculty, and staff across the system. Fortunately, we'll receive more updates throughout the meeting today and tomorrow. And as always, I would encourage everyone to review the campus reports for this meeting, which are posted on the website. So with that, I'm happy to turn the floor over to President Bodner. Thank you, President Bodner. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, campus colleagues from around the system, OCHI partners. It is wonderful to have you all back here in person at the University of Montana. Last time, as Chair Lozar mentioned, last time we gathered here was in the year 2018 BC, the period we affectionately refer to as before COVID. You know, I look back on that time. I'd recently joined the University of Montana, and that last Board of Regents meeting, I think, feels about like a lifetime ago. So it is, it's wonderful to have you back. As Chair Lozar mentioned, we have an exciting few days ahead, a good board agenda, some great opportunities to celebrate the achievements of students, staff, and faculty across the MUS, a chance to engage with some community leaders here in Missoula, and as Chair Lozar mentioned, there is a football game on Saturday, and that's going to be an exciting one. I do want to note, though, there's not just one football game on Saturday. I do want to point out that our University of Montana Western Bulldogs are competing in the NIAI playoffs for the first time in 19 years. So congratulations and good luck to Chancellor Reed and the Bulldogs. So, you know, it is my privilege to be able to welcome everyone here. And as I do so, I want to start with 2 words, and that's thank you. You know, you can't give an update on any university in the Montana university system right now without talking about the impacts of the pandemic. You know, we're coming up on 2 years into this. And the efforts of everyone across the entire MUS have frankly been nothing short of amazing. Our faculty, our staff, our students have literally had to adapt every aspect of our campus, and it's been hard. It's frankly been exhausting. And as I've told people, I can honestly say the last 19 months of leadership for me have been the most difficult of my career, a career that involves multiple combat deployments. And so it's been tough, but these months have also been to be frank, the most inspiring 19 months of my career as well. And that's because of the fervent dedication of our faculty, our staff across the system, and here at UM to serve our students through this. You know, I've been inspired by the work of our faculty to continuously adapt their teaching to serve the changing needs of students. We had a great discussion with faculty leadership from across the system this morning, highlighting some of those efforts. I've been inspired by the work of our facilities team to adapt our classrooms and dorms and everything. I've been inspired by the work of our researchers who have done amazing work. Their work is one of the main reasons this university was cited, along with schools like Harvard and Oxford, as one of the top 10 universities in the world addressing the coronavirus pandemic over the past year. Been inspired by the work of our foundation that closed the largest fundraising campaign in the history of our state during this pandemic. Inspired by the work of our student success team and their efforts to keep the UM family connected in this time of pandemic with many activities, one of which, as you can see up there, is an ice skating rink on the Oval that'll be back again this year after as soon as it gets a little bit colder. And I want to make the point of extending that thanks and gratitude to this body as well. You know, one could easily argue that this has been one of the most challenging times in the history of the Montana University system to serve as a regent. A lot of difficult decisions and challenges and ambiguity you've had to navigate, and I want to say thank you on behalf of our campuses, on behalf of our students for your hard work. You know, in this moment of gratitude, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the partnership and work of our K-12 partners. Superintendent Arntzen will be here later this morning. You know, and as a dad, I just finished up 3 parent-teacher conferences myself last week. And I am just so grateful for the work of our teachers across this state. And I'm not sure if he's here yet, but I know later on in this meeting we'll be welcoming a very special guest, Montana's Teacher of the Year, Bill Stockton. Like a true Montanan, he's a house divided, degrees from UM and MSU. But more importantly, he's devoted his life to shaping our state's future. He's an amazing teacher up in Arlee, and I want to thank Bill. I don't think he's here yet, but thank him preemptively for being here and congratulate him on that well-deserved recognition. So, and this next slide is just one number that I point our campus to because I think it's a testament to the hard work of so many over the past 19 months, and that's 4,600. At the beginning of the pandemic, we set one goal here at the University of Montana. Amidst all the ambiguity, we said, you know, at the end of the day, our goal right now is to enable our students to keep on learning while protecting the health and safety of the UM family. And 4,600, that's the number of Grizzlies who've been able to complete their studies, earn their degree, and move on to that next journey, even in the midst of a pandemic. We'll add to that number in a few short weeks with fall commencement, but it bears taking a moment to acknowledge that achievement, and frankly, you could say the same thing at every campus across this system. So challenging past year and a half, but amidst those challenges, lots to be excited about here at the University of Montana. You know, for the first time in quite a while, we at the university have entered an exciting period of growth. And that growth's happening in a lot of areas, but I want to highlight just 3 areas really quickly where we're excited to see growth. And the first we'll talk about later on in a moment here is enrollment. You know, we saw a nice enrollment uptick this year, and that was driven, you know, by a large increase in our freshman class here on the Mountain campus, up 30% versus last year. It's a testament to the hard work of our enrollment team that's paying dividends. So we're really excited about that. But I would argue that what's more important even is that the improvement we're seeing in our first to second year retention rate. Since 2018, we've seen our first to second year retention rate improve a full 7 percentage points. Tremendous achievement on the part of our student success team. And I really want to focus here because we're an institution that has as its top priority to place student success at the center of all that we do. And recruiting students is important, and we're continuing to improve on that front. But the true test of an institution is its ability to enable students to persist and succeed through graduation and beyond. And our focus on retention has been deliberate, it's been comprehensive. And to highlight just a few of these efforts on this page, just looking at three things that that we've done, and the first is, a couple years ago we completely revamped our new student orientation. We created something called the Big Sky Experience, and the intent was really to help our students build a community of support from the very first moment that they're here. So getting them into teams, working together, solving problems together, often utilizing the incredible outdoor opportunities here in Western Montana. And this year's orientation actually culminated in a new tradition, the freshman float, where we had hundreds of our freshmen taking advantage of the beautiful river that runs right through the middle of our campus, and creating a massive flotilla of inner tubes on the Clark Fork, and creating new friends along the way. So really excited about the improvement in orientation. Also have done a lot of work to bolster our student advising efforts, adding not just more capacity, but equipping our students and our staff and our faculty with technology tools, primarily a tool called EAB Navigate that enables our advisors to see earlier students that might be having challenges and to be able to help them before it becomes too late. And we've also built upon lessons we've learned through programs like TRIO here at UM and other programs nationally to put in place more robust support systems for students who we've typically seen face greater challenges, particularly in that first year. And we're deeply grateful for the partnership with OCHI on Montana 10. And you'll hear more about this later from Christine Miller. I'm excited for her report, and also eager to introduce you to many of these students tonight at our reception. So, and I just really want to emphasize at the heart of all of these efforts is our institutional commitment to fostering inclusive prosperity in our community. That's really what you'll hear again and again at the University of Montana. It boils down to those two words: inclusive prosperity. And arguably, nowhere is that commitment more important than with our Native American community. As you know, at all major events here at the University of Montana, we make it a point to acknowledge that our university sits in the Aboriginal territories of the Salish and Kalispel people. And we honor the important role that Native American heritage and culture has played, not just in our university's past, but in our present and in our future. So over the past few years, we've really made a concerted effort to better support and empower our Native American students here at UM to succeed. And we're seeing great results. As you can see on this page, a 23% growth in Native American student enrollment since 2018, and a 17% improvement in Native American student retention since 2018. Those are big moves, and they're not happening by accident. This is through deliberate action. In 2018, we created the President's Native American Advisory Council. 2019, we hired Dr. Brad Hall from Blackfeet Community College as our tribal outreach specialist. This was a role that was created really in partnership with our tribal college president partners. And we're midstream in redesigning a Native first year experience, as well as we've recently finalized a plan, first ever, for excellence in Native American education. So I'm really excited about what this team has done, and I'm really excited about the groundwork that has been laid for future success. This is really important to us as an institution, and we aim to build upon it. I want to talk for just a moment about one of my favorite events here at the University of Montana each year, and that's the KIO Powwow. This is one of the largest student-sponsored powwows in the nation. And it's really a living testament to the power of indigenous knowledge and tradition. It's an incredibly important event for our students, for our broader community, and it consumes a lot of our students' time and effort to plan it, but also to fundraise for it. And all of you will know that recently, and very sadly, we lost an incredible member of our community, Chief Earl Oldperson. He was the longest-serving tribal leader in the nation. He was a mentor, a friend, a role model for so many of us across Montana. He was also a fixture at KIO for 5 decades. MCing, Earl was always there MCing the powwow, and as we look to this spring's powwow, we'll be back in person. but his absence is going to be tremendous. But we were really honored this week to announce a $300,000 endowment in honor of Chief Old Person to support the KIO Native American Student Association and the powwow in particular. And this investment will ensure that our student-led powwow is strengthened in perpetuity, and that though Earl will not be there with us in person, we know he'll be there with us in spirit. And I want to take this moment to acknowledge and thank the Montana University system and OCHI for your partnership and in this commitment to providing access, support, and community for our Native students. And you'll note, Regents at the table, that we've presented each of you with a card this morning with a portrait of Chief Old Person. And as you'll know, we have also here a scholarship at in honor of Earl to support enrolled members of the Blackfeet tribe. And as a gift for this meeting, we typically provide a gift. Our gift this year is that we're making a donation to the Earl Old Person Scholarship Fund in each of your names. And I want to thank you for your continued dedication to the work that Earl's life embodied and that we take so seriously here at the University of Montana. So really excited about enrollment, but it's not the only bright spot of UM's growth right now. We're also seeing continued incredible growth on the research side. As many of you will recall, in fiscal year 2020, we set a record for research awards at the University of Montana. We exceeded $100 million for the first time in our institution's history. Well, then in FY21, our incredible faculty and researchers went ahead and received $138 million in research awards, blowing that previous year's record out of the water by 38%. And in fact, over the past 6 years, is the 6th fastest growing research enterprise in the country. And this growth in research is phenomenal. It's impactful. You know, it's impactful in terms of the advancement of knowledge. It's also impactful through jobs directly, through the creation of companies like Fire Diagnostics and Inimmune here in Missoula that are really shaping this city into a regional hub for biosciences. And we're really proud in particular that our research here at directly impacts our economy and our way of life here in Montana. You can see 2 examples here. On the left is Dr. Kelsey Jensko, who leads the Montana Climate Office. Dr. Jensko and his team recently received a $21 million contract from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to track snowpack and soil moisture content in the upper Missouri River Basin. This is incredibly important to farmers and ranchers across our state. On the right, you'll see Dr. Diana Six, who has done incredible work to research and understand the impact that the mountain pine beetle is having in Montana. This has been a massive infestation that has had massive ecological impacts, not least of which is greatly increased risk of fire. And these are just 2 examples here at but they're among the many positive examples of the research happening across the Montana University system. So we're very excited about the continued growth in research. The final area of growth I want to highlight is on infrastructure. We're in the midst of the largest infrastructure overhaul at in decades. You'll see displayed in this room some of the construction and renovation projects that are currently underway, and really at the core of this is to improve the student experience here at You can see pictured on this slide Urey Lecture Hall, a large lecture hall that every student at passes through at one point in their time recently renewed. Our music building you see on the bottom page there. Phase 1 of a multi-phase, much needed renovation of our music building here. And then you see in the upper right the renderings of a dining facility that we're going to break ground on in the spring to really create a facility that mirrors the quality of the food that we have here at the University of Montana and the amazing views of the Oval and Mount Sentinel. So just a few projects, and these are in addition to other projects across campus. You'll see right over by the stadium, you'll see fencing up around our combined heat and power plant. You think, well, the heating plant, that's kind of a boring project. Well, actually, it's a project that's going to reduce our emissions here on campus by 70% and actually save us about $1 million a year in energy expenses. You'll also see upgrades to Panzer and Knowles Hall. Not new dorms, but really taking those timeless residence halls and bringing them up to 21st century quality. So, these are infrastructure improvements we're really excited about, and they're improvements, the fruits of which we won't see for a few years, but they're going to benefit Montanans for generations to come. So, really excited about the growth here. But, I am really proud of the fact that we're growing, but I want to make an important point, because I think, there's a pernicious kind of assumption that growth alone is equivalent to what's good or valuable, and it's important to guard against that assumption. The great writer of the West, Edward Abbey, cautions us that growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of the cancer cell, and so our goal at UM is to grow, but to grow in ways that deliver both what is good for the individual, for our students, and what's good for society. And so that's why in the midst of the pandemic, we launched the University Design Team, whose work had at its core one key question: what do our students, what does the state need from a flagship university today? In other words, what does a flagship of the future look like? And as we look beyond the pandemic, we in higher ed, we have to ask ourselves, how do we build back in a way that enables us to better serve our students? And you'll see at the heart of that circle that drives impact, and you can see our vision on the left that fosters inclusive prosperity. I will come back to those words again and again, and we all will come back to those. How is our work here building inclusive prosperity across this state? And to do that, we have to adapt. We have to innovate. And out of the University Design Team's work, we really came away with three ways in which we want to change imperatives. And the first was to adapt our curriculum to better meet the needs of our students and of society today. The second was to make sure that we're integrating experiential and work-based learning into every single student's experience here at the University of Montana. And then third, really to broaden our aperture and work to serve a much broader range of learners than we have. And before I close up here, I just want to briefly touch on each of those three change imperatives, because I think it's important for us as a community to think about the ways that we need to adapt. And the first is from a curricular standpoint. If you look at the world today, it's complex, it's changing quickly, and it requires people who can work really at the intersection of disciplines. People who can solve what we call unscripted problems. Countless studies, countless employer surveys show that the technological change and the rise of automation are actually driving increased demand for higher level cognitive skills like critical thinking, creativity, communication, teamwork, the ability to synthesize information, come up with unique solutions to problems. Frankly, the things a computer can't do. And so the world is demanding that we at UM work even more deliberately to build in our students those skills, particularly at the undergraduate level. And so we're doing that in a number of ways. We're doing that through a thorough examination of our general education curriculum, for example. But we're also doing that through new interdisciplinary initiatives, like our new environmental science and sustainability program, as well as our interactive media and game design program, and our public health program. All of those are new programs approved within the last couple of years that cut across disciplines. And all three of those programs, for example, are thriving with growing student enrollment. And so we're really excited about this. And we're working to really build this strategic thinking about our curriculum into our annual rhythm as an institution. And we've launched an intensive strategic enrollment planning effort that will, in an ongoing way, help us to identify as a university, what are the needs and opportunities in our society, and how can we leverage our unique strengths as UM to meet those needs. So very excited about the adaptation we're seeing from a curricular standpoint. The second way in which we're adapting is is in response to the fact that our responsibility to students doesn't end with graduation. The number one reason why students or why Americans value higher education is to get a good job. And let's be blunt. Yet survey after survey show that many colleges across the country aren't paying sufficient attention to career readiness for all students. In fact, nationally, only about half of students report ever visiting career services during their time in college. Less than half of college students do an internship while they're in college, despite the overwhelming evidence of the importance of work-based learning. So at UM, we see career readiness not as a potential outcome of a quality education, but rather as a moral imperative that we have to embrace. And that's why we've launched over the past year our signature career readiness initiative that we call Elevate U. And through this program, we're working to incorporate experiential and work-based learning campus-wide and across all majors. This begins in orientation and continues throughout a student's journey with us. These are simple skills like building a resume. Also planning for internships, either over the summer or micro internships, 2-week internships during the year with companies. It's about providing access to industry-specific career coaches for our students, as well as providing opportunities for our students to earn industry-recognized credentials in things like project management, data science, sales, in addition to their bachelor's degree. You know, these are the things that help a student get their foot in the door at an employer and start off their career in a positive way. And this too, frankly, is an expression of our commitment to inclusive prosperity. Because, you know, a student shouldn't have to rely upon the networks they've inherited from their families or their station in life to access a successful start to their career. It's important that we work to provide those networks across majors, and we do so equitably. And this same commitment you'll see expressed through our Sea Change initiative. This was something we launched in 2019 here at UM to ensure that our campus was not just safe for women, but that we uniquely empower women and accelerate them into careers of impact. And you know, I'm really excited by the work of Twyla Old Coyote, our director of the Sea Change program, and the work that she's doing, not just with our current UM undergrads, but with high school and middle schoolers here in our community and across the state. So this is work that will have a transformative impact over time. The final you know, change imperative is to broaden the range of learners that we serve. And so we're adapting pretty aggressively to do this. You know, the simple fact is that learning can't stop when you graduate from college. We all know that. But in a world that's changing this quickly, people need to learn and adapt throughout their careers. And frankly, given our state's demographic challenges, employers must find ways to reskill and upskill their existing workforce to meet emerging needs. And so that's why over the past year and a half, we've really been working to establish Accelerate Montana through Montech, which Chair Lozar mentioned, as really the economic development and workforce training, short-term workforce training partner for individuals and employers across the entire state. Many of you have heard about our effort with ATG Cognizant, our AIM Hire program. That program just graduated its 6th cohort with 100% placement into tech jobs here in Missoula. But we're expanding well beyond this. Earlier this year, we launched the Montana Cyber Hub, and that's at Missoula College. And the goal is really to help address the glaring need here in Montana and nationwide for people with basic cybersecurity skills. It's a huge need. And we're also working with other employers. You'll see featured here a program with Elite OneSource, a manufacturer here in Missoula. And the goal is really to build tailored educational offerings that meet the workforce development needs of that company, but also provide their employers with stackable pathways to degrees. We see the efforts like these as critical to meeting our state's economic and workforce needs. And we're really excited to build upon this in the years ahead. And thank you, Chair Lozar, for mentioning, you know, one of the exciting efforts coming out of Accelerate Montana over the past year. And that's our WELL program, our Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Lab. Because it's not just about working with employers. Accelerate Montana is about helping all Montanans reach their full potential. And this state has an incredible entrepreneurial spirit, and our job is to unlock it. And Morgan Slumberger and the team with WELL have just done a phenomenal job. And as Chair Lozar mentioned, I'm so excited about this grant from Google, and in particular, the collaboration that's happening with Salish Kootenai College and Blackfeet Community College to help build the skills of Indigenous women entrepreneurs. So this is really about delivering on UM's promise to advance inclusive prosperity and the advancement of all Montanans. So, with that, I'll close. But again, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your partnership in our commitment to inclusive prosperity and our commitment to impact here in Missoula, here across the state of Montana, and far beyond. It's an exciting time here at the University of Montana, an exciting time across all of the MUS. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, President Bodner, for a wonderful presentation. Certainly, I counted about 22 times that you said excited, and there's certainly much for the University of Montana to be excited about and certainly proud about. You mentioned, President Bodner, this phrase, unscripted challenge, and that's most certainly has been the context that this campus has been going through, and all campuses in the university system since the pandemic. And I'm just personally so impressed by your leadership and your team here at the University of Montana in terms of amplifying the why. Why are you doing what you're doing here? And all throughout your presentation, and of course across each of the sort of functions of the campus, you oriented everything that you said directly to the students and to student experience and student outcomes. And I just, it says a lot about your leadership, and it says a lot about the staff, the faculty, and certainly the students. So I appreciate you reminding us why we are doing what we do in higher education. And just one other comment, I would like to, on behalf of the Board of Regents, thank you and thank the university for the donation in our name to the Chief Earl Old Person Scholarship Program. That's certainly meaningful, and we know that those are good use of funds going to future Blackfeet students. So thank you on behalf of the Board of Regents. And just one last comment. You mentioned the growth for the sake of growth is essentially short-sighted. And I agree. I think one of the things that this system has done so well in the past couple years is really focusing on retention, the retention rates of our students. And while we'll have the opportunity to listen to an enrollment update, which is particularly important, of course, to the system, really want to shine a spotlight on the success you've had with retention rates here at the campus and all across the Montana University system. So we appreciate you highlighting that and all your efforts on that. So President Bodner, again, thank you for hosting us these next couple days and over the weekend. We're really excited the trajectory of this campus. So with that, we'll transition to the next item on the agenda, the approval of minutes. I will entertain a motion to approve the September 15th, 16th meeting minutes.
Chair Lozar, could I make a comment before?
Oh, certainly, yes. Regent Bao.
Yeah, Chair Lozar, thank you. If I may, I'd like to also take a moment of personal privilege here. I want to express my appreciation to President Bodner for leading the University of Montana during this time. I know, President Bodner, that you face some additional challenges this fall, but you've led the university with your usual kind of focus, determination, and enthusiasm, most particular. And I'm especially thrilled to see the progress you made on enrollment and the partnerships you're building with the business community, which is just, it's all about more opportunities for students, and you keep students first. I look forward to seeing what's next, and I look forward to fully supporting your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Again, I will entertain a motion to approve the September meeting minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Well, seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, well, I will now turn it over to Commissioner Christian for our system report. Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Bodnar, thank you for your updates. Very encouraging news. Appreciate the time that all of you as board members give to us. It certainly does not go unnoticed. I know that there are sacrifices you make from your work, from your families, from your communities, and we really, truly, truly appreciate on behalf of the entire university system you taking time out of your lives to give to us at the university system, and that's certainly been amplified in the last 24 months. We realize that. Been a lot of decisions, as Regent Barrett used to say, a lot of heavy lifting, and so we appreciate all the work that you do for us each and every day, and particularly around our meeting schedule. So thank you for being here. I guess just briefly, the comments that you've already heard really sort of sum up where we're at the end of a very challenging era for higher education. Certainly faced things that we've never faced before, unprecedented levels of health and safety concerns, but also unprecedented levels of resource management and other things that we had to be incredibly diligent about at the campus level, and I commend everyone that's doing that and doing an excellent job at it. At the same time, it's interesting because we get a little bogged down with just the daily grind in ordinary times, and you throw this on top of it, and the ability to keep up with the day-to-day, to address the concerns that the pandemic's raised, and then, as we talked about in our July retreat some, to be really, truly forward-thinking as leaders that you have in this room, to think through what is the next generation of higher ed look like? Where will we be in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? And where do we need to be? And I think maybe most important as you come out of any period in your life is to think through, and what does that mean reflecting on the era that we've just been involved in. I think you heard this morning at breakfast a very productive conversation with faculty. We asked them those same questions at breakfast in September. They came back to us as faculty would with an incredible report this morning about what can we learn from the pandemic and really move forward. And it's not one size fits all for sure amongst our campuses. It's maybe not even one size fits all with just sort of the overall encompassing thoughts around higher education, but there is things to learn. I think as Mark Haver said, hate to think anything good came out of the pandemic, but certainly there has been, and there's things that we will take from that and blend into the fabric of what we do. And I think that's really an important calling for our institutions as we move into the next year or two in terms of planning. We learned some interesting things. We learned, there's been a lot of debate over the years about with all the technology, do we need to continue to build brick and mortar, and is there a place for a residential campus? I think we heard loud and clear from family, from students, absolutely. I think in my mind that question's been answered, absolutely. Maybe now more than ever, that environment that a campus community builds is something that is critical to learning. But we also know from the numbers of late that 80-some% of our students this fall are taking at least one class online. We know that students want more flexibility, more mobility between our institutions. So there's work to be done, and bringing that all together on top of everything that remains, we still have a lot of challenges, whether it's resources, whether it's mental health, whether it's continuing to fight and fight hard to be an in-person camping experience with high-quality education for students. Those are all things that sort of beat on our schedules day to day. But at the same time, I really call upon our communities to be incredibly forward-thinking about how do we bring all this together now for the next generation of student experience as we move forward. I think for us at OCHE, that sort of boils down to thinking and then rethinking those sort of strategic themes that you all have given us as a board around access, retention, and completion. I just call on a few things, and as we move through these comments, we'll get into them a little deeper. But certainly around access, we've had a continued focus on our resident student initiative. That is the Common App. That central application was, again, very successful this year. Over 9,000 applicants have used it, and we are making tremendous progress by Scott Lemon, his team, on a college and career portal that we've talked about, that we've dreamed about, that will bring all these opportunities together, from student financial aid to business and industry to all of those things. And so we'll have some updates on that here in a moment. Great news at the University of Montana around enrollment, but I think even better news across the system. We will have the largest incoming freshman class system-wide that we've had since 2011. And those are good numbers, because that's not just some rebound from the pandemic or anything else. Those are positive trends, trying to reach our goal of seeing that more students have the ability to access high-quality public education. I think, as Chair Lozar mentioned, there's been sort of nothing more important to me and to this board in the last, well, probably decade than retaining, from a business perspective, from a student fairness perspective, from really every benchmark you can think of. Enrolling is one thing, but retaining and completing students is what we need to be all about. President Cruzado often says the days of the student next to you on each side, one will be here, one won't. That's just not good enough. It's not good enough for our students. It's certainly not good enough for our economy, for our workforce demands. And I think that's been our focus, and we're seeing movement all across the system in that regard. We're going to talk more about Montana 10, some things we spent, again, time in July talking about. I think it holds great promise. I think it mirrors a lot of the work and we'll marry some of those efforts together and find best practice that we can take forward. But I'm very encouraged by the numbers that we've seen so far, the work that Dr. Tessman and his team have done on rolling this out as a pilot. But the next phase is, how do we get this thing to scale, and how do we pay for it? And I think, whether that becomes a shared policy goal with the legislature, with the governor's office, where we go is still in the works, but needs to be part of our fabric on how we help more students succeed. And that gets to the ultimate goal of attainment, completion. We have, even since our last meeting, made progress. We were invited to and will be part of the SHEO, State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, to participate in their Attainment Academy, one of 3 states. And we will bring together teams from the MUS, the Governor's Office, Office of Public Instruction, Department of Labor and Industry, and the legislature, and work with other states to really think about best practice. And I think that ties in so closely to what we're trying to do on Montana 10 and other initiatives that we can really work toward seeing that more students attain what they came here looking for. And I'm excited to do that. And I'm excited to do that through the lens of, how does that mesh with what we've learned over the last 18 to 20 to 24 to how long this goes on months. I think that's important, because there's new modalities, there's new delivery, there's new all kinds of things that will help us increase all of those goals, from enrolling to retaining and then ultimately competing students. So I ask all campuses to have that same focus. I appreciate the efforts of the faculty that they rolled out this morning. We'll continue to engage with faculty on those fronts, but How do we learn, and how do we really continue this path of visionary enterprise that's thinking about student success moving forward? We've got a number of reports coming up, and I want to get to those right now. Just sort of a brief overview. Deputy Commissioner Tessman will be giving us some updates on COVID. He's joined with, or by Deshane Barrett. Deshane's with the Public Health and currently serves as the Missoula City County Public Health Officer and Director of Missoula City County Public Health Department. We're going to hear, of course, from Helen Thigpen, our Executive Director on Federal Relations. Lots still going on in the federal space. Kind of a daily moving target, but it's critically important to funding. The work we do with enrollment, with tuition, with state government is highly important, but somehow, sometimes left out in the side conversation is probably, well, not probably, our largest funding partner, and that's the federal government. And so keeping an eye on that landscape, what happens with Pell, and some other initiatives that are in the Build Back Better plan, I think are critically important. And then we will have a briefing from Sarah Sadowski from the Governor's Office of Community Service. Talk to us a little bit about her work. She's Director of Serve Montana and Director of the Governor's Office of Community Service. So I think, and we're going to hear from Tyler too on enrollment, but we're all pretty enthused about some of those numbers. We won't forget that piece. But I think Deputy Commissioner Tessman, if you and Deshane are ready, let's hear a little bit on what's happening on the COVID front.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, Mr. Commissioner, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to you again about some of our efforts in terms of planning in response to the COVID challenge. And I can keep my comments on COVID fairly brief. Not a whole lot of sort of groundbreaking news to share, but I did want to give a brief update before I turn the mic over to Deshane Barnett. Of course, I think it goes without saying that the virus remains a significant challenge on our campuses. And the virus itself is, of course, a challenge with related illness and difficulties that individuals are facing. Also, the dislocation that the virus has caused. And, Commissioner Christian, we did have a great conversation with faculty this morning, but we heard yet again the mental health challenges they're noticing in the students they serve, their own mental health and wellness challenges, the continued adaptation in terms of instructional delivery and the workload associated with the pandemic. So the challenge of the virus remains both specific and more general. Yet, I think our campuses continue to manage as well as one could expect, and in fact better than one could expect, with respect to testing availability and accessibility, the ability to provide quarantine and isolation capacity when necessary. I think flexibility, we've seen our campuses adjust and adapt on things like mask policy over the course of the fall semester in response to changing trends. Campuses have continued to serve students well, support their employees throughout these continued challenging times. And importantly, I'd note that as we continue to see the vaccine uptake increase across the state, our larger campuses in particular continue to be distribution and service centers, not only for their own students and employees, but for the communities that they serve. I do think, of course, we'll continue to ride this challenge. We haven't seen the end of COVID, but we can now, I think, certainly look toward the future. And Commissioner Christian, you mentioned the conversation we had with faculty, your own thinking about how we can learn from the pandemic and come out of this pandemic perhaps much stronger than we were as we entered. And I'll just highlight two key points here. One is around the teaching and learning environment on our campuses. And I think with respect to flexibility, accessibility, and quality, we have opportunities, no doubt, because of what we've learned and how we've adjusted throughout the last 18 to 20 months. In terms of accessibility, I heard a statistic this morning about lecture capture at Montana State University, and how prior to the pandemic, they would have at MSU about 4,000 to 5,000 users of their lecture capture system. This is a place where you can go and view lectures if you're not able to make it to the lecture itself. Now, during the height of the pandemic, that was up to about every student on their campus. I think I heard 15,000, 16,000 students were using it. We're not at that point anymore because that campus has returned largely to in-person instruction. But 8,000 to 10,000 students are now using that lecture capture system. And that's something I would expect to stay at that consistently high level even after we exit the pandemic. This means upticks in terms of quality retention, greater flexibility if students have a work or family commitment that takes them out of the classroom for the moment. And I think that will further contribute to some of the great statistics we saw from President Bodnar, and we know are present on our other campuses as well in terms of retention and completion. In terms of flexibility, I couldn't agree more that we have to get to this place where students, whether they're of sort of traditional age or if they're older students balancing work and family commitments, education is not part of an either-or choice. Students can continue their work, they can continue their other commitments, and study at the same time. And as we learn more about remote learning opportunities, high flex opportunities, that kind of flexible learning environment serves those students that much better. And I think we do have students who are largely digital natives at this point in time. And there's no reason we can't offer an even higher quality experience for many of our students using these new online technologies. We can reduce costs for them if we build in open educational resources as part of our online instruction. And I think we heard a lot about great work happening throughout the system. In particular, I want to note MSU Billings. Joy Honey updated us on some of the professional development and high flex training opportunities that they have really built in during the pandemic period. So lots of advantages, I think, that we can take out of this in terms of the teaching and learning environment on our campuses. Secondly, and I'll hand it over to Deshane because this relates to the work that he's done, his predecessor has done along the way, and in fact the entire campus and Missoula City County Health Department have done together. This is work in the area of campus community collaboration, and it's quite unlike collaborations we've seen in the past. I know this has been true of all of our campuses, but the pandemic has brought our campus academics, our campus medical communities, our campus administration that much closer to city-county leaders, especially in the public health realm. And I've noticed in my role at the system level the extent to which the University of Montana with the coronavirus response team, I think the University of Montana with its kind of academic approach to health advising to the Missoula City County Health Department has exemplified that collaboration. And certainly we see collaboration in business and industry and curriculum, but this has been no less important a form of collaboration. And I don't know if Deshane is here yet, but I would welcome him either to the podium now or certainly would welcome him to answer questions a little bit later if he doesn't have a chance to speak to you now. Is Deshane here? If Deshane is not here presently, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has, Mr. Commissioner, whatever your pleasure is in terms of my role.
You know what? Let's just give it a little bit of time. We got plenty to cover this morning. We'll come back to this topic if and when, if that makes sense. So I think, thank you for that introduction, and let's just move to Executive Director Thigpen, if we could.
Hello. I feel like we need a theme song as each of us come up to the podium. It's such a long distance.
You want
so
walk-up music?
We want walk-up music.
Okay.
I'll work on coming up with some songs for all of us. Thank you, Chair Lozar, Commissioner Christian. It's nice to see everyone here again. Really excited to be in Missoula and back on campus. And I'm also happy to provide another edition of Helen Goes to Washington. So I know all of you are really excited about this. So I thought I would start my remarks this morning with a bit of concrete news. This week, as I'm sure everyone here probably heard, President Biden signed the $1.2 trillion infrastructure package. This was a huge priority for the president and provides about $550 billion in new federal spending, and the rest is really focused on reauthorizing existing projects. The bill is known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, provides an enormous investment in everything from roads, bridges, ports, rail transit, airports, water and sewer projects, the power grid, broadband access, and the list goes on and on. Passage of the bill was fairly narrow in the House, about 22 votes, but the bill did pass by a fairly substantial margin in the Senate, which is really saying something for a place that is as divided as it could possibly be. A large portion of that funding in the bill, about $110 billion, is dedicated to repairing traditional infrastructure when we think of roads and bridges and highways, that sort of thing. $39 billion is set to go towards expanding public transportation. There's substantial funding for rail service to about $66 billion, and also puts a ton of funding, that's a technical term, towards modernizing the electrical grid. So basically, every sector of the nation's infrastructure transportation system is going to be impacted by this bill, and I think we're really just getting our heads around what's in it for higher ed at this time. I think of particular interest to higher ed is there is $65 billion for improving and providing broadband access to especially rural and underserved areas, which is intended to take a once-in-a-generational stab at closing that digital divide. So that will be interesting to see how it works out, and we'll be paying attention to that. The administration is predicting that the infrastructure investments will add a significant number of jobs, something over 1 million jobs per year for the next 10 years. So if those projections are accurate, it certainly would be an incredible boost to the workforce. It probably is a little bit in the weeds, but I would say, I thought I would mention that it's a 5-year spending package that will be in part paid by nearly $210 billion in unspent COVID relief funds and $53 billion in unemployment insurance aid that some states didn't allocate. And again, there will be funding opportunities for colleges and universities in this bill. It's over 1,000 pages long. I think a lot of it right now is focused on transportation and transportation hubs, and there will be some benefits there, but we're also looking at some mineral extraction pieces that could be significant for tech in particular, and a few other things. So the campus vice presidents for research are really going to be all over this and tracking it, and we'll engage with them as needed for sure. So happy to help keep this group informed on that piece as well. The other piece that we've been tracking that you've heard me talk a little bit about before is the budget reconciliation package. That has been delinked from the infrastructure bill that just passed and is now proceeding sort of separately. I will say that the name is not that fitting because this particular piece of legislation will definitely not cause there to be any reconciliation of the parties. While the infrastructure bill was focused on traditional, albeit huge investments in roads and bridges, the budget reconciliation bill is really focused on the president's plan for social or human infrastructure investments. And this is what is known as the Build Back Better framework, if you've seen that in the coverage. This package has been significantly scaled back by about half to $1.75 trillion. It's where it currently stands, at least in the latest proposal. I mentioned in September when I gave this report that package included a proposal for free community college. That is no longer the case, and that has been dropped from the package for now. I think maybe there's still some hope in terms of looking at this that from those folks that it might be in some measure put back in, but it's not. I think it's probably fairly unlikely that would happen at this point. This reconciliation package does include, as the commissioner stated, funding for increasing Pell Grants, improving workforce readiness, and supporting historically black colleges and universities, tribal colleges, and minority-serving institutions. The Pell Grant would be increased by $550 to a little over $7,000 a year. I think originally the president requested an increase of around $14,000, so not nearly as much as he had originally planned, and certainly not anywhere near the doubling Pell, which was certainly the goal, I think, at the beginning. On one piece of that will be especially interesting to campuses, though, and students, I think, is that while it's smaller, it would allow students to use the Pell Grant to cover non-tuition related expenses without having that be taxable. So that is significant and would be a win. The package does also include $500 million for retention and completion efforts. This is going to be especially relevant for projects like Montana 10, which are entirely focused on completion and retention. And of course is really exciting for everyone in higher ed. As currently framed, there would be a process for competitive grants to states and systems of higher education to promote programs around student retention. And I believe the president had initially requested $62 billion for that piece of it, which got everyone in the higher ed community really, really excited. But it has been scaled back to $500 million, which I think is still very, very significant, but certainly not the $62 billion that had originally been raised. There's also funding for several workforce development, training, and apprenticeship programs in the bill, as well as around $800 million for Grow Your Own Teacher residencies and Native American language teacher development programs, all things that are really relevant to some of the work that we're doing at OCHI and throughout the university system on campus. It's unclear at this point when a vote is going to take place on this bill. They're waiting for a cost estimate from the Congressional Budget Office, which is supposedly going to come out on Friday. I guess that's already tomorrow, so we'll pay attention to that. The last piece, and I won't take up any more time, but the last piece that I just wanted to touch on briefly is the United States Innovation and Competition Act. I've referenced this a couple times. This is the one that passed back in June. It's been sitting in the House, from what I understand. And this really is a sweeping investment that would bolster domestic investment in manufacturing technology, really looking at especially microchips, that kind of technology. It also would establish 20 regional technology hubs nationwide to support things like tech transfer, workforce training, and development. And we are really actively engaging in this effort to be ready if this legislation goes through. We've had some great conversations with U of M and MSU. MSU graciously hosted folks from our regional hub on this. So we're ready to, I think we'll be in a good position to move forward if that bill goes through. And we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks, but I think there's going to be, it'll be full steam ahead until the holidays for sure. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Thigpen. I think we're good. We'll follow that closely. Obviously, the things that are going on in Pell and some of those areas will be interesting to us and certainly affect a lot of Montana families. Thanks, Helen. I think if we could, we'll just move to Ms. Sadowski and hear a little bit about what's going on in your corner of the world. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. Super pumped. We're at the lull. Mr. Nystuen. So many familiar faces, even behind your masks. My name is Sarah Sadowski. It is true. President Bodnar, thank you. You've inspired some of my talking points and made some really natural connections. So I was told I have 15 minutes. Commissioner Clayton, thank you for this opportunity. Chair Lozar, good to see you again as well, sir. I have to take notes. People that know me know I go on tangents quite easily, especially when discussing national service. Governor's Office of Community Service. So I'm here today for 3 reasons. 1, to meet you and say hello. 2, to share information as well as opportunities. Abundant opportunities. The Governor's Office of Community Service is a state service commission. We are unique to all the governor's offices as well as a variety of offices like this magical place in Helena. I tell people we're the ones with the star on the map, and there's more than one reason for that. So I know as I walk into Missoula and other places, they think Helena's kind of boring. Helena's actually awesome. So I bring you that in good news and a collaborative spirit today. Yes, so OCS is what we're known as commonly, as well as Serve Montana. I also want to thank Jasmine, who said, hey, I can help you with those handouts. I'm going to change that plan, and I'm going to just start shoving things your way, sir, at my convenience, if that's agreeable. Thank you. Awesome. So our primary business is national service, AmeriCorps, and community volunteerism, not AmeriCorps. So through AmeriCorps, we've got 6 programs right now, about 550 individuals serving. Mr. Nystuen has served on our great commission on community service. President Cruzado has spoken at our Serve Montana Symposium. I see Stephanie Hicks was back, also a former member of our commission. And if I had more than 15 minutes, I'd be like, where are my alums in here? Whenever there's a room this big, someone else besides me has served. So I did serve for 2 years in AmeriCorps Vista, 20 years ago after leaving this fine campus right here as a graduate of UM. So what we do now that ties to young adults, volunteer service, is that we have in partnership with Reach Higher Montana and Montana Campus Compact, we are facilitating about $100,000 worth of scholarships across our state for high school seniors who attend Campus Compact institutions, of which the majority of all of you are. So what we do is we process 100 applications a year from our great Montana high school seniors. We did reduce the 100 hours to 50 due to COVID, and many of them continued to serve beyond the 50, which was awesome. So that thing just opened up. There is a link on your agenda to our website. We've got a lot of activities. We're reaching out through high schools, but I also just want to say thank you. Your financial aid offices are really making this happen between that 3-way partnership with Reach Higher, Campus Compact, and our office. So the other piece, which I'm going to just dive into, is AmeriCorps. For those of you who are not familiar with AmeriCorps, we've been up and running since Vista began in the early 60s, and more recently since the early 90s. As you mentioned, Chief Earl Oldperson, as well as the great former president of UM, George Dennison, both those individuals were at the first inaugural class of AmeriCorps members in Helena in the early 90s. So it's pretty awesome to come full circle. We have a variety of opportunities for individuals to serve as well as get the word out, as well as to say, hey, nonprofits, higher ed institutions, we can be a strategy to meet your needs. So I get a little excited when I'm like, oh, retention, success, career matching, career pairing and matching is a critical element of workforce development. You guys in higher ed are inspiring people to serve, as well as to pursue their hopes and dreams. That pairing and matching as they launch from higher ed is critical. Our dual mission is that we meet community needs and we develop our contributors. So we're taking a variety of folks across our state from Montana, including our tribal partners, and bringing many folks in from outside Montana to meet needs in the conservation field, in education, healthy futures. We've got Richland County Health Department. We have a variety of activities. What turns out here, knowing you all are here for higher ed, I love, I work with large groups, and so when I hear folks talking nearby, it makes me kind of curious as to what they're talking about. There's a long history of national service with higher ed across our great country, as well as right here in Montana. So from Glendive to Flathead, Western, all the way out to Fort Peck, folks have been serving since the 60s and 70s, as well as right here in today. Folks are out doing AmeriCorps today on campuses. So as we look, there's a few ways. Campuses have said our AmeriCorps members are going to serve and they're going to mentor high schoolers. They're going to work on retention strategies. The other piece that's really critical for you all to know is this magical thing called an education award. And as I hear, $7,000 on a Pell Grant, our Ed Awards for a full term of service is tied to the value of the Pell Grant. So right now we're about $6,200-ish, just under that, for our full term of service. An individual can earn 2 of those in their lifetime, really bringing down that cost of attendance. That thing is good toward student loans as well, federally backed, and tuition at all of our great institutions here in Montana. So I wanted to share a little bit about that. What is the Ed Award? I would also share with you that our friends at Montana Campus Compact, those of you who are members of the Compact, have been matching our Ed Award at a variety of levels that works for your campus. For example, Carroll College, I was looking, I'm like, where's President's Check? I was like, up to $1,000. So if a student puts in a $1,000 Ed Award, they are doubling that for that student. It's pretty awesome. So I want to just thank you all. If you don't know about that, I hope this is great news. And if you are someone who's like, yeah, that's cool, we've been doing this thing, I'll tell you it's adding up and it's making a difference in people's lives. So what I've got is a few things. I'll just start filing off a few handouts for you. And of course, AmeriCorps Montana stickers. The best stickers of all. No one else is giving you stickers, right? Not yet. It's early. I look at your agenda. I'm like, oh man, don't forget about us like after Friday when you're like, or after Saturday or whatever this meeting ends, right? Really important work you guys are doing. Love hearing these updates. So the piece is that I have one more round of handout for you. What I'm delighted to tell you is I've got data up through 2017. So since 1996 to 2017, let's see, about $11.5 million have come in to Montana institutions from education awards. It's very exciting. We also have MSU, Flathead Valley, and Blackfeet, as well as the University of Montana. When you dig in the data, there's a the, and then there's one without a the. So we know that Butte is in there. We know that some of your partner colleges under that are in there. Those are our top 5 campuses. I also provided other education totaling almost $4.5 million, where students exactly have used to pay off loans, as well as go to truck driving school, an Erie backcountry medicine. There's a variety of things. Back in the day, we had this cosmetology school that was like, yeah, we'll take the Ed Award. We want to support students. So I just thought you guys might find that interesting. Missoula Emergency Services would be another one there. So I will hand that shortly, but what I want to make sure that you know of is that we have 2 ways of looking at this thing across the system of higher ed in partnership with the Governor's Office of Community Service. I would love it if every single college graduate out of our great state knew that AmeriCorps was an opportunity for them to serve. We aspire, we draw people who are seeking careers, who are seeking paths to their careers, a variety of motivations. I think, man, that's like the low-hanging fruit, if you ask me. My goals and dreams are big, okay? So all college graduates would know. The other piece is that we have hundreds of service opportunities here in Montana, from rural Montana, eastern Montana, onto campuses, as well as in our backcountry settings with Conservation Corps, rural Montana soil and conservation districts, a variety of opportunities. It would be great if our Montana college students were able to have access to information in as many ways as possible about the service opportunities right here. There's about 75,000 AmeriCorps members in the country, and our AmeriCorps members are special. We know it. We work really hard at the Governor's Office of Community Service to make that a reality. And the only way we know it's true is if they tell us themselves, which a few of them have done over the years. It's pretty awesome. There's other places, as I was looking across that history, as well as where AmeriCorps and higher ed are partnering in real life today across our country, there's really awesome things as well. We are seeing that housing shortage that you guys are aware of in our state. So we look and we think, those empty college dorms. I wonder if AmeriCorps members could be an asset to you as you think about our housing challenges, partnering to say, you have housing, we have people doing great service who have all passed these rigorous criminal history checks, and they have a few bucks to potentially contribute to housing. It also would tie back to increasing the knowledge among Montana students, because these fine Montanans have housing already. So we are seeing a challenge of non-Montana folks who come in and are really, really challenged with housing, rural and not rural. The other piece that a lot of institutions have done around the country is there's this thing, dude, you are like super curious, you're making me real curious about what you're talking about. Like I like wanted to invite you up here. I'm super inclusive, and I'm like, yo, give us the good word, bro. Okay. The other piece that I feel like I have 15 minutes, and I'm just like, boom, okay? The other piece that's super awesome is in-state tuition for AmeriCorps alums. The Pell Grant, the Ed Award is tied together. These folks will be bringing potential resources to the campus, and some other higher ed institutions around our country have said, we value AmeriCorps members' service and the types of people who serve. We would love to have them on our campus. We're gonna give them in-state tuition, Nebraska being the most recent. The other one that folks have engaged as a strategy to engage alums as college students is offering credit for service. That could be a variety of qualifiers. If you do what, then how many? We're working on, you guys are doing great work with micro-credentials. Very exciting to be part of those conversations and look and say, I wonder if those micro-credentials might be a nice piece for our national service members, including AmeriCorps Vista as they finish up. They've done a year-long service commitment, and they've really made a difference. So as I'm sitting here learning and taking notes, and I'll continue to do things such as that, is how does national service align with your goals and priorities? If from students, retention, engagement, to career pathing on the way out of college, our two-year institutions are really impactful and dynamic as well. We see it right there in Helena, folks transforming and making career changes. The bottom line is that service inspires education. We have folks who come in and they're like, I'm gonna do 1 year of AmeriCorps, and then I'm gonna go to college, and I'm gonna be a teacher. And then we put them into a classroom and they're like, I'm not gonna be a teacher anymore. I'm gonna do something else. We also have folks who say, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but this AmeriCorps thing is right for me, and it transforms them through service. Our goal, if we do well, is they're learning and growing, they're meeting our community needs, and they come out the other side with the Ed Award thinking, I wanna go to one of Montana's institutions. It happens often. I was digging for data, I could dig deeper. I had to get to bed to come here early. So civic engagement is inspired by education, and service is education in action. You guys are talking all of this great stuff about how our students are so impactful, how they're pairing up to partner in success. This is a place that AmeriCorps makes a big deal, but we don't really toot our own horn enough is the deal. So I have no idea. I tell you, I get up here and I lose sense of time. It's my one pager on the value of the education awards that have come into our Montana institutions. So I would be happy to entertain any questions if there are any, sirs. Otherwise, thank you so much for this opportunity. Visit us at serve.mt.gov. We'd love to have you out at our symposium in March on the campus of Carroll. We would love to have you visit a program, and our office is open to the public. Helen is open for business, so we would love to visit with you, answer any questions you have, deploy a staff, give me a point of contact. Only good things go from here. So thanks again, and that's my thoughts. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, you guys got a big day ahead of you.
I met Sarah at a reception late on a Wednesday night, and I could tell you she had the same level of enthusiasm. So I figure anybody that's that enthused at a obligatory reception on a Wednesday is probably ripe for sharing some comments with the board. But
Really
thanks for being
appreciate
here. I think there's great work we can do together, and I think it can fit into the curriculum, and it, as you say, can help students develop just a lifelong level of service, something these board members know a lot about, but
Yes.
something that we certainly need more Montanans to know a bit about, and I think it'll make for a better place. So thanks for
Yeah,
being here.
really exciting. You guys have a great day today. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. I think Tyler tells me every November I got to do the enrollment thing, and he just kind of, it's been drudgery for a long time, but there's a little bit something better to talk about, Tyler, so.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I do have something to talk about. Sarah, that is amazing. You have incredible energy. I cannot,
So good to meet you, sir.
I won't be able to replicate with this enrollment report. Get me on another topic, though. I might challenge you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, in all seriousness, very happy to be here to talk to you about the fall 2021 enrollment update. Quick note on enrollment. It's never final till the end of the semester. We like to provide this report at the November meeting, following the September meeting where we reviewed budgets. Much of those budgets hinge upon the numbers that we project in enrollment, and so now after the 15th days at all of the campuses have been finalized, they serve as a real preliminary mark in terms of what we're going to do this fall and where we're headed this year. You can see on the screen the 20-year history of fall enrollment. Most of that is the end of the term. We compare the last 2 years here are these census dates, but for all intents and purposes, this is where we're at. A lot has happened in those 20 years. Big things, obviously, go without saying, a great recession and a pandemic. So a lot of details underneath the kind of 30,000 foot overview. I'm going to talk about just a few of those, mostly related to this fall compared to last fall. So if we take a look at residency and level of our students, so resident undergraduate students, resident graduate, you can see predominantly across the board we are up. We're up 2.3% in overall student FTE. That is seen across the board. We still are, as a system, battling the declines of resident undergraduate enrollment, obviously related to the kind of natural decline in high school graduate students coming out each year. I'm going to talk about that in a little more depth toward the end of the presentation. Student FT by institutional type, grouping by flagship campus, the smaller four-year campuses and two-year colleges. We're up across the board, really flat at the four-year campuses. The MSU side, we see predominantly there's increases, some small declines at Northern and Great Falls. On the UM side, most of the campuses are up or flat. Community colleges, Dawson continues to grow. That's an encouraging sign. So this is the part I really wanted to get to. So we shift from FTE, the count of instructional activity, basically, to head count, just simply counting the number of students. And we take a look at where we're at. This is the Montana University system, not including the community colleges. There's always a debate on whether we have them in there or not. In this case, since the first slide didn't have them all the way back to 2001, I left them out. That's the only reason. You see we're up 4.9% when you talk about head count. A lot of that has to do with the return of dual enrollment students. We had a decline in the COVID last fall of dual enrollment. That bounced back big time. You can see it in the number of students that are 18 or younger than 18 enrolled. That's up 70%. Our first-time freshmen, as the commissioner indicated, has a big increase, 17%. I'm going to show you a slide on that here in a minute. We look at first-time freshmen residents only. We saw some growth there, so that's very encouraging. So it's that first-time freshman residents only that we'll kind of drill down into. Here's the overall look for first-time freshmen visually. Haven't been this high since fall of 2011. We also have the breakdown by campus. This would be something more that I'd let you look at on your screen, not very conducive to a large screen. Before we go there, let's take a look at some national trends just so we can benchmark. Undergraduate enrollment across the nation down 3.2%. Undergraduate numbers 6.5% down over the last 2 years. Graduate enrollment continues to increase. These are trends that we saw. We're bucking the trend on the undergraduate enrollment because of a healthy increase in non-resident students. And then the other trend we're bucking is that nationally, first-year students, our freshmen, have declined nationally 3.1% over last year and 3.9% among traditionally aged students. So that's a real strong area for us. Just wanted to give you a visual of the projections of the Montana high school graduates. This obviously is a key point in our resident student access initiative, improving our capture rates, looking at the number of students that we can get directly out of high school. We're right there in the middle in that flat zone. We've dropped about 1,000 students per graduating class. This is public and private, and then leveled out for the last 5 years. And the road ahead looks like some increases. We're going to grow by about 800 graduates and hit about somewhere close to 11,000 per year. Capture rate, I can't have a presentation on enrollment without capture rate. It's a metric that we use to constantly evaluate our ability to get recent high school graduates to immediately come to the Montana University system following high school graduation. We track it over time. The last 3 years, we've seen this decline. That was the advent of the Resident Student Access Initiative. We put measures in place. We're still monitoring that. Difficult to tie it directly with the pandemic, but we're holding our own. We want to see increases in that over the next couple of years. College going rates, so not just those recent high school graduates that come to the MUS immediately following high school graduation, but go anywhere in the nation. So that's the difference between capture rate and college going rate or continuation rate. So this is a look at the last, 15 years of college going rates, Montana high school graduates from public and private high schools going anywhere in the nation. And then that's the top line, the blue. And then just here in-state, combining the community college, tribal college, and private, you can see that we've dropped since 2010 from 49% college going rate in-state down to 39%. That accounts basically for the total decline in the college continuation rates. Overall, out-of-state has remained incredibly level, 12% year after year since 2010. And I believe, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thanks, Tyler. I think this last chart is fascinating. It's so contrary to everything that we know and that economists have told us, and all of the work that's went on in the last decade or more about seeing that more individuals end up with some post-secondary degree. It really does speak to the value proposition that we've talked a lot about pre-pandemic, something we certainly need to return to. You know, I look at our capture rate, some of that, we've still done better than the national going rate, but the going rate is just simply too low. And when we've got everyone in an economic seat anywhere in the country telling us we need at least 60% of adults with some post-secondary education in order to meet America's workforce needs, and 51% of students are thinking that's a good idea, there's a challenge there for us for sure. I do absolutely commend our campuses for their renewed focus on this. I think, as we said earlier, enrollment for the sake of enrollment isn't everything, but it is, in some odd reality, a bit of what makes the world go around. It's part of what we need to be focused on. It's part of, for our own health of the institutions, but also for meeting Montana's workforce needs, making certain that we have students in the pipeline. So still some work to do, but positive trend for sure, and I certainly appreciate the campuses focusing on that. Tyler, we do appreciate the report. You know, it's interesting, Regent Buchanan will know, back in the day, we used to wait for, when it was all done on paper, we would send the government in some sort of biblical census after the 15-day and count everybody. And now, you know, with the work of John Thunstrom and his team, all of this stuff is live all the time, every day. You can follow from applications to enrollment. So it takes a little of the thunder out of your November meeting, Tyler, but it's still good stuff, and we appreciate hearing from you. Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you, Tyler. Being a private sector guy, you know, these days operating in an inflationary world that we have right now, we need to look for ways to generate additional revenues and obviously look at our expense side of the ledgers as well. And at the Montana University system, we clearly have two levers. One is tuition increases, which none of us like, but the other one has to do with driving more enrollment, more revenue from that perspective. I'll share with you kind of my perspectives on what I think is going on with regards to enrollment in the campuses, and I stand for any level of correction in that ever. I think enrollment is driven at the individual campus levels, the processes and so forth, that it's based on what the budget has historically been for enrollment as to how do we drive recruiting efforts. I think there's been a traditional methodology. This is how we've always done it. I think that there's a difference in the way the campuses approach the K-12 recruiting work. And I think that there's probably a difference in the level of responses when campuses receive a prospect. If you're an 18-year-old today and you send out 11 different requests for information from the 11 campuses here, I'll bet you'd get quite a variety of response rates. If you, let's say, we're going to go into business for the first couple of years, you wanted to take your first 2 years at one of our campuses, I'll bet it's quite a difference between campuses as to how they reach out and try to get you to come to their place. That said, I think enrollment is probably become not as much a contact sport as it is a technology endeavor. The technology drives a lot of the future successes related to where do students choose to go to campus. As Montana University System, are we dedicating sufficient resources in all things related to enrollment? That includes the onboarding and retention. Clay, I'm excited to hear, I use that word, Casey, excited to hear that you're going to be part of a national group, but is that good enough? Should we as the Montana University System be engaging some of the best-in-class experts as to how do we drive enrollment, not just for today, but for the next 4 or 5 years as we look down the road here? That we should be having, I think, some minimum standards as to what we should be expecting from the campus levels and on up. Too often I get the feeling that the campuses are somewhat guarded in how they approach enrollment from a standpoint, especially recruiting, because if they got a secret sauce, they're not as inclined to want to share that with the entire university system. I think our competition these days for students is a workforce that you can go out anywhere right now and get $20 an hour without any skills. Students in high school right now and beyond have got the opportunity to make a decision. Do I want to invest dollars and time when I could just stay in the workforce and just be able to kind of get by and move forward the best that I can there? Or should I be investing in a long-range prospect of higher personal and economic wealth through attending some type of college, university? So therefore, what I'm asking is, are we doing as a board sufficient amount? Are we providing the right level of resources for the commissioner's office and most importantly for the campuses to drive enrollment for the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. I appreciate those comments. I can tell you from a resource standpoint that that has certainly been the focus, probably back 10 years, but at least in the last 5 years, is to see that much of that recruitment effort is still happening at a campus level, but we have certainly worked with campuses to empower all of our campuses to engage sort of best practice, that technological advances, frankly, vendors that now specialize in this corner of the world all over, to see that we're trying to drive the right resources in that direction. And I think that has meant an increased resource flow from the campuses, but I think we're starting to see some rewards in that context. And yeah, we'll continue to push in that direction. So we're giving campuses as equal a footing as we can, and that all campuses are empowered to engage in that conversation. Any other questions on that front? All right, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, thank you. The life, the once quiet life of a community health or city county health director has changed a little in the last 20 months, and something has come up for Director Barnett, so we're not going to have him. But we'll circle back to that topic. Obviously, that's not far from what the board needs to keep apprised of, and know that we're working on that on a more frequent basis than I would like to say. But that, you know, part of what we're going to talk about is that the relationship, which is part of what we tried to do at a system office, going back to this fall semester, empowering campuses to work with their local health departments to make sure that each solution for each campus fits within their communities, is what we were going to speak to about there. But those relationships are alive and well all over our campuses across Montana, and so we'll come back to that in time. Just a few announcements, I guess. Campus reports, as always, are there. Lots of great information in there. Encourage you all to spend some time with those. Chancellor Cook seems to be getting a lot of nods this morning, but I do want to mention that he has recently received the 2021 Student Affairs Administrator in Higher Education Region 5 Scott President's Award, which is a long title, but more importantly, what that's all about is that it is an award presented to a professional that's recognized by all constituencies as having a special interest in student life for a significant period of time, and that demonstrates consistent advocacy and participation in a holistic student experience. And that's certainly what Chancellor Cook has brought to the table, and we are greatly proud that you're receiving this recognition. So Chancellor Cook, congratulations. And then also, I believe we have one lonely introduction from Chancellor Kegel.
Thank you, Chair Lozar, Commissioner Christian, and Regents. MSU Northern is pleased to announce Dr. Beth Doradule as the new Dean of the College of Arts and Science and Education. Dr. Doradule received a Doctorate of Education in Counselor Education from the University of Virginia in Charlottesville and brings a wide range of education, administrative, and counseling skills to Northern. For the past 9 years, she has been a professor and chair of the Department of Leadership, Technology, and Human Development at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. So we welcome her. Thank you.
Thanks, Chancellor Kegel, and welcome. Mr. Chair, that concludes our report.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for all the presenters for sharing their insights this morning. I thought it was a great mix of topics that we covered. Before we take a quick break, I know this body has talked a lot over the past 10 years about enrollment, and I certainly thank Tyler for giving the presentation, and I think we've been sort of waiting for this particular set of metrics to see, the head count in our Montana University system increase, and these are some fantastic numbers of, almost 5% total increase in head count is phenomenal. Nearly 17% of first-time freshmen is phenomenal. Seeing a positive increase in residents, first-time freshmen is phenomenal. And I wanted to just underscore the creativity, innovation, and the work that both the campuses and the OCHE team has put into, increasing the conversation about the value proposition of being in higher education and what it means to our Montana families. So thank you all for all the efforts behind seeing these increases in numbers, and this coupled with the increases in retention. The Montana University system is in an incredibly strong position. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back and start just after 10 o'clock with the Budget, Admin, and Audit Committee. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Quickly hand it over to the Chair of the Budget, Admin, and Audit Committee, Regent Dombrowski.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Lozar. As usual, I want to preface my comments with a thanks to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor and his staff for the work that they do on behalf of OCHE and the Budget Committee. It's amazing, but better than that, it's forward-thinking and it's creative in a way that I think allows us to have a meaningful discussion, not just about budget, but really about the future. So thank you for that. If you'll take a look at your agenda, as usual, we have a fair amount of items on the consent agenda. And I would like to just remind the board that if you'd like to pull something off the consent agenda onto the action items, this would be the time to do so. Please, Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing 14 nuns listed under item E, that's concerning to me. I'd like to have that pulled, to have a discussion about item E. staff item.
Staff item E.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Duly noted. So we will pull staff item E onto the action items for this agenda. Any other comments? Okay, with that, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept all the, besides the one we just talked about, the consent agenda items. Please.
Madam Chair, I don't think we're taking action yet on
Oh,
the
excuse
consent.
me.
consented-
Yes, sorry.
consent
I saw action
items.
on here, and yeah, we'll take that tomorrow.
Yes.
But we'll remove E and speak to it today.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move to the action items listed, please. As a matter of course, would we talk about this particular item we moved first, or would we go through the first action items as? Okay, I'll just start with the action items as listed, and we'll put E at the end of this, if that's okay? All right. As usual, again, on the Budget Committee, there are many action items that speak to many things. So I'm just going to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor to take us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item here, I'll call Director Muffick to the podium. There he is. Take it away. It's on. No? Yeah, we don't have the controls up there.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, action item A on the agenda here is a request for authorization to improve the women's locker rooms and equipment room at the Adams Center, the University of Montana in Missoula. Ange, could you maybe flick to attachment 1 or 2, or I can do that from here? So we could just kind of have a vision of what this project looks like. This item authorizes the University of Montana to expend up to $5.5 million in private funds to make improvements and renovate the women's locker room for basketball, volleyball, and track and field Olympic sports, as well as the general equipment room and laundry room for all sports. I think it's attachment 3 maybe that kind of shows the phases of this project. Let's try 2. This project is phases 3 and 4 out of 4 phases, and is a continuation of the sequential phasing work. Phases 1 and 2 were approved by the Regents in May of 2019, and those phases included the men's locker rooms being redone. The men's locker rooms are almost complete now, and with their completion frees up the space for the equipment room. You can see that in phase 3 there on the right side of the rendering. And then phase 4 will be the women's locker room. It includes about 4,000 square feet of space. Again, these are private funds, and they will be put to use to make these changes. Stand for any questions, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the Regents? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll take the rest of these action items, B through L here. As a follow-up to the September board meeting, these were all information items for policy changes, and I explained to the committee and the board that OCHE is in the process of the continual process, but a reinvigorated process of evaluating our policies, modernizing them, updating, consolidating, improving. And so this has led to quite a few changes. A lot of these, or some of these, relate to the legislative session we recently went through. Others are just merely updates. And so I think to most efficiently get us through this, with your indulgence, I'll give a few sentences for each one of these. Please stop and ask questions if you want more detail, and let's, I guess, dive in here. Item B is a request to revise our tuition and fee approval policy. This is a change here in the definition of student-driven fees. And so what we're doing here is clarifying that student-driven fees, actually better developing the definition within the policy to reflect our current practices. And those practices are that student-driven fees, number one characteristic is they come from the student government. They are offered up by the student government. And number two is the revenue generated by those fees must be retained by the student government, managed by the student government, and used for the purposes that that fee was created. It sounds like it's pretty mundane and straightforward. It's just a clarification to make sure we're on the same page. The other one is that these fees can come to the Board of Regents at any time, not just every other year. We encourage in the policy that that would be in May still, that we would give us a chance to have an information item before they come and create some kind of consistency to those requests. That is the totality of item B. I'll move on to C. This is a change to our waiver and discount policy. This relates to a recent change that we've enacted in 2019, and that is to allow waivers for members, enrolled members of the Montana National Guard at the undergraduate level. And for the past 2 years, we've, a year and a half, we've done just that. And this is a second dollar waiver, actually. I felt like this needed a little bit more explanation here, is that Guardsmen come with a couple different avenues for tuition relief. They start with the federal government. There are some state-level scholarships, and then the decision by the board in 2019 was to basically make those ends meet by providing the remainder of their tuition bill a waiver. And so we've done that. There's, I think this fall, 57 students taking advantage of this. This is a change to allow those students to also receive a waiver for graduate education. It should be noted that the 2021 Montana legislature passed a bill encouraging the MUS to do this, and so this is the follow-up to that. We, during the session, measured a fiscal impact between 1 and 4 students taking advantage of this per year. 1, 2, 4. Item D, this is coupled with item E, and really what this is an increase to spending authority thresholds for construction and renovation projects on campus. So currently, it's anything that is between 0 and 75,000 can be approved by the president or chancellor. Between 75,000 and 350, they must come to the commissioner's office, and then after that, the Board of Regents approves those. And you will note on the consent agenda right now, we have a plethora of those projects. Some of those are in between that $350,000 and $500,000 range. This is really to modernize this policy, increase the ceiling on this to reflect current reality. It changes it to $100,000 for the president, $500,000 up to $500,000 for the commissioner, and then over that the Board of Regents. And so these two policies then will be consolidated. One of them removed. I don't know the philosophy behind this in the past, but they were bifurcated. We're going to consolidate them and update those numbers.
Regent Rogers.
Thank you so much. Can you remind me, there's so many items in here, I can't remember if this one sort of comes with a report at the end, so I think that it makes sense to move it from 75 to 100 given the inflation and rising costs. Do we get a summary at any point at a board level of all the things that get approved under that threshold at any point? Or is that something that the board would be interested in just for public transparency?
Madam Chair, Regent Rogers, I don't believe we produce a report on this. We certainly keep track of the projects that we approve through the Commissioner's office and those through the Regents, through our agendas. We can compile that and certainly have it at for board purview at any time.
Other questions?
Okay, item F, rental and royalties. This is similar to the last couple that I talked about, is coupled with item G, which is timber sales. And what we're doing here is consolidating the policies that we have on trust land income. You'll remember every other spring meeting in May, we would approve the allocation of timberland income, and whether the campuses would, or whether the board would elect to return those proceeds to the corpus or allocate them to the applicable campuses. That was a separate policy. We also had a policy that generally described trust land income, but it was labeled rental and royalties. It's kind of the 1977 nomenclature. So what we're doing in the body of this policy is updating the definition of trust land income to better encompass the totality of the revenue sources that we receive, and then combine it with the timberland policy to consolidate policies and kind of keep them all in one spot. H, the Montana Family Education Savings Program. This is a function that the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education carries out. We have a very lengthy policy on the 529 College Savings Plan, as it would be better known. Achieve Montana is its name that we use to market it. This is previously a 20-page policy created in, I believe, the early 2000s that had a lot of operational direction in it. And what we're doing here is squeezing it down to just the policy. We did a similar thing with resident student financial aid, where I just think we had a practice in the past of putting a lot of operational measures embedded within the policy, making the policy harder to digest and follow. And so this focuses it, and key is it also updates it. The federal government has recently updated the criteria of 529 plans. One of the things it does is now allow for students funding for K-12, so families can save for the use of it as students move through high school. Our legislature just passed a bill allowing for this. We're following along and updating our policy and consolidating it down to now 3 pages. Okay, I is an update to our vehicle policy and procedures. This is a follow-on to a change to the policy, I don't know, in about 2010 that focused on reducing the use of 15-passenger vans in the Montana University system. This just sort of caps off that policy by making it crystal clear that 15-passenger vans and any bus larger than that, than 15-passenger, is not allowed to be in the fleet of a campus for insurance policies, safety policies, and procedures. And so we're just clearly stating that within this policy. Almost there. J, an update to our naming of buildings. This is, I think it's really just a clarification changes that are made here. We had some confusion on the boundary between internal and external space, what needed to be named and what didn't. Helen Thigpen did a lot of the work here. I should say a lot of the work, all of the work here. And is certainly ready to answer some questions. I have a note here on some other things that we might have changed. We also clarified that the campus where the name is being adopted is responsible for hosting the public meetings that occur 14 days in advance of any decision, rather than OCHI. It said that OCHI would host those, and this is that functionally never happened. And so that's about it there.
Any questions?
Finally, almost finally, K is a request to, this is an authorization of building projects. This had the $350,000 benchmark that it would kick over to the regions for approval of construction projects. This merely mirrors it with the other two to kick it up to $500,000. And then L is a transfer of interest in real property when campuses lease space of university-owned space. This policy capped the amount of leasable years to 20. This allows for an exception to that 20 if the campus makes a case where the exception is a benefit to the Montana University system.
Questions, Regent Rogers?
Just out of curiosity, what's a good example of this?
Madam Chair, Regent Rogers, we have a good example of this with Montana State University recently leased some land to the fire department, the city. And so there was a lot of reason why you would want all that operations to occur longer than 20 years. In fact, they came and we gave them an exception. You gave them an exception. This just gets our policy in line with the direction we were headed in terms of practices.
Thank you. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. I just wanted to thank you, Tyler. I know this is hard, sometimes thankless work, and it would be very easy to kick this down the road to other people, and it's, I really appreciate all the work that you and everyone who was associated with it did. And I just also recognizing these aren't massive changes, it's just cleaning up policy and language and making sure that our policy reflects what we actually are doing.
Thank you.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Yeah, I echo the same comment. I know some of this is kind of a matter of practice of cleaning up our policies, and certainly you guys have done a great job. I mean, there's so many different action items here. We didn't see too many members of the board discussing it because I think they're so logical, and they were just discussed in the committee meeting. I would just note the one item or one topic in here that has had the most board conversation is Regents Policy 1004.1, the naming of building projects. And certainly I support the slight adjustments that we made. I appreciate you guys making some adjustments between the September meeting and now, but just wanted to note that one is an item that this board has talked a lot about, and I'm very comfortable with the adjustments in the language.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Any other comments before we pull the consent agenda staff item E forward, please? And Regent Nystuen, I'll turn it to you since you asked for that action.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. When you look at item E, personally, I'm a little disheartened to see the word "done" printed 14 times in the right column. While this list is what's the list that the regions have under their purview today, my comments reach beyond the commissioner's to the commissioner's office and the campuses at all levels. I've been so amazed this last year how you all powered us through COVID for the last 20 months, and there's still more months to come. But from my perspective, if I could, I'd put the number 3% in that column on the far right. 2% to acknowledge a base pay increase, and 1% for consideration for what you've done for us the last 20 months. Now, I realize that is a budget impact, and I realize there's a ripple effect, a big ripple effect, back to the campuses and more. But that's something that the private sector has to deal with all the time as well. How do we go about keeping our best and brightest working for us, engaged, feeling valued, and feel like that we're not being taken advantage of? I understand that sometimes we need to step outside the box and do retention bonuses, but I think that's reactionary. And I think that's a function of us not having pay levels and pay grades fairly close to what market values are for the talent that we have seated around this table and in the room and back on our campuses and in Helena. I realize that there's, this is work to be done, but I think that there should be a look into the future as to how do we lessen the wage gaps that I think that we're going to only get bigger as we move forward here. How do we engage in some of the best and brightest to help make sure that we're paying, if we had a peer group of, let's say, 10 university campuses around the region here, are our employees generally at 70% of that, 80%? Maybe some are beyond that, I don't know. But I think we need to invest in our human capital. And I think this notion of 0% increases doesn't square well with me. But I'm just one of 7 voices around this table. But I think we can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Nystuen, there have been a couple things that you've been very consistent on in your board service, and that is our work around enterprise risk, and you consistently underscoring that our human capital is the most important thing in the university system. And I very much appreciate certainly your comments. I think they're spot on. I do believe that the none on that column aligns with the other sort of standards or increases across the rest of the university system outside of the individuals that we have here. But and maybe the commissioner going to speak more to that. But I'm with you. I think your comment about these individuals powering us through COVID is absolutely spot on. And I know probably in their communities on campuses, these individuals get a lot of kudos, and they should. And we as a board should continue to give them kudos. We really respect and value all of their contributions. So I'll turn to the commissioner in terms of why there is the none there, but I also want to take a moment to call out the outlier too here, and I'm sure Brock does not like to be in the limelight, but this individual with this very rare compensation increase for this board has just done an incredible job throughout the pandemic, throughout his service at OCHI, and I was very pleased to see this increase for Brock and our ability to retain just an incredible asset to OCHI into the state of Montana. And I know in the past we've done similar things. I just wanted to note Brock's service and how much we truly value Brock. So I don't know, Mr. Commissioner, if you have any comments on the none in that column.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't know if I have a lot to add. I would say, Regent Nystuen, your thoughts are very much appreciated. Certainly, we live in a market society where money matters, but hearing your words will be meaningful to people around the campus communities as well. I think that what you see in front of you for the individuals that are still under your purview directly and not delegated to me is consistent with what we've bargained across the system. And that's a product of what came out of the legislative session. And I did run into Representative Dooling this weekend, who carried the pay plan. And there is a pay increase next year, so this will look a little different a year from now. But this is what was bargained for all state workers. And it is a challenging time, and I think that it will remain incredibly challenging as we see inflation start to pick up if we don't find the ability to keep pace, and in many cases try and make up lost ground, which I think you spoke very well to. I appreciate your comments. I won't restate what you said because I think you did a very great job of it, but it is a challenge. We are falling behind. We have lived behind in Montana, and while I appreciate some attributes of the Big Sky tax that people like to talk about, our ability to recruit and retain high-quality individuals in every walk of life, from the administration to staff personnel to research faculty, faculty teaching our students, that remains an incredible challenge. And what's happening with the cost of living in Montana is adding to that. So I very much appreciate your thoughts. Know that that's close to our thoughts, and we continue to work on that, and we'll continue to advocate for that front, both in the legislature and with this board as we move forward. We often have tried to do what we can do, but we keeping with the guidance we got from the session, we bargained a none across the board. And so, you know, your comments resonate to the 8,900 people that you have under your watch, and we appreciate your concerns around that front.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Chair Lozar. You know, I worry, I shouldn't probably use the word worry. I'm concerned about the backbone of our campuses and our ability to continue to provide quality learning environment if the sidewalks aren't plowed, if there's a reduction in hours at the food service areas, that things don't go repaired, that we just don't have that ability to do it. I think we as regents should be considering, what are we going to do to drive additional enrollment? And what are we going to do about tuition? I know, Commissioner Christian, you've got some ideas as to where you think we might be doing here. But while tuition increases captures all the headlines, I think it's inevitable that we have to do that to preserve the integrity and the quality of this system by looking at what are we going to do to keep our people fully engaged and supported financially, fiscally, as we move forward here. You know, there are ways that if we as a collective body put our heads together, we can solve how to buffer the tuition increases. I think about our foundations, what an incredible job they do in raising big, high dollar amounts for new buildings, new programs, all those kinds of things. But I also think about some of the foundational work with regards to scholarships. I was so impressed. Flathead Valley Community College this year, during COVID, still raised $300,000 in student scholarships, just for student scholarships, okay? That'll go a long ways towards buffering a few dollars an hour, extra credits for tuition increases as we move forward here. That same thing can be done with Bill Kennedy in Billings, and Chris Murray in Bozeman, and Cindy here in Missoula, and others. I think we need to step up and accept a challenge here, that we're going to preserve the integrity of our institutions by continuing to invest in our human capital, our facilities, and more. And we need to look at both sides of the equation, eliminating programs that are probably not carrying their weight fiscally, financially, and so forth, as well as what else do we need to say? You know, businesses around the country right now are saying, we need to close some branches. Customers aren't coming. We don't have the staff to do that anymore. I think we need to look at what are we doing with academic programs, services, and beyond, and say, we're going to have to eliminate some of these things that would be low-hanging fruit from the standpoint of programs and so forth. Okay? So I think this is a broader conversation that the board needs to be having with the commissioner, with the campus leaders, to try to figure out how we're going to pull this together here. So this is more than just the word 14 times printed, the word none printed 14 times in the right column. It's really to talk boldly about where are we going for the next year, 2, and 5. Because the decisions we're making today are going to have long-range impacts on where this university system goes in the future. Try not to be preachy about it, but I'm pretty passionate about where we go with these campuses and our system. Thanks.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. Any further comments? For other members of the board, I think the Budget Committee's conversation around this, although maybe not quite as passionate, Regent Nystuen was certainly on point in terms of the future and the dilemma and what then are the options in order to look at this into the future. So thank you for that. And I would say the Budget Committee would take your charge seriously as a place to start. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we ready to move to information?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll proceed. Item A under information is, well, more policy. This time, we won't have quite as much to go through in January or March, whenever we get this back to you for action, but here we go. The first one is an updating to our policy on the community college budgeting requirements and process that we require from the community colleges. In this last session, state law was changed slightly, clarifying some dates, some expectations related to budget amendments and enrollment projections, and so we took the opportunity to update this policy. I think it was from 1999. Uh, 702.2, now we're getting out of the 900s, so you see we're really digging in here. We just want to repeal this one. This is just in the name of modernizing outdated language. Item A on here is found in another policy, and item B just operationally was ambiguous and confusing, so we really recommend getting rid of this policy. 901.9, I recommend we take a little more time on here. In fact, if Helen Thigpen would help me out here and kind of walk us through what we have is, I guess, twofold here. The fact that we are updating our policies, this came up. We also, the board does approve operating agreements between the campus and the foundation every 2 years. So it seemed like an advantageous time to look at the requirements for those operating agreements. And Helen did, well, about 99% of the heavy lifting here. I'm just going to 1% on this scrolling.
So,
Well, I said blue instead of red.
If I may, a few introductory comments about this. The conversation, the board has had a conversation, albeit initial, around the role of the foundation and really the alignment between the campuses and the foundations. As a board, we are responsible for ensuring that that alignment and that those interests remain aligned. And the operating agreements are coming to end, sunset, early in '22. So we thought, and that occurs every 2 years, is that correct, Helen? And so really felt it was an opportunity for us to perhaps dialogue more and think through, is there a way to, again, create a tighter and yet even more effective relationship between the foundations and the campuses, with some language changes as well as some dialogue. So, Helen, I would turn it to you if you have some additions to add.
yes,
Certainly.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Really appreciate the opportunity to kind of walk through this policy. I will say, just sort of at the outset, that some of the changes that you see, especially the changes at the beginning, are pretty non-substantive. They're just sort of designed to clean up some language, maybe add some clarifications here and there. So I would encourage those of you that are really interested in any of these changes to read through it, because I think some of the questions will be answered, and that some of it is really more non-substantive. The piece that we focused on, as Regent Dombrowski alluded to, is really related to the operating agreements between the campuses and their affiliated foundations. And those are essentially, written agreements that come to the board every 2 years for review and approval. And this review is really part of your obligation, your fiduciary duty as regents, to ensure that the campuses and the foundations are sort of aligned and carrying out their obligations. So, Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, the operating agreement changes are pretty straightforward. They're listed under subsection C there, and really kind of goes through and adds some clarification around what would need to be included in those agreements. So just to run through them real quickly, it would require the foundation and the campus CEO to have an opportunity to discuss campus needs and priorities and other matters on a more regular basis. We have quarterly basis in there at this time, and that was specific. The foundation, it also clarifies that foundation fundraising will be consistent with the stated goals and priorities of the campus, and that the foundation will not solicit or accept gifts that are inconsistent with those goals. Would include a provision that upon dissolution of the affiliated foundation, all assets will be transferred to the campus or the entity chosen by the campus, and would also clarify that the foundation will receive input from the campus CEO prior to the appointment of new members to the board of the foundations. And then again, it says, and just clarifies, which is already the case, that the foundation will follow all other requirements stated or implied by the policy, as well as federal and state laws applicable to 501c3 organizations. And I think that's a good point to sort of take a pause here and remind the board that the foundations that are affiliated with the campuses are private or independent 501c3 foundations. And so there really is there's a governing role for the board, but also need to be very cognizant of the fact that they are legally independent organizations that support the institutions that they are affiliated with. And then in subsection D, Board of Regents authority, the intent there was just to really add some clarification around the authority of the board and fleshing that out a little bit more. And I think that's all fairly straightforward, but happy to answer any questions that this group may have. Again, it's an informational item at this point, so you will have an opportunity to come back and talk about this at your meeting in January. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Helen. Are there questions around this item at this point? Excellent work. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Madam Chair, we have one more under item, this is labeled campus entertainment. Really, the title should be campus hospitality, and when I bring it back, I think I'll change that word entertainment. This is an update to an outdated policy, and it clarifies, makes some very small changes just to clarify some items that we're missing. And so we're increasing an amount before you have to fill out a form, and we're also clarifying that students can be treated like anybody else during hospitality. So that leads us to item B, online fee discussion, and I'm going to have Director Joe Teal come up and walk us through a presentation. I'd just say a couple things here. The reason this is on our plate here as an information item, and remember back to September, we created a work plan for the Budget and Audit Committee, and one of the items that kind of came out of the May board meeting and approval of tuition and fees is for OCHI to take a harder look at fees and find areas where we can improve not only our policy, but the allocation of those fees and the need for them, and just kind of continually do some continuous quality improvement on the assessment of fees. And so it led to this item, and I'm just going to crack it open and let Joe go from here.
Thank you, Tyler. Madam Chair, members of the committee, excited to bring this item forward today. This has been developed with the help of a few different groups, including a small committee that Regent Sexton has kindly served on. And as Tyler mentioned, it's coming from a charge that you gave us to take a deeper look at some of our other fee categories. And online fees right now are particularly relevant, and I think a good place to start. And this slide characterizes some of the reasons. One is, right now they vary pretty widely across our campuses. They can be a very substantial part of the tuition and the cost to students taking a number of online courses. And also, the way in which the revenues for online fees have been used has changed over time. Early on, the tools that online fees supported, learning management systems, instructional designers, other tools, were really focused purely on the online student crowd. But we've seen, particularly during the pandemic, but also before, each of those tools become whole campus resources, resources that are benefiting and really vital to the entire student body. So we see kind of an issue of equity, that these revenues are sourced from students in the online-only space, but they go to support students who are face-to-face as well, and really the entire student body. And so what we're bringing to you today on the online fee front is really this set of principles that we're going to use as we conduct an analysis, working with campus partners, working with our online learning group across the state, to take a look at our online fees, how they're assessed, the policy behind them, and see if we can make a change that fits with some of the direction you've given us as a board. And those principles really are try to be more transparent. So right now, online fees sit in a non-mandatory fee category. They're applied at the course level, which means often they don't appear in the disclosures that our campuses provide in terms of cost of attendance. They don't often appear in terms of some of the financial aid calculations. And so the goal is, where we can, let's try and move at least a portion of those fees into the mandatory fee category or into tuition itself. Second, be equitable. Those transitions also help us to say, rather than having a high fee that applies only to online-only students, let's have a lower fee, but with a broader base across the student body. Try and be more consistent, see if we can have perhaps not a completely similar, but a more similar online fee across the system. And then last, and I think this part is particularly important, do no harm. The revenues gathered by these fees support really vital campus services. And so we want to ensure that our campus level budgeting processes, as well as the revenue that's generated through these fees, allow us to maintain the instructional design teams, the learning management systems, the other technology tools that are becoming such an important part of our campus environment and how we teach. The plan here, and alongside this policy, I should mention there's a draft set of revisions to the Regent's online tuition and fee policy. That policy, right now the revisions really are looking at trying to simplify and clarify some of the language in the policy, align it with other parts of board policy. Our intent is in the spring to bring both a final draft of that policy back to the board, but more importantly also some suggestions to how we should change campus fees in this online fee space at the next time the board votes on tuition and fees. The second piece that this conversation really brought up was around the learning management system. So a learning management system is a tool that helps to organize and coordinate all forms of learning in terms of video capture, sharing slides, discussions, and as I've mentioned, they've become a really indispensable tool for our faculty and our students to manage learning on campuses. We think now is a really important time to talk about the LMS because we have a variety of them across the system, and two of our main contracts are going to come up in 2024 and 2025. We think that this is potentially an opportunity to try and centralize and have a single contract for this really central IT tool for our campuses. And that could have a number of benefits. Benefit number one, we think that it could have big cost savings both in terms of a system-wide license fee, but also being able to collectively, systematically procure dozens of other contracts that bolt on and work with these learning management systems that we can't do as effectively as the system currently because of the different systems that campuses have. And finally, on the cost savings front, we think that long-term, the IT professionals, the instructional designers that help to use these systems, it's going to facilitate them sharing expertise, sharing professional development, making them less costly to support, to train faculty on over time. But the second, I think, possibly more important benefit of moving in this direction would be for students. Right now, we have an increasing number of early college students who experience one LMS. When they come to our system, they might experience another. And particularly as we continue exploring cross-registration, course sharing, shared programs, academic collaborations, different LMSs create an entirely new friction for students that would really complicate that project. And so if we want to grow in that direction long term, we think this is a step that we need to take. I kind of want to pause because this is a really big step. The learning management system on all of our campuses is the thing that faculty and students interact with the most. This is not going to be a painless or low-cost project. It's going to be something that's going to take a lot of work and a lot of discussion. And that's why we're bringing it to you and to campuses now, so that we can start visiting with all the folks who have a stake in this, which really does include almost every part of campus, from IT to instructional design to, really importantly, faculty who are going to need to have input on how this process unfolds. And so this is just a very rough draft timeline. I think we'll be talking with you all a lot as we start to learn more, as we start to think about how this should unfold. But we want to start now so that we don't miss this kind of unique window to get us aligned to a single tool. With that, I will open up for questions, or Tyler, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Joe. Are there questions, comments from the Regent Sexton?
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. I just want to say that I've really enjoyed working with Director Teal on this. Every time that I've had concerns, which I know I was very vocal in the May meeting about my concerns about the online fees, and you answered every one of them in ways that I would have hopefully come up with myself. So I really, really appreciate that. And I appreciate your presentations. You oftentimes, as I have questions come up, you answer them a few minutes later. So, but specifically to the fees first and then to the LMS, and I do have a lot of questions. So if any of the other regents want to step in, please actually interrupt me. To the online fees, I just want to say that I think it's really crucial that there be equity in the campuses. We had an example today given to us in our breakfast about the HighFlex classes, which I think are a really exciting opportunity. But in those classes, they talk about how students can attend classes on campus and they also can attend them online. Those classes are being charged online fees. So that to me is a perfect example of how much these fees go to service both online and on-campus classes. And it just does not make sense to have these classes subsidized and these learning tools subsidized by, like you mentioned, only one group of students. So I really, from all of the concerns that I had, this policy answers all of them, and I would love to hear if there's anyone that feels any differently about it, but I just really appreciate the work that you put into it. To the learning management system, I want to focus mostly on the impact this is going to have on the faculty who are currently using these systems. We just went through a pandemic where everyone had to quickly learn how to use these things and learn them well. The best time to have done this, of course, I think would have been a couple of years ago, but if we wait another couple of years, the cost of doing this will only increase. So what are the benefits to faculty? How can we incentivize people to want this change? I'm currently working in my day job on a transition on a ridiculously smaller scale, but I'm really excited to do it because I'm seeing the benefits of how it's going to improve my job. So what are some of those benefits that we can focus on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think the first benefit that we should focus on is where we can articulate benefit to students. And I think that that's a lot of the work that we're considering at OG is how, by lessening frictions between our campuses as students make transitions, we can enhance student success. And student success is something that faculty really care about. No question, these transitions are going to create work. I think that our job over the next 6 months to a year is to determine, A, how we evaluate potential LMS vendors to ensure that they're capable of supporting us through an effective transition. B, working with other systems and institutions around the country that have done these transitions to determine what resources we need to bring to bear to support or incentivize faculty. And then C, to work with you all, with the legislature, with the governor, to see where we can locate those resources. It is going to be, I think, a lot of work, a lot of transition for a lot of different teams. Faculty are one of them. IT is certainly perhaps even above faculty on that list. But it's in the spirit of this thought that hopefully we end up with a better tool, a tool that's more interoperable between campuses, and a tool that just in and of itself brings pretty significant cost savings to our system.
On that note about the cost savings, is the $800,000, is that aggregate between the systems or is that per system?
That's aggregate.
Okay. Okay. No, and I mean, I, again, appreciate the sensitivity to how you're approaching this, and obviously this will be something we'll be talking about for quite some time, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Regent Buchanan.
Oh, I just think it's important, thank you, Chair Dombrowski, to point out the effort that Regent Sexton has put in on this, working so closely to it, driving it as a priority to focus on. So thank you so much, Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Other questions or comments for Joe or on this item in particular? Regent Lozar.
Excellent, thank you. So Joe, I'm curious about the timeline. I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit here, but you know, one of the things you mentioned is there are other systems that have gone through this process, and I'm just curious of the type of research that you've done or the relationships you've developed across the country to help sort of guide the reality of taking this incredibly large step for the Montana University system. This is something that we talked about 6 years ago when we were talking about, you know, what is one MUS, and this is this was always one of those things that came up. It was certainly an item that came up in a program audit, I think, with shared services, with the legislature kind of looking towards ways in which we can leverage tools across the system. So I think this is a really good step forward. I'm glad you're pausing us to orient us to the reality that this is a big deal. But I'm really curious about, is this a manageable timeline? And who are the partners that we're developing relationships with now to make sure that we're starting off on the right foot, knowing we're going to be including so many people across the system?
Thank you for that question, Regent Lozar. We certainly have some great partners, I think, through our counterparts in CHEO agencies, State Higher Education Executive Officers. Already we've connected with a couple of states who are at different stages of this process. One of those is the California Community College System, which has somewhere around 130 institutions, 2 million students, and undertook an LMS conversion about 5 years ago, and have had some good conversations with them in terms of gathering some information as to how they structured an exploration committee, how they structured a request for proposal, and some of the key things that they've learned about the frictions that can happen in a transition. Similarly with our neighbor Idaho, they were able to garner some ARPA funds to support a broader online initiative that included an LMS conversion. And on our timeline, they're right now probably at 2024. So they started that initiative last year, and their plan is to do, as we've proposed, about a 2-year conversion process with overlap at some of their campuses with their existing LMS provider to give folks the time that they need to transition. I think the timeline could be ambitious. I think it's feasible. It kind of mirrors what these other systems that have undertaken a project of this scope have done, to have a 2 to 3 year implementation period with overlap so that we can move from one system to another.
Thank you. Commissioner Christian. Oh, Regent Bao, please.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Just one other question. I mean, I think as we look forward with more students taking courses between campuses, we can look at this initiative as part of something necessary for higher retention, as nothing will be more frustrating than inability of students to link.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Other comments, questions? Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, certainly in our objectives, I think Joe covered it, but I really do want to kind of backtrack to the do no harm, because I think that is an incredibly important element of this. And I think to Regent Nystoon's earlier comments, sometimes the right priorities we can kind of just push out, and we expect the campuses to absorb some of that and make all things work out. But this just isn't one of those. We are going to have to find an ability to attract new resources to the conversation, and in some cases, we're going to have the tolerance of this board to, replace fee lost revenue with other revenues. So we're not, it can be a zero-sum game, but it can't be. It's just too big a project to ask the campuses to somehow try to absorb this as part of what they do. And ultimately, I mean, we're trying hard to curb our enthusiasm a bit, because I think you've got a crew at Ochi, Joe's team, that ready to go headlong into this thing, but we just need to make sure that we do provide a timeline that's reasonable and that we stick to that sort of underlying principle of do no harm, or this thing will consume us in a not a good way. So I just think it's important that we start this conversation with sort of the expectations with this board that it will be a multi-year project, and it will in some cases necessitate us finding the resources and replacing other resources so we can get this done. But in the end, I'm very excited that I think it does serve students consistent with the conversations we've been having for the last decade, frankly, around starting with Common Course numbering and the notion that students' credits are portable within the MUS and that students' opportunities can be broad. I think some of the pilot work we did on the MSU side around sort of one MSU where you could take a course at any campus, well, that has legs that are beyond the scope of what we've envisioned in the past with a centralized LMS and some of the things that we're talking about here. But we need the fortitude to plow forward a little bit of restraint to make sure that we don't move too quickly, but ultimately then to find a way that we balance this with campuses. It literally will touch about everyone on campus, and certainly every student on campus, every faculty on campus. But I think it's the right project, and as much as we look at this thing as a huge mountain to climb, the conversations we've had but it's worth climbing. And I think we should. We just all have to kind of be on the same playing field as we move forward into this project. But thank you.
Thank you. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. I just had one final comment. Kind of echoing your comments, Commissioner Christian, I do think that, like I mentioned before, the best time would have been earlier than before the pandemic, but, to wait and do this later, it will only get more costly. And so if this is truly the right path forward, we do have a responsibility to look at it now. But I want to really emphasize, just please continue to communicate and offer opportunities since this will be touching everyone in the system, everyone should have an opportunity to weigh in and explain how it will affect them. Because I obviously have the perspective of a student and the perspective here, but I don't have the perspective of everybody on campus, and none of us do. So we really need to make sure that we are taking the time to listen, and I think that's how we will make this as painless as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Sexton. I think that's a fair charge for us as regents in terms of communication, and then having the right amount of patience and impatience in terms of making this happen. And really, I think the vision is right. I think what we're hearing is right. And then how do you help us as the Board of Regents have the right information so that we can continue to support and at the same time create reasonable expectations? Other comments or questions at this time? Yeah, great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So I have no idea where we are on the agenda.
One more item left.
Have we got to the end yet?
Yeah, almost.
Darn it. One more.
Madam Chair, really, this last item is ultra quick. It's just a follow-up to the work plan that we established, and part of that work plan is a focus at the system level on enterprise risk management. This is just to check back in with the board to let you know that we have convened, or will be convening in December, a system-wide risk and compliance leadership council. This is a connection, an area for campuses to connect and facilitate enterprise risk management strategies, as to understand better what the campus level responses are, as well as address some state level requirements. We'll be checking back in with you, and I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about shared services here, because that's what this is all about. If we can identify common risks, which I'm pretty positive we can solve those together as a system. And I think that's an approach and a focus this group will have, is to find those system level commonalities that we can tackle together rather than independently.
Well stated. Thank you. I might just maybe make the suggestion we call it the Regent Nystuen risk, and because that has been a priority for him, with all due respect, and a good priority. So Yes, Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. I am excited. When I went in for my orientation to the Commissioner's office over 6 years ago, I said, what's our enterprise risk management? What's that look like? And I didn't get a lot of, oh, let me pull that out, it's right here, type thing. I understand that's fine, but, you know, I think I'm so excited to see the campuses involved in that, but I think we as the board should also be looking at this from a board level. Recently, the AGB sent out an article with regards to enterprise risk for boards. And it talks about such things as what level of risk appetite do we have for cybersecurity and technology, very daunting. Governance, which is basically how we operate as the board of a enterprise that has a budget of what, $1.7 billion with 40,000 students, 9,000 employees. What could go wrong, you know? Take a look at what our business model risks are in an ever-changing world. As we look beyond just the state of Montana, we're competing globally these days. What's our business model risk? The strategic risks. How do we look at examples of the one MUS system and that? Certainly, we've talked about human capital risks with employees, but that goes beyond that to not just employees, it's really student risk as well. And then finally, reputational risk. Our reputations are so fragile. One silly incident, one false claim, whatever, that puts our institutions in an awkward and a defensive situation that's most troubling. And I think the best way to combat that is the work that's done ahead of that, and to really understand what keeps us up at night. What do we roll over at 2 in the morning thinking about from a risk profile? And it's great, again, the campuses are doing it, but I think future retreats, the board ought to be having a pretty good discussion, possibly a facilitated discussion on what levels of risk we're willing to accept in these areas and more. So with that, Clay, thank you for your work that's been done on this, you and your team. But I think we got half the equations in motion. We got to get the other half, which is the board in concert with the Commissioner's office. And clearly working together between the campus community and the board and the Commissioner. It's a three-pronged approach that needs to occur. So again, thank you for your work on this. I'm heartened by that. Thanks.
Any other comments from board members? With that, I think we have concluded the Budget Committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. We're a few minutes ahead of schedule, but before I turn it over to Regent Buchanan, we just went through quite a few really rather complex policy changes and discussions, and I think maybe in years past this would have been a 3-hour, 4-hour conversation among the board, and I appreciate your leadership, Chair Dombrowski of the Budget Committee, and all of the pre-work that goes into being ready for, you know, the meeting of the whole for the Budget Committee, and certainly Tyler for all of his work getting us to this point. You know, our committee meetings before this are so much more robust than they were before, and it really makes the conversations more efficient when we're all together. So thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Well, with that, I'll turn it over to Regent Buchanan, our chair of our Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, to dive right in.
Chair Lozar, thanks. Member of the board, thank you for all the work and prep for this meeting. We're going to bounce around a little bit with the limited time we've got, but start with the consent agenda. Looks like Brock and his team was jealous of all the policy updates and revisions going on in budget and felt like we better get after it in this committee. Brock, help us navigate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Certainly with the consent agenda, I'd be happy if we did want to discuss them in greater detail or move them off the consent agenda. These are changes to our policy that reflect the removal of the term regional from our accrediting agencies across the country. And so I guess the short story is we've replaced that term regional with the 7 accrediting agencies that exist across the country. And so these are not substantial changes in terms of the way we approach transfer, for example. It is simply an update to reflect changes in the national discussion around accrediting agencies and how they're labeled.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Any questions or thoughts? Seeing none, I guess we'll move forward.
And Chair Buchanan, we had a brief exchange here a moment ago. If it's all right with you, what I'd like to do is take our time now to begin the information section of the ARSA committee agenda rather than moving into the action items. Is that acceptable?
It's more than acceptable, and want to thank you. I think it's really critical to point out that, the meeting we had this morning with faculty members, recognizing that not only have we taken on this extraordinary amount of work in reaction to the pandemic, we didn't stop strategic momentum in so many areas, not only at the campus level and at the system level. And in that meeting this morning, just the attitude reflected by faculty was so commendable. I mean, we could feel so trodden upon with all of this, but not one bit. We're going to recognize what strategies are working and simultaneously keep the long game in vision. So I think that's very appropriate. Thanks, Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
You got it, of course. And Mr. Chair, members of the committee, as you hear about these information items, and in particular the strategic priority items, I'll remind the committee, the board, the room again that we established 4 priorities for action this year for the ARSA committee, one being access for all Montanans. That's our resident student access priorities. Another being our focus on retention and completion. Third being workforce and economic development. And then fourth being equity and opportunity and achievement. And as you hear about our progress on the AMA side of things, if you hear about Montana 10 or our research and economic development presentation, I think you'll see how all of these fit into those strategic priorities. I want to start, though, if I may, with our academic priorities and planning statements. And at the end of the September board meeting, Chair Lozar, I think you asked us to kick off the November meeting by discussing these priorities and planning statements in a bit more detail. And I'll take just a couple of minutes to do that now. And I hope that as we move forward with these statements in coming years, we're able to have more campus voices, more detail, kind of more richness around this subject than we have for you today. But the priorities and planning statements come out of the November 2019 changes to the academic proposal planning and review process that you all voted on in Bozeman. And as part of the changes in that process, we moved the points of board engagement with respect to when you take action. We noted that the board was looking for some more context and information about how new proposals fit in with a campus's academic mission and strategic direction. And we thought it would be helpful to build out that context for you with these priorities and planning statements. There are about 40 pages attached to this item. I'm not going to roll through all 40 pages. Instead, what I'll do is pass along some of the great work that Director Teal and the rest of our team did in synthesizing some key findings from those statements. And as a board, what I'd ask you to think about as you review these statements: one, how can they be useful in helping you identify areas of potential overlap in programming? So new academic proposals that may address topics or engage in subject matter that is already being provided somewhere in the Montana University system. I think the documents can help highlight that. Another, how do individual proposals match up with the role and scope, the mission, the academic direction that you see for each one of our campuses? In other words, does the proposal in question fit with how you see that institution's contribution to the Montana University system? And then I think the third thing, not to be downplayed at all, I hope this helps the board understand how rigorous the internal processes are on each of our campuses for each of these proposals as they weave their way through a department, a college, a curriculum committee and faculty senate, ultimately through the administrative leadership on each campus. There are really high bars set by each of our campuses before you ever see any of these proposals. And Regent Nystuen, your earlier comments about making sure we're efficient with our academic programming and thinking hard about what we need to offer and what we may not need to offer anymore. I won't say I'm proud of it, but I'll continue to mention that in the last 4 years, I think since I've been working in this role, we're still in a position where we've seen more programs put into moratorium than we've seen added to our academic offerings. And I never think we should get into a kind of one in, one out scenario, but I just say that because the campuses have thought very carefully about their academic portfolios. So, Chair Buchanan, a few themes that we've noted thus far and that I draw your attention to in this current set of priorities and planning statements. One is that we have a number of campuses that have really stepped up their efforts to meet our educator needs across the state of Montana. And that could be through innovative partnerships like the one between the University of Montana Western and Blackfeet Community College. There are other examples of online programming that allows more teachers to access the training that they need without being dislocated from their current position or location. This is obviously a crucial workforce challenge. It's a crucial societal challenge for the state. I think our campuses continue to step up in that area. Another theme you might notice is that we have more and more of our campuses, in particular our two-year campuses, focusing on short-term, generally stackable credentials. So these are credentials that are compressed and are completed in a time period shorter than that typical two-year associate's degree. A lot of them are offered online, flexible delivery mechanisms, and they are tailored to respond to workforce needs. You'll see some cybersecurity, cloud computing credentials being developed. And like I said, they're stackable. And I think most of you in the room probably understand what that means. But generally, as a system, we want to get further and further down the road so that as students take credits, even if they stop out and enter the workforce after a short-term credential, they can always jump back in and relatively seamlessly apply those credits towards a larger certificate or an associate's degree or ultimately a bachelor's degree. So that stackability is another theme that you'll notice. And the last one I'll highlight is really around an emerging workforce development strategy. I'll spotlight one of our community colleges, Miles Community College, and also Great Falls College, City College, and Gallatin College here. Miles Community College took a really innovative approach to meeting the meat processing needs of the state, and over the last year or so has developed a hub and spoke model, where the didactic instruction, the kind of traditional content, is delivered online through MCC. Students in the program have the ability to gain work-based learning, their hands-on training in their local communities with meat processors that are nearby. So you don't have students moving halfway across the state in order to take this program. Instead, they get the credits through Miles Community College and work in their communities. Similarly, Great Falls College, City College, and Gallatin College have been really successful in really resuscitating a respiratory therapy program. And you can think of no greater need than the state's had than respiratory therapy over the last year and a half or so. And Great Falls College really took the lead here, worked with their MSU partners, and allowed students in each of those communities to get the training that they needed without having to leave their home communities. So there are great examples of this kind of hub and spoke model in play as well. So moving forward, Chair Buchanan, I'd invite your thoughts or thoughts from the committee. We want to understand how we can make these documents even more useful to you all as a committee and to the board more generally. And whether that's workshopping each campus's document ahead of a board meeting or finding a different way to present the documents to you, I know that our campus leaders are really excited to see how the documents can be a sort of form of board information and education. I'll stop there and see if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Any thoughts or comments? This process, again, only being here within a year and sitting at the table, it's been interesting to be reminded that we've got, multiple segments of universities and colleges within our system. Some that are flagships, some that are regional, and I think it's been a very healthy discussion about where we're doing no harm in the sense of duplication, or if you think about flagships, there's been some discussion that's been shared with me about not as critical of a component there, not overlapping if we're trying to create comprehensive campuses. So I've been very grateful for the candor and the robustness of this discussion. And Deputy Commissioner Tessman, you and your staff are to be commended. You're consolidating this broad slate of thoughts pretty well and summarizing extremely succinctly. See no other comments? Great. Yes, Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Yeah, to that point, I've been interested lately. There's been a lot of conversation about, especially particularly in this committee meeting, we had a conversation about duplication and where is it healthy to have duplication. And I definitely wasn't here when the priorities were set in place that were, basically asking that there not be excessive duplication. But I would like to see it at times, and I probably will be exploring that myself, of where we can see healthy duplication, specifically at the, two-year college level. Because when I first joined this committee, it appeared to me that, we just don't do duplication. So just for my own personal edification and so I can do my job better, would really like to, I would appreciate additional conversations about where we think that could be a healthy thing, especially as we look at the idea of cutting costs in areas, to Regent Nystuen point, just so that we all know we don't necessarily have to be on the same page, but so we understand how we feel about that and we're communicating it appropriately and it's clarified to the campuses. So, thank you.
Thank you, great comments. Yes, please, Regent Rogers.
Thank you so much for the summary document. I think that is really helpful so that we can go through, read the details in the longer report, but have these broad themes and overviews. I've found it helpful between the two-year committee as well with some of the presentations we're doing there and having this laid out, so I appreciate that. The one thing I'll call it is the final piece, the implementing of the 3-year program follow-up. I'm really excited about that and looking forward to seeing what that looks like next fall, and appreciate your continued vigilance on that.
Mr. Chair and Regent Rogers and Regent Sexton, appreciate both sets of comments. Starting with the last set of comments, we do have, again, with the shift to this new approval process, an upcoming set of kind of initial program reviews, and we looked at 3 years post-launch. I do think we need to tap into the realities of the pandemic just a bit there in terms of thinking about really our timeline in reviews. But as we trust campuses and really dig in with campuses on the planning and proposal side, we've been really clear. We want estimations on enrollment, financial estimates that are honest and conservative, so that as we look at 3 and 5 years out, we can make a true judgment about whether those programs have successfully launched or not. And I know the campuses are up for that. And I'm not sure if excited is the term, but I think they're anticipating the onset of that review process. And as we get ready to break, Regent Sexton, your comments about duplication, I believe the board's charge is to avoid needless duplication, right? And that term needless is really an important one. If we want to buckle down further and make sure we continue this pattern of being as efficient as possible and not providing sort of more programming or clunkier programming than the system needs, we need to also keep in mind that resident student access is our top priority. And in many cases, adding a new program in one of our campuses, especially if it's in a sort of underserved part of the state, it's not about that new programming taking students away from another campus or being needlessly expensive. It's about that new program actually attracting students to college and getting them through to a degree when they would pursue no degree program otherwise. So it's part of that resident student access initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. If it would please Chair Lozar, I suspect we could wrap up here a little early and get to our lunch with the students, so I'll temporarily adjourn the ARSA committee for the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Buchanan. Yes, let's take a break for lunch, but I would just make mention that we are going to start promptly at 12:30. I do believe we'll be having some guests join us, so please be back and be ready to reconvene at 12:30. All right, welcome back to Welcome back to the meeting, and thank you all for getting back in time. We've got a couple really important items to cover before I hand it back to Chair Buchanan. Just wanted to thank Jake and Mass for a great lunch. I think there were over 50 student leaders that joined the Board of Regents, and great table discussions. And that's certainly something that we've been looking forward to as we sort of blend from the virtual conversations with students to in-person. So it was just a pleasure to be with each of the students. With that, I'll hand it over to Chair Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Lozar. Members of the board, will call the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee back to order. And to echo your comments, it's such a pleasure to visit with the incredible students of our system. Thanks for your contributions and commitments to lead your student bodies. Exciting couple of items up here. Mr. Cook, you willing to come up and introduce action item A?
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Good afternoon, Chair Lozar, Commissioner Christian, and members of the board. Excited to be in front of you today. As you know, and as you mentioned this morning, Chair Lozar, Montana Tech announced the largest gift in the history of the university in October. And through the generosity and vision of Dave and Sherry Lazar, we received a transformational gift of $7 million to our nursing program. You may also recall at the September Board of Regents meeting when you were in Butte with us that we have 3 goals at Montana Tech: student success, programs of distinction, and a healthy and vibrant campus ecosystem. In direct and deliberate and distinct ways, this gift will allow us to do all 3 faster and better. We're really excited about this gift, obviously. The Lazars have been associated with the university for approximately 10 years and were introduced to Montana Tech by one of our alumni, Tom Bandy. Through their support with the Natural Resources Research Center and numerous other initiatives, including an endowed professorship in the School of Mines and Engineering and our state-of-the-art nursing simulation center that's currently under construction. When completed, the center will bear their name, the Lazar Family Nursing Simulation Center. Sherry and Dave split their time between Whitefish, Montana and Houston, Texas, where they are involved in both of those communities. And Sherry has a passion for helping people. As a caring educator at heart, she understands the challenges and the needs to improve critical access to care in Montana. Her first teaching job at a disadvantaged school in Texas contributed to her desire to actually want to help others who are less fortunate. Dave is the former CEO of Halliburton and current CEO of Centerpoint Energy. In between those, he served as the CEO for Blue Cross Blue Shield, and during that time, he saw the need to improve rural health care in Montana. Their passion for Montana Tech and healthcare led them to advancing the Nursing Simulation Center and ultimately to this gift. Their goal is to provide students with state-of-the-art tools and instruction to be the best that they can be and provide high-quality health care. Today, I come before you with a request for the authorization to name the Montana Technological University Nursing Department the Sherry Lazar School of Nursing.
Thank you, Chancellor Cook. What an exciting opportunity for your campus and for our state. We're going to break our usual agenda a little bit and move these to take action today. But before we move it to Chair Lozar to manage that process, any discussion or questions among our board? Pretty exciting project. With that, Chair Lozar will pass this item A for action to you.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan, and thank you, Chancellor Cook, for the introduction of that item. We are moving away from the committee back to the committee of the whole to take action on this particular item, and I will entertain a motion to approve the request to name the Montana Tech Nursing Department the Sherry Lazar School of Nursing.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion or corrections for members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Well, motion passes. Congratulations, Chancellor Cook and Montana Tech.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
And our sincere gratitude go to Dave and Sherry. And I will hand it back to Regent Buchanan.
Appreciate it, Chair Lozar. Madam President Cruzado, I suspect you'll be helping us entertain
Yes.
this motion.
So congratulations, Chancellor Cook, and good afternoon, Commissioner Christian and members of the board. It is my distinct pleasure to come in front of you to request a very special approval from the Board of Regents. I think that all of us had an opportunity to read about the incredible generosity of Mark and Robin Jones from Dallas and Whitefish, Montana. When last August they finalized an agreement with Montana State University for a philanthropic investment of $101 million for the benefit not only of MSU College of Nursing, but really their intention is to benefit every Montanan in this state. When I first met Mark and Robin, it was absolutely clear that they wanted to explore options to make a transformational impact in this state. We talked about the history of land-grant universities addressing the most urgent needs of the nation. Back when we were first formed, agriculture and engineering were at the forefront of our minds. Today, of course, healthcare, and particularly access to healthcare, it's an important problem to solve for all of us in Montana. So in our conversations, what we decided was that by partnering with the distributed model that we have with our College of Nursing, they would be able to fulfill their ideal. They will be able to have a statewide impact. I remind the region, since our inception, the College of Nursing has recognized that in order to make sure that we fulfill the land-grant mission, that we deliver those educational and service programs in 5 different locations throughout the state, in Bozeman, Billings, Great Falls, Kalispell, and Missoula. So with their very generous investment proposal, we will be able to establish a new midwifery program, which is absolutely exciting for all of us. We will be able to set aside a fund for scholarships for our nursing students. We will be able to create professorships to benefit our wonderful faculty who work so hard and who carried that torch, particularly during the pandemic. And we will be able to secure 5 stable, permanent locations for each of these programs. So in addition to that, I just need to say, in Mark and Robin, we have not only found incredible investors who believe in the promise of Montana State University, but also incredible friends. We meet regularly. We organized ourselves in 7 different subcommittees at Montana State University to make sure that we start working on this and that we deliver their outcomes as soon as possible with their concurrence. And these are meetings that we hold every other week. Robin attends every meeting virtually, and they provide us with their guidance and with the vision that they want for us to fulfill. So in recognition of that, the faculty and students of the College of Nursing thought that it would be appropriate for their College of Nursing to bear the name of Mark and Robin Jones. We followed Board of Regents policy. We conducted public forums. This news has been out for over 2 weeks now in order to gather input from the state of Montana. And so, on behalf of the faculty, student, and staff of Montana State University, I would kindly ask the Board of Regents to consider naming the College of Nursing as the Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing.
President Cruzado, thank you, and Mr. and Mrs. Jones, so glad that you could join us today. Thanks for making the time this afternoon and for the incredible commitment you've made. Members of the committee, any discussion as this has been presented? Not seen any. Chair Lozar, we pass for action item B under the action agenda.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. I will entertain a motion to approve this action item, naming the Montana State University College of Nursing the Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing. Moved by Regent Nystuen. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from the campuses? Oh.
Maybe we should ask the Joneses to comment and say hello.
Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And Mark and Robin, we thank you for joining us this afternoon, and certainly would love to hear if you have any comments. And before you do, I just from the Regents, we very much appreciate the vision that you've brought to this investment. Certainly, the investment will have an impact on all Montanans for many, many generations, and it'll have an impact on the Montana University system. So we very much appreciate you seeing as the university system and Montana State as a great place to invest. So thank you very much. We'd love to see if you have any comments.
Well, we feel very honored. We very much sort of appreciate this recognition. That's not why we made the investment. We're looking for an opportunity to help and make a difference. And we really felt like the leadership at Montana State, particularly with President Cruzado and Dean Shannon, we felt like they were people that could carry out sort of the vision of bringing healthcare to all Montanans that need it. Their vision goes well beyond their own school, and we feel very privileged for the opportunity to participate and join with them in this, noble quest, as we feel like.
Well, thank you, Mark, and again, it's going to have such a huge impact in our state, and we appreciate your selflessness and your vision for contributing to the state of Montana, particularly to our healthcare needs in Montana. So thank you very much. I think if you all don't mind, let's give Mark and Robin one more hand of applause, please. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll turn it back to the committee. Chair Buchanan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Lozar, for handling that. It's I think it's worth pointing out to both Chancellor Cook and President Cruzado, the announcement part's the easy and fun part. The work behind this is certainly to be acknowledged, and we know that all leadership on each of these campuses are tasked with so many responsibilities. And congratulations to your two campuses and to the future announcements that we may be celebrating. Thanks to all of you who are putting the work in to continue to develop these investors on behalf of the system. Casey, Chair Lozar, thank you for handling that. We'll get back to normal protocol. The rest of these items will move to tomorrow afternoon for action. And we move into another meaty request to plan proposals. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, take it away.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan and members of the committee. Wow, I mean, so great to follow such good news with a set of I think, very well thought out and important request to plan proposals from our campuses. We'll have 3 campuses represented today, Great Falls College, MSU, the University of Montana here in Missoula, and then UM Western. I'll ask representatives from each campus to approach the podium and present all of their request to plan proposals at once. And I think our first presenter is Dean Stephanie Erdman from Great Falls College, MSU.
Deputy Commissioner Brockman, Chair Lozar, thank you very much for the opportunity to present our requests for 2 new programs at Great Falls College. The programs would be a CAS in office support, as well as an AAS in office management and supervision. They are stackable credentials, and at Great Falls College, we look at programs that would come from student demand, community need, and our Bright Outlook careers. The Bureau of that we get statistics from. The CAS and office support will provide students with a general business background so that they can enter into entry-level jobs in the business area. General education courses, technical courses in communications, computer skills, and business. This will allow individuals to move quickly into the workforce, and jobs would be, job titles would be something like an office clerk, an admin assistant, receptionist in that area. The CAS then would stack into the AAS. Students would also receive a background in general courses in business, education and technology, computers, communications, and business. In addition, courses in human resources as well as accounting, so that they would have that foundation for office management and supervision. The AAS could transfer into baccalaureate programs as well across the state. And we plan to offer both programs in a high-flex delivery model so that anyone could take it online. And our current business chair would lead the 2 programs and the implementation, and we would have adjuncts who would teach specific courses in human resources as well as accounting.
Thank you, Dean Erdman. Thank you so much for that. Any comments or questions? Yes, please, Regent Sexton. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I just wanted to say, Dean Erdman, and I know I'm biased, I'm an accounting major, but how much I like these proposals. I think for a lot of people looking at college, and we talk a lot about how do we increase enrollment. Well, this is a wonderful way because students can sort of dip their toes in the water of education while still working. They can gain these certificates, work for a while, possibly see the benefit of further education. So I just really, really like these, and I wanted to say that. I know I feel a lot of times like I'm reiterating comments I've made in our committee calls, but my feelings about them still remain the same. So I really like these proposals, and I'd love to see more like this. Thank you.
I appreciate your positive comments, Regent Sexton. Thank you.
Any other comments or input from members of the board? Great. Thank you so much, Dean Erdman.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan, members of the committee, and thanks, Dean Erdman. I think these proposals both fit in with that kind of flexible delivery, short-term programming, stackable credential theme that I mentioned as part of our earlier academic priorities and planning statements presentation. Next, we'll have the University of Montana, and I believe we have Acting Provost Humphrey here to present a set of items. Provost Humphrey.
I do. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, Regents Buchanan, Bow, Rogers, and Sexton for your hard work on this committee. I very much appreciate it. I have 3 requested plans for your consideration today, and of course I won't reread what you have seen many times and our group has seen many times, but rather try to provide some contextual comments. The first is the cybersecurity BS degree, and this morning President Bodnar featured our cybersecurity training center in partnership with the Montana National Guard, and I hope that if you have not yet had the opportunity to have an opportunity to see the poster in the hallway about cybersecurity and its labor potential in Montana, please do so, but it ties directly to this proposal and this request to plan for the cybersecurity degree is designed to provide the academic opportunity to further this important work while building upon the AAS offered at Missoula College. So I will, that's the request to plan proposal, and I'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Dean Humphrey, or Provost Humphrey. Any comments or questions from members of the committee or the board? Great, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. The second is a proposal for the Institute for Early Childhood Education. And again, this is in the Phyllis J. Washington College of Education, which currently offers the BS in Early Childhood Education. Just a couple of additional comments to provide context. You know, this is an evidence-based, experientially rich early childhood education we know is good for children in the short and long term. Not only do children learn how to self-regulate, they also learn how to work with others, social, emotional learning and the like. Follow their curiosity and begin to learn the fundamentals of written language, numeracy, and science. The self-regulation and social emotional pieces are huge. So we have existing collaborations in place and would like to expand on these, working with units across university and the university system. Those are just some additional contextual comments to, I think, is a really important addition to UM's efforts in early childhood education. And again, I'll stand for questions because I'm still standing.
Still acting Provost Humphrey. Appreciate it. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I just wanted to mention how appropriate I think this institute is, especially with the situation with the pandemic and some of the research that's come out about, you know, particularly how it's affected young children in terms of understanding, you know, nonverbal cues. So I just appreciate the appropriateness of this at this time.
Thank you, Regent Sexton.
Any other comments? Regent Sexton, I would totally agree. I mean, this is a critical national priority at the moment, and we're stepping up to address it. Thank you. Provost Humphrey, final item, please.
Yeah, final item is the proposal for the Native American Studies master's degree, the Master's in Native American Studies, which would leverage these, as you can read, the existing graduate level course offerings to provide an interdisciplinary program at Again, some contextual comments that I offer the Regents at this time is to emphasize that Native American Studies is an interdisciplinary field of study that provides for foundational knowledge in many other fields of study. In this proposal, we propose to draw on 4 basic courses: Federal Indian Law, Research Methodologies and Resources, Indigenous Worldview and Education, and American Indian Governance and Policy. They're already being taught and provide the core courses needed for the master's degree. Enrollment for this program, because I appreciate that the committee has looked at the enrollments at MSU as well, which also has a degree in Native American Studies. We expect that the enrollment for this program will come from current bachelor students, graduate students, and will evolve. This is an important, I think, perspective. The collaboration with Salish Kootenai College, which offers 15 bachelor's degrees. And part of that planning, it will be focused on the feasibility of a 4+1 option with SKC. Administrators at SKC have expressed the need for a master's level program, and we believe that that this is an important addition to the academic portfolio and sustains our commitment to in our partnership with Indian country. So just additional context. So thank you.
Thank you, Provost Humphrey. Any additional comments or questions on this item? Please, Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. I was just, Provost Humphrey, do you have an idea of how many graduates would be eligible or interested in this MA program?
My understanding is we anticipate a cohort of roughly 10,
okay.
Annual cohort of roughly 10, based on the data we've been able to collect thus far.
Thank you.
So, you bet.
And one other question, follow-up, I should have asked this before. On the cybersecurity, again, how many are sort of in that Missoula College that you think would anticipate taking a next step?
I would defer to my colleague, Tom Gallagher, who clearly is paying close attention.
Didn't mean to trip you up. I should have asked.
Quite all right, actually. I'm always a mile wide and inch deep. Tom?
Yeah, so currently the Missoula College program has somewhere between 15 and 25 annually graduating, and we anticipate that considering the large number of career opportunities that are out there, that we will probably attract quite a few more students that are currently baccalaureate degrees pursuing rather than associate degree pursuing.
Will one marginalize the other? Will you lose, do you think, or will it?
Yeah, the content that's put together with it embraces what's already been built at Missoula College and builds on it at the four-year degree level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski.
Any further questions or comments? Excellent. Thanks, Provost Humphrey. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
On to University of Montana Western, Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. And as we bring Western, I believe Interim Provost Carlson will be presenting their items. Again, just kind of summarize how the proposals you just heard fit into those academic priorities and planning. I think we have a clear program with workforce development, implications in cybersecurity. I think we have a program an institute, the Early Childhood Institute, that addresses a major societal need, kind of existing at multiple levels. And then the last program, we certainly have a wide range of programming focusing on Native American studies throughout the state, but I think we heard this morning from President Bodner, and we know at the University of Montana, this is an area that's central to the mission of the university, and it's an instance in which having some additional programming, even if there is some overlap, makes a lot of sense given the strategic direction of the campus. So really happy to hear those proposals and happy to see Interim Provost Carlson here to present from Western. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, members of the board. So we have 4 proposals or requests to plan today from the University of Montana Western. The first 2 are requests to add new options within our existing business program, the Associate of Applied Science and Business degree. The first is a farm and ranch specialist option, which would be a collaboration between the business department and the equine science department with the intention of supporting Montana's agricultural economy. And the second option is an outdoor industry specialist option, which is a collaboration between business, equine studies, biology, health, and environmental sciences. So a bunch of departments involved in that. Both of these options are similar to minors that are already included in our Bachelor's of Science in Business. And so the costs are minimal. We're essentially creating options within the associate programs that mirror what we're already doing in our bachelor's programs. Both of these programs require 69 credits for completion, with specialist courses accounting for 24 of those credits. The programs are designed for students who are seeking 2-year degrees rather than 4-year degrees, but they are fully stackable with our 4-year degrees if students choose to continue in their education. And they are completable within 2 years or 4 semesters. I'll pause for questions on those.
Any questions or comments from member of the board? Thank you. Thanks, Provost Carlson. Next item, please.
All right. Our next 2 proposals represent a pretty significant change at Montana Western. We are seeking to provide graduate level programs for the first time since the 1980s. As part of this process, we have identified 2 initial graduate programs in professional horsemanship, for which we are now submitting requests to plan, a graduate certificate in professional horsemanship and a master's in professional horsemanship. We currently offer a bachelor's degree in natural horsemanship. This is a highly successful program on our campus, and it is unique in the nation. The proposed graduate programs build on our undergraduate program, and like our undergraduate program, these are being developed in collaboration with the Montana Center for Horsemanship. The mission of the MS in professional horsemanship is to provide graduate students with an education in horsemanship methodology and techniques, business and research knowledge to become trained professionals in the real-world equine industry. Horsemanship skills taught in the practical classes are heavily based in the principles of equine behavior, along with horse training methods of experts in horsemanship and similar disciplines. Academic aspects of the program are designed to increase students' knowledge in management, research, and awareness of the modern equine industry. Students will complete about 40% of their coursework, primarily in business and marketing, online, And then we'll complete the experiential component of the program at the Montana Center for Horsemanship during the summer. Currently, the Montana Center for Horsemanship is used by our undergraduate program during the academic year and is not used during the summer months. So this is a way for us to make use of a facility that we have on our campus. It sits basically empty during the summer and provide basically a low residency master's program. The master's program, like our bachelor's, is unique and will meet a growing market for equine jobs in Montana, across the country, and nationally. According to the American Horse Council Foundation, the horse industry contributes about $50 billion in direct economic impact to the U.S. economy and has a direct employment impact of nearly 1 million jobs. In addition to students interested within Montana and across the country, we have international interest in this program, including interest from students associated with the La Sens Horsemanship Center in France, with which we already have an existing relationship. The certificate in horsemanship focuses on the experiential components of the master's program and will involve a 3-month course of study during the summer months. This certificate is aimed at students wishing to increase their knowledge of horsemanship to qualify for higher positions in the equine industry, as well as those who are interested in developing advanced horsemanship skills outside of a traditional academic program. I'll just conclude by saying that to support these programs, Montana Western is in the process of developing the framework for graduate programs on our campus. We're very excited about this prospect, particularly as these specific programs build on an area of strength of Montana Western and also support our mission to be a leader and innovator in experiential education. Take questions.
Provost Carlson, thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the board? Talk about on brand for Western Montana, right? I do have a question. As you build out the master's programs on your campus, how does it look? Does it look differently than other campuses because of the block system?
For this program, I think not so much because of the way it's being developed as a low residency program in the summer months. So we may have block summer classes built into the program, but the on-campus portion does not overlap with what we're doing on campus for our undergraduates during the regular academic year. The experiential component, though, which is so central to Experience One, is absolutely part and parcel of this.
Exciting, thank you. See no other comments? I think you got one more item, or did we wrap them up?
Nope,
Business
that was
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry, yep. Great, thank you, Provost Carlson. We sure appreciate your time and
Thank
work
you.
on this. I think that is the request plan list. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, am I missing anything? I don't think so.
No, Chair Buchanan, that is the list, and I think you're spot on in saying that that's on brand for UM Western. And again, in the spirit of sort of aligning these proposals, I think when we see campuses like Western or a couple of years ago, Montana Tech proposing programs at sort of new levels of credentialing, so graduate master's level at UM Western or a PhD program at Tech, we certainly look to make sure that they fit squarely within the wheelhouse of those campuses. And I think our belief at OCHI is that this program does fit within Western's wheelhouse, that's for sure. And as we leave the request of plans behind, just remind the board, right now these proposals are kind of in a middle point of development. Through our ARSA committee calls, the CAO calls, work between the campuses and OCHI, there's certainly already been a lot of thought that's been put into them, but they will still come back to the board actually as information items. We'll work with Western and UM and Great Falls College to finalize the full level 2 proposals, so we make sure that the details of the proposals are in good shape and ready to move forward. So this is a good middle point and really exciting to hear the proposals today. With your permission, I can move on with the remainder of our information items, items B and C, which would be the program reviews and then the
Yep, we've got the tech mission statement, item D of action.
That sounds really good. Yep, I missed that
Thank
one.
you.
And we get to invite Chancellor Cook back to the podium. Thanks for catching that. Chancellor
Cook.
Oh, great. Provost Gammon.
Reed just volunteered to do it for me, so. So I was wondering, I was like, I wonder if I'm going to have to go or not. So the answer is yes. So, so is Les. So thank you, Regents. And Montana Tech as you well know, has been somewhat recently designated as a special focus institution. Certainly, Chancellor Cook is starting his third year. When he came on board, one of the things we wanted to do as an institution is redo our strategic plan, and as part of that planning process, a critical part of that planning process to acknowledge the special focus institution is to come up with a new mission statement. So that is what we did. We did a strategic planning process that involved the entire campus. We started in the fall of 2020. It was fast-tracked, and we have the framework in place, and so we're before you to get the mission statement that's part of that approved. The revised mission statement reads as follows. As Montana Special Focus Institution, Montana Technological University provides a transformative student experience by developing leaders and advancing science, engineering, and technology with the purpose of benefiting humanity while meeting the changing needs of society. And so I present it to you, and we'll take questions and comments. I'm sure Les will chime in as well if needed.
Chancellor Cook, any additional comments before we get to the board's questions or interests?
I will say that I think that it was a really great process for us to involve our entire campus community, and we actually had about 45 individuals involved with the strategic planning process, as I alluded to in our meeting in September. And it was a very iterative process going through the getting the mission statement, obviously, and our goals down. And so I'm really pleased with the end product. I think it resonates with most of our campus, and I've actually heard people recite it almost word for word without having that in front of them. And so in my mind, that means that we have a pretty strong mission statement and people can remember it that well. So thank you.
Thank you for the additional comments. Any questions or comments from members of the board? Great. Thank you so much for the hard work getting us there.
Thank you.
You bet. I think with that, we do conclude our action items. Move on to the second half of our information items. Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
All right. Thanks, Chair Buchanan. Items B and C under information, I won't say they're perfunctory, but they don't bear too much commentary right now. The program reviews item that you can bring up there is just a schedule of each campus's academic program review process, and these operate on a pretty regular cycle. Occasionally, we'll grant extensions if there are extenuating circumstances for a particular program. But if any of the regents are interested in seeing which academic programs are up for review on their campus in any of these years, they can do so by following this link. The next item is the academic approval memo. These are items that have either been delegated to the campuses or been delegated to OCHI for approval. So short-term certificates, some moratoria, other, I guess, more minor academic items are contained in this memo. And it typically runs into the hundreds of pages. I'm not sure how long this meeting's memo is, but it's a great resource for us. We do consult that as we look at overall programming trends in the system. And again, to return to Regent Nystoon's earlier comments, this is all part of our kind of accounting system for how efficient we are on the academic end of things. And certainly be happy to answer any questions now or future questions if you wanted to dive into that memo.
Members of the committee or board, any questions or thoughts on this? Deputy Commissioner Tessman, thank you. That concludes information. So we move into strategic priority items. I know that a lot of work is going on in each of these items, and I would say that as we continue to work with the members of the committee, these three items pop up as personal priorities of every member of this committee with a lot of interest and energy behind them. So thanks for continuing to elevate it.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. And the November board meeting is a big meeting in lots of ways. We saved some pretty tremendous priority presentations for this meeting. I hope that we're able to get some good discussion going around the AMA update, Montana 10, of course, and also just the tremendous progress that the MUS Research Enterprise is achieving. With your permission, I'd like to start with the AIMA update and bring our Director of American Indian Minority Achievement and K through 12 Partnerships, Director Angela McLean, Dr. Angela McLean, to the podium to talk a little bit about the tremendous progress that we've made in terms of enrollment, retention, and completion for our American Indian students. Thanks, Dr. McLean.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tessman. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam President, Mr. President, Mr. Klappmeyer, very good to be here with you today and to bring forth the AIMA report on behalf of the AIMA Council. The AIMA Council met yesterday, and I shared the good news that I'm about to share with all of you with them. And I want to, at this time, take a moment to express my sincere, heartfelt appreciation to all of the AIMA Council members who are faculty and staff from our campuses across the Montana University system. We also have our partners from a couple of our tribal colleges on the AIMA Council. We have a partner from the Office of Public Instruction on the AIMA Council and 2 K-12 school leaders from Montana on that council doing this important work and guiding the results that you will hear more about this afternoon. It is exciting today to have this opportunity to celebrate this good data with you as November is recognized as American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month. So our timing could not be better. What I'm about to report to you, I think, is the direct result of intentional, hard work by our campus leaders and by their teams on each of their campuses at your direction, Mr. Chair and members of the board. And really under the strong guidance of Dr. Tessman in our office and the expectation that we leave no stone unturned when it comes to our service on behalf of the American Indian students across the Big Sky State. And so with that, I would like to move into some of the data that we have for you this afternoon. The first item I'd like to point to is the fact that American Indian student enrollment saw across the Montana University system an 8% increase in enrollment. Right now, in the Montana University system, American Indian students make up 6% of our overall student population. That is quite remarkable. I know that you heard earlier this morning about enrollment increases across the Montana University system as a whole, and this is another remarkable data point that we get to recognize as a part of the great work that's happening on each of our campuses. If we could move to the next slide, I'd point to the flagship enrollment. We saw a 4% gain over last year's data. Right now, American Indian student enrollment makes up 5.1% of our overall enrollment on the flagship campuses in the Montana University system. The next slide shows our four-year campus data, and this is extraordinary. We saw a 19% gain over last year's numbers. American Indian students make up 9.6% of overall enrollment on our four-year campuses across the Montana University system, and this really, I think, is indicative as we point to the data on our flagships, on our four-year campuses, and then the next slide that I'm going to show you is that this isn't just a one-off. This is an intentional effort across all of our campuses within the university system, and you can point to a number of reasons, and we'll talk about those at the end of my presentation. This slide here points to the fact that our two-year campuses saw a 7.6% gain over last year, and this data does include each of our 3 community colleges. American Indian students make up 7.3% of overall enrollment on our two-year campuses across the state. Additionally, almost every single two-year campus saw American Indian student enrollment growth between this year and last year, so another point to celebrate. The next slide I'd like to focus on is something that we're able to do new this year. And as a result of our strong partnership in our office and the good work of Director Lemon, we have the central application. And for the first time ever, we can gain an understanding early on of who our student applicants are to our post-secondary campuses, and I think that's quite remarkable. And so this year, as soon as college application weeks were over, and we had 2 of them, I rushed over to Scott's office and I said, can you tell me how many of those 9,200 plus applications that came in during that window were from American Indian students? And he just had to run a quick little formula, and he reported back to me that 14.3% of all of our applicants during that time period were American Indian students. And so we wasted no time, Scott and Ange King in our office, and we crafted an email out to every single one of them. And it's quite slick how we can do that now. And yesterday, as part of the AMA Council meeting, we created a subcommittee who will meet in December. And that includes a high school leader from St. Ignatius and several other AMA Council members, and we will determine what other strategic and intentional outreach will look like to this population so that we can ensure to a greater degree that they step foot on our campuses across the system next fall. So a great shout out to our team in the Office of the Commissioner for making that happen. The next slide I'd like to point to reflects a 7.9% increase in student retention. This is the highest it has ever been in the Montana University system. And Regent Lozar, I've said it before and I will say it again, 100% is always our goal, and we will be relentless and tireless until we get there. And for now, we get to take note that this is the highest that our retention has ever been in the Montana University system for American Indian students across our state. Additionally, I took a look across the data dashboard, and I'm pleased to report that since we tracked it in 2011 there, we've seen it grow by 14%. One of the things that you'll see here in this next slide shows, as we talk about retention, that our institutions are making progress on the retention gap. And you have here the 4-year flagships and the 2-year in the community colleges. And so again, leave no stone unturned. Let's continue that hard work, that intentional focus to make sure that we continue to serve our students better and to serve them to a greater degree of completion across the Montana University system. Now let's take a look at what's happening across our flagships. We saw American Indian student retention rates at 70.3% to the 2 campuses, and that's a 7.5% gain over last year. All 4-year campuses saw an increase of 8.5% over last year to 67.1%. And so I think that really gets us to that news that we reported on the last slide that's showing that we are getting closer to closing those gaps. Now, one of the things that Regent Buchanan spoke to when we had our committee meeting was the importance of graduation and completion data. So I just took a look and created a snapshot that I'll just share here quickly with you. We did see 6-year bachelor's graduation rates increase over last year. We saw an increase in completion of 2-year associate's degrees, and 4-year associate graduation rate is holding steady. And so more good news there, but again, certainly a need for intentional and tireless focus on the part of all of us as we seek to serve our students better. Each year we see between 70 to 90 American Indian students transfer in from each of our 7 tribal colleges, and so that too is a part of our dashboard work. Last legislative session, anyone in this room who spent any time up there will tell you that common course numbering and seamless transfer from our tribal colleges was clearly a priority of the legislators, as it should be, and it is a priority of this board and certainly of our office. Now, when Montana came on board to common course numbering in 2009, the first tribal college that signed up as a part of that work was Blackfeet Community College, and for a long time they were the only one who would enlist in that project. About 2 years ago, our office successfully signed an affiliation agreement with Fort Peck Community College, and due to the hard work of folks in our office, Joe Teal among the folks there and Rebecca Power, who used to be with us, that process is now complete. And that is extraordinary because it took us a long time to get from 1 to 2 with Fort Peck Community College, and now we have that campus a complete part of that process. But there's more good news on that front as a result of all of the conversation at the legislature, and I think a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and just a lot of good communication with our tribal college partners. We got not one, but 2 more tribal colleges signed up for Common Course numbering. We've got affiliation agreements in place, and a week ago, we began that work with our good partners at Ani Nakota College and at Stonechild College across the Montana, with the Montana University system to complete that process. Now, this is all wonderful news, and it is really focused on American Indian student success in a very strategic way. And there is not a line that points to any one single effort, but I think I would be entirely remiss if I didn't point to here specifically at the University of Montana and the role of the holistic program that is Montana 10 in making sure that more American Indian students came here and were retained here. And that is a lot of hard work, and it clearly paid off here as we look at some of those retention numbers. Additionally, on the Montana State University campus, programs like the Hilleman Scholars, as well as their student success efforts all across the board. And then last year, we launched for the very first time across 5 of our campuses the first-year services that are under the direction of Director Travis Anderson in our office, in the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. And I think it really also points to the fact that our campuses have put their heart and soul into creating a campus culture that says to every American Indian student and their family across Montana that we are places where you can send your kiddos and they can come here and they can be successful here. And our campuses have done that, and the data shows it. It's not hit or miss. It is really all across the board, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Our campuses, like the University of Montana, have intentionally created positions like the one that Dr. Brad Hall holds. They have exercised intentional hiring, and that too is something that we're seeing across the board, and many of those intentional hires sit on the AMA Council. Additionally, there's been intentional creation of space for American Indian student success, not just at our flagships, but at some of our 2-year and 4-year campuses as well. And that, folks, is paying off. And one of the things that hit me on October 17th is that the culture really is the connecting piece for our American Indian students and their family. Making sure that there is a sense of belonging is truly what matters most to so many of our students who would come to our campuses. And what was really powerful to me when I went to the grand opening of American Indian Hall was that as part of the grand opening ceremony, they engaged the students at Montana State University, many of them who had spent long hours in the American Indian Student Success Center in the bottom of a building, and the Success Center was beautiful, it was wonderful, but it wasn't American Indian Hall. But what was really powerful that day was those students left that space and they walked over to the grand opening of American Indian Hall, the inaugural opening of it. And what speaks to what is happening at Montana State, and in fact all of our campuses the best, is a quote made by George Lyon Morissette, who is a student at Montana State. And I think this is indicative of certainly what's happening there, but of truly what is happening all across the MUS. And here is what George Lyon had to say when speaking of the new center that was being opened that day. She said, "The Native American community here really is a family. So when you do come here, it's not like you're leaving home, you're just coming to a new home." And so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think that's what your campus leaders and their teams around them have created. We will be tireless, we will be relentless in continuing to grow those numbers and deliver on that promise of a Montana University system education for all of our students. Thanks so much.
Dr. McLean, great report. Thank you. Any comments or questions to add to that? Yeah, Regent Dombrowski, please.
Impressive, first of all. Thank you for sharing that. Can you go back just a couple slides? I just want to make sure that I'm getting maybe all the way to the beginning. I should have maybe asked this, but I want to make sure I'm really understanding the numbers right there. So There was an 8% increase in enrollment from what?
Last year.
From last
Mr.
year to
Chairman
this
of the
year?
board, yes.
And 8%. So what's the N? Do you know the number that represents?
I certainly do. 2503, if
Wow,
I just
okay.
recall from,
Well, yeah, now I'm looking at the 2503 going, okay, that's what that means. Okay, terrific. Can you go one more slide? So I was just trying to figure out, as I look at these, really the N in each, but I think the 2503 is enough. Still, very impressive. I appreciate the focus. We believe in our Native American residents and students, and we need them in the workforce. Thank you.
Commissioner Christian, please.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Dr. McLean, thank you for your work in this area. Truly, we are finding some results, and I would say that I think we proved a few things over time. Maybe the first 40 years, we proved that wishing alone wasn't really going to move the dial, and I think this board has really provided the guidance. Hopefully, my office has provided the guidance to say this is important, it's important to Montana, it's important to our workforce, and we really have dedicated efforts to it. Campuses have dedicated effort, from hiring to people to creating center space that's important. You know, now, what, $30–40 million of investments in Native American centers. I mean, this has been a focus, and it is moving the dial. It's certainly been all of, or at least the lion's share of Dr. McLean's work, and it's paying some dividends. And I think we appreciate the support that we've had from this board over the years to really kind of prioritize that, allow us the flexibility to move resources in that direction, and just incredibly proud of the work that our office has done, the director's done in seeing some results here. So we encourage the campuses to stay the course and make sure that all of Montana citizens are active participants, not only in higher education, but giving them the opportunity to participate in our economy.
Regent Rogers. Thanks, Commissioner Christian.
Wore the wrong earrings today. I keep getting masked. Thank you so much. What an incredible presentation. Thank you to the campuses. I mean, none of this would be possible without so many people working on it. I'm just so inspired by what you shared at the committee meeting, what you shared today, and I want to keep our foot on the gas pedal. My only question is, are there any other metrics? I love seeing the enrollment numbers, the retention numbers, your description of the holistic supports that are the underlying cultural factors that are promoting those opportunities. Are there other metrics that we should be examining as a board as we continue to move forward on this?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, one of the things that we did for those of you that were on the board when we brought forth the 5 recommendations was we had the first 2 that were related to the single points of contact. The 3rd recommendation was all around campus level data. And what we are seeing as a result of that is campuses are finding new ways to assess American Indian student success and providing better tools to connect A and B to get to C. And so that's not something that's happening under a directed level, but it is something that is happening as a direct result of recommendation 3 that is something that this Board of Regents passed. Now, if you were to go and look at the American Indian Student Success Dashboard, it's pretty comprehensive. We do track and follow American Indian employees, tenure track faculty, et cetera. We track graduation, completion, we track Pell, we track American Indian tuition recipients across the Montana University system, so it is pretty comprehensive. That said, this came up yesterday again in the AMA Council, and so we will continue to drive that conversation home until we can really be in a place that we have some of these other pieces of data that folks still feel are needed to make a full conversation around this.
What a great question, Regent Rogers, and I think the way I look at it is, Dr. McLean, you've raised the bar. This effort, the campuses, we've raised the bar, so we've got a new baseline, right? So now the goals are more aspirational and always uncovering tools and strategies to continue to improve it. What a great story, and President Bodnar, President Cruzado today, sharing examples of fantastic engagement, stories of success here. It's so important, and our foot is on the gas pedal. Regent Rogers, thanks so much for continuing to prioritize this. Chair Lozar, please.
Hell yeah. This is phenomenal. I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that my fellow regents mentioned, but just hats off to the commissioner and to Dr. McLean. I think this is the example of what we need to do in the university system. Dr. McLean mentioned multiple times intentional and concerted efforts, creating place of belonging for students, and the outcomes are here. Certainly there's been some financial investments, but probably not a lot. And so this is just evidence that really amazing things can be done if we're really thoughtful. And I know we're going to get into the conversation about Montana 10, but this is, compared to where we were several years ago, this is just, it's really hard to believe the progress that we've made. So I thank you. I want to thank the AIMA Council as well. I know they put a lot of work and a lot of guidance and a lot of heart into their work. So I appreciate all their contributions along the way. So Dr. McLean, this is heartening. Thank you.
Chair Lozar, thank you. President Cruzado.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Regent Buchanan and Mr. Chair and Dr. McLean, my own Dr. McLean. Future graduate, I will be more than happy to come for that degree at our next commencement ceremony. And Dr. McLean has been very good at recognizing, as she should, the wonderful work of AIMA and our commissioner and campus leaders. But you have done a beautiful job keeping us focused and on track. And I just wanted to say how this is a statewide effort and how many vectors are going in different directions. Just as you mentioned that on the day of the grand opening of our American Indian Hall, students walked from their old Native American Center to the new, beautiful American Indian Hall. They're also an invisible bridge, right, between the Payne Family Center here and our American Indian Hall. And a special shout out to Terry Payne, who was absolutely instrumental in helping us completing the fundraising that was necessary for that beautiful facility. These are great numbers, but what gives me a lot of hope and the possibility of keeping the foot in the pedal is something that you mentioned briefly, and that is how our tribal colleges are now also involved in Common Course numbering. Mm-hmm. That's it. That is the most important thing. And for them to come to the table will help alleviate one of the biggest obstacles that we confront when our Native American students transfer from our tribal colleges to one of our institutions. And that is, we're asking them sometimes to retake a course that they have already fulfilled in their own institutions of origin. So congratulations for building that sense of trust with our tribal partners, and this bodes very well. Great job, congratulations.
Great comments, thank you. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. As difficult as it is to follow the articulate comments of President Cruzado and Regent Lozar, I just want to say how it's very rare whenever, you ask a philosophical question, you get an answer so quickly. And in May, I asked the question, we all need to be asking ourselves why we're here. And you've answered it for us today. And so, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Regent Sexton. Any other comments or questions? Pretty well-received presentation, Dr. McLean. Thank you so much. Thanks for the work. And to Regent Lozar's, we know that you have a team that's working with you, and pleased to everyone that's not here and able to participate, share our excitement and expectations for continued excellence. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great report. Excellent. What a report. Hard to follow that, but I think we've got another doozy to wrap our arms around. I think about the strategies and the intent that we're identifying with the AIMA efforts, and you think about that inclusivity component that really is proving, the data says that's how we get kids through the system in an efficient way and an effective way. And this Montana 10 project, as a little context, we as a board have identified it as possibly a strategy that we want to scale up, and in a very appropriate way, I believe. We're not just saying do it, we're road mapping a plan as to how we can most effectively not only generate excitement internally, but position this program to find the funding partners, the academic partners that we know we will need to serve more Montanans. And again, to the report we just saw, when you identify a cohort and you apply these strategies and this level of intent, good things are happening. So Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I personally, one of my favorite projects we're talking about at the moment, Montana 10. Looking forward to diving into it today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan and members of the committee. Yeah, I mean, the post-lunch slot is usually like a bit of a sleeper, but we have such good energy in the room with these presentations. It's amazing. I think it'll continue now. I mean, Montana 10, we'll have Christine Miller, who's our Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement, present in just a minute. We heard loud and clear, both in July and actually at the September board meeting, that the regents were interested in thinking about how we could expand this program. And Director Miller, I think, will give a brief update, talk just very briefly about the program, I think highlight some outcomes, but really have asked her to do two things today. The first is to bring some student voices to the table. So Montana 10 scholars, welcome everybody. And the second thing is to say, look, it's kind of like the LMS conversation. This is a gigantic project. It's so complicated, and you can say, we want to go there and snap your fingers and think you can just get there overnight. That's a recipe for disaster. And I think Director Miller is going to talk about the nationwide attention that this program has gotten and the national partners that we have, and propose a kind of intermediate step so that we can actually move about things strategically and intentionally and make sure that this really works. So thrilled to have Director Miller here to present on Montana 10. Thanks, Christine.
Regent Buchanan, members of the committee, regents, presidents, all of our chancellors and deans, everybody in the audience today, thanks so much for being here and listening to this. I know we've been talking about Montana 10 a lot, and I feel like we're at a little bit of a kind of launch for a next big step, and it feels like a really exciting moment, and I appreciate all of your support and attention and encouragement and really good thinking and hard, good questions that have gotten us here today. As Deputy Commissioner Tessman mentioned, today's presentation is really in response to the request from our September meeting, where you asked about what does it take to bring some of the early results that we're seeing with our program to the state, across our system, to more campuses and to more students. So today's presentation is really kind of a recommendation to that end. We went over it in a little bit more detail on our ARSA committee call, so I'll just provide a few highlights today. I'm very pleased that we have 4 of our Montana 10 scholars from UM here joining us, and I think we should listen to them and hear from them why this program is so powerful and so important. And then, of course, we'll have some time to talk and ask questions and dive a little bit more into this kind of proposal for scaling if you so wish. So with all that, before we dive in, I actually just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge all of the work that has gotten us to the outcomes that we're seeing, that's brought our really amazing scholars to the table here today. All of you, Commissioner Christian, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, each of our regents, and really our campus presidents, President Bodner, Dean Bauman, Dean Gallagher at Missoula College, and most of all our teams who have led this effort and are on the ground every single day working with our students, hustling to make sure that they get exactly what they need and that nobody falls through the cracks, and that they implement this program with fidelity to the model, because we know the evidence tells us that it works, and it takes some discipline and some real commitment to that vision to make it happen. I don't know if you can see them, but in the back of the room here, we have our Montana 10 team from the University of Montana and Missoula College. Amy Capilupo, Joseph Grady, Becca Newlinger, and Jamie Miller are our team here at UM who also serve our students at Missoula College. Not able to be with us today, and Will Coxon, who's our lead at Helena College, and our advisor there, Kelsey Anderson, have just done amazing work, and I can't thank them or recognize them enough because they've made this dream a reality. So as we're kind of diving in here, I just want to reiterate the goals of Montana 10. And really the big vision, the big goal for Montana 10 is that we graduate more students. We graduate them on time, and they graduate with less debt. If we take a step back from that big goal, our other big goal, and something that, you know, as a system office we need to think about, is what do we do for Montana? What does that do for our state? How does this help us kind of fulfill the mission of public higher education in Montana? And not only are we graduating more students, not only are we strengthening our workforce, not only are we getting to our state's college attainment goals more quickly, but we are also doing so more efficiently. At the end of the day, Montana 10 is an investment. It's an investment to get our students to graduate, to help them, to support them, and give them what they need to get there. But it's an investment that's worth it, not just because we have more graduates, but because we lower the cost per degree by doing this. So that's the kind of end point. Uh-oh, and am I doing this wrong? Okay. So, before I turn it over to our students, I just wanted to note one important piece of information that's kind of a good outcome for us that tells me that we are on our way to achieving those goals. These are this is the fall-to-fall retention of our Montana 10 cohort. And what you'll see here is that our Montana 10 students retained at 18 percentage points higher than their match sample group at the University of Montana. I'll come back to this in a moment, but for now, I want to hand it over to our really wonderful Montana 10 scholars to talk to you a little bit about what difference Montana 10 is making for them and why we're seeing the kinds of outcomes that we are. Connor, we'll start with you. I'll let you introduce yourself, and then you can talk a little bit about your story and what Montana 10 has done. And the rest of you feel free to just come up after Connor.
Hi, my name's Connor Mostek. I'm from Kalispell. Right now I'm an economics major. The first thing I want to say about Montana 10 is it was the deciding factor in why I came to UM. After my senior year in high school, I was really torn between two colleges, and I was making pros and cons lists and everything. I was comparing in every way, and it was really tough, but when I heard that I got the Montana 10 scholarship, I decided I knew I was coming here. Montana 10 has helped me a lot, especially during my freshman year. It was very important because it was a sad and lonely time for a lot of students, including me, just being online. I only had one semester, I had one class in person and another one just two, and the advisors that they have are so involved and they work so hard for us, and they're available. That's the most important part, is they're very available. With other advisors, I know they're based on majors and different areas in the college. It's very hard to schedule meetings with them, and usually it's pretty short and it's straight to business. And I mean, it makes sense because they're serving a lot of students. But Montana 10 advisor, having your own advisor to call and to talk to, and not just about school stuff and getting your schedule, but about how you're doing and how classes are going and just how you're feeling and stuff. It's been a huge advantage. Financially, this has helped me and my family so much, and yeah, it would be a whole different story if I hadn't had Montana 10. So thank you.
Hi, my name's Abigail Howard. I'm obviously a Montana 10 student. I'm a sophomore this year, but my standing is a freshman. The biggest thing I have to say about Montana 10, when I joined the university, I had no idea what Montana 10 was. I just opted into it because it sounded like a cool program. And then I started finding out that they had book stipends for us to use. They would help us pay after financial aid. There was just all of this extra help that no other students are getting. And it seems like it's a little bit of an advantage for us, but also a disadvantage for the other students that they don't know about this program. And so I think that's a really important thing as well, is to spread awareness. My major is communicative sciences and disorders and social work, and then I minor in psychology. So I'm interested in going into special education. Let's see. The Montana 10 program, I think the biggest thing that they have helped me with is not only school, but my personal life. The end of last semester, I had a major injury to my finger, and I could not complete my semester. And if it wasn't for Montana 10, I wouldn't be here. Joseph and Becca and everyone, they all helped me get back on track and talk to everyone I needed to talk to stay in the university. And because talking to your professors and your advisors is really hard sometimes, and they don't have the same amount of understanding and time. But the Montana 10 program really does, and I think that's what they're here for. It's not all about school, it's about you as a person and what you need. And it's been amazing for me to be a part of this program. So yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Marple. I am a sophomore at the University of Montana, and I am majoring in business marketing and media arts. Some things that Montana 10 has really helped me with was Becca. She's probably one of my only friends here at the University of Montana. It was hard due to COVID and being a freshman at the University of Montana and just being online classes. She has helped me with a bunch of my personal life problems, with my school problems, and just overall she's supported me with everything that I've been going through, and it's made my school life a lot easier. She's helped me with finding tutors for like accounting, because that can be hard sometimes, and just, I guess, just helped me through with the whole moving from online to in-person transition. Overall, I am very happy to be a part of this program, and yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanner Ecker. I am from Townsend, Montana, and I am double majoring in journalism and communication studies, even though it says journalism on the board. But that's okay. So Montana 10 helped me. I was kind of in the same situation Connor was in. You know, I had 2 universities I wanted to go to. It was either here or Washington State, and I didn't want to pay $33,000 a year. So when I heard that I got the Montana 10 scholarship, I literally dropped everything and ran to my parents. I'm like, hey, I got it. And they're like, oh, cool. I'm like, okay, cool. So as I've moved along in this program, though, I've noticed how cool it is to have people to reach out to. My main advisor, Joseph, he's amazing. I love how I can just stop by his office and, you know, chat for him for an hour if I can. Sometimes he kicks me out, but that's okay. I really love this program. It also helped me build a community with other students. I don't think I would have known what the Pacific Islanders Club was if it wasn't for this. And I obviously want to be able to help create what we call the Spikeball Club now that got started this year. And I am secretary of that, so that was pretty cool. Overall, I just think this is a great program, and we should raise awareness for everybody to get into it, or at least spread it out, because I mean, once you get selected, it's an amazing resource to have, and people easily fall in love with it, as everybody else has mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks so much to all of you. And I should say that you'll all have a chance to visit with our Montana 10 scholars and a few others from our cohort who will be joining us this evening for our reception. So I think that what you have heard from Tanner and Christina and Connor and Abigail is that part of the challenge of coming to college, particularly when you don't necessarily have parents who have been there or a peer group on campus who can help guide you through, is that you need supports. You need to find some guidance to find purpose. You need some guidance to feel like you belong. And you also just need help navigating the logistics of college life, which for Pell eligible students is a lot more difficult. Okay, so our question before us today is, how do we bring Montana 10 and the really positive outcomes that we're seeing on the individual level, on the institutional level, and on the state level to more students? We talked about this on our call, but as we consider scaling, there are really three big things that we need to pay attention to. Funding, of course, Montana 10 is an investment. It's an investment that pays off, but as long as we do Montana 10 and make this commitment to this kind of comprehensive student success supports, we're going to need funding for it. We also need institutional support and institutional commitment, and for everybody, that's a big thing. That's a big ask. We need to work together as a system to do that. And I would say for our smaller campuses in particular, there are just fewer resources. And so we as a system really need to think about how we do that. And then the final thing is fidelity to the model. This is something we talk about all the time, but making sure that as we grow Montana 10 and as we grow these supports, we're doing that in a way where we're really implementing the evidence-based practices that constitute Montana 10 so that we see the outcomes that we're seeing now. So as you know, our next big step, and I'm going to actually skip through some of these slides here. Our next big step is launching kind of an intermediate phase, as Deputy Commissioner Tessman mentioned. We'd like to launch a second cohort of 1,000 students across multiple campuses starting in fall 2023 and then half of that other cohort in fall 2024. In this cohort, as we imagine it, we will have Pell eligible students and also non-Pell students. There's of course an equity gap that we need to attend to in the outcomes for Pell versus non-Pell students, but we also need to make sure, and Regent Buchanan, you mentioned this, we need to make sure that we are providing the supports necessary to all of our students so they all have the opportunity to complete their degrees and go out into the workforce and into our Montana communities. A really important piece of our next step is pairing this larger cohort with an external evaluation. Now, the cohort's important, right? Serving more students is important, but the external evaluation is the key that unlocks the door to scaling. It does so because through an external evaluation, we can get even stronger evidence and be even more confident in the outcomes that we're seeing and ensure that the program is tied to the outcomes that we're starting to see with our students. We will also, through an external evaluation, have more access to different kinds of funding than we have access to now. Right now, we have really strong evidence. We have a great program. We have a lot of, in fact, national interest in Montana 10. But as we seek to gain major funding, we really need this super strong evidence base to support that. As part of an external evaluation, we will also get a cost analysis that will help us talk about what are the costs of Montana 10 and what's the return on investment that we need to see in our state. And finally, an external evaluation will provide kind of a roadmap so that challenge that I talked about, the kind of entropy, the natural entropy of things, that we don't see the diffusion of our results because we aren't implementing the program exactly as designed. So I'm happy to say that we have partnered with a national social science research organization, MDRC. They are kind of the top tier, best in class research organization of this type in the country. And not only are they interested in Montana 10 and interested in partnering with us, but they are willing to seek their own funding to do an external evaluation, which is an extremely rare, that's just very rare in this space. So we will partner with MDRC to do a randomized controlled trial, and that will be kind of our next big phase for Montana 10. We can talk if you have questions about what an RCT is and how that's different from what we're doing now. We're happy to do that. But I think I'll just kind of close with this for a moment, and then we can have some discussion. So this is a chart of MUS retention over the past 10 years. And you'll see here that retention gains, that bottom pink line, in a decade, our system, up and down a little bit. 2020 was a little bit of a strange year, of course. But over time, we have about 1.5 percentage point increase in retention gains. And, you might look at that and think like, 1.5%, how does that really track? What does that mean? But that's actually hugely significant. Not only if you think about the number of students that is and getting more students to their degrees, but there is so much time and so much energy and effort and evidence-based practices and commitment all across the board that's helping us get to this 1.5 percentage point increase. And it is really significant. I think that what we're seeing with Montana 10 and what you have all supported and driven and what we've been able to make happen on our campuses is just of a different order. It's just a different thing. And Montana is on the kind of cutting edge across the country of this. I think that's why we're having a lot of national interest, because it is so profound what we're seeing in our outcomes for our students. And I think that that's also what is animating a lot of the excitement about the program. I'm going to close with a little video that we have done across our campuses that just, I think, helps show some of the inspiration and belief in the vision of this program. Oh, okay.
Montana 10 is ambitious.
Montana 10 is a new way of promoting student success for all students in the Montana University system.
It's kind of inspiring. It's given me a different mindset.
This was like a miracle thing.
I get good grades now.
Academic, financial, and emotional support.
I get to go to college for free.
It's a dream come true.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I know we're going to have some comments and questions. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I know you had a couple points you were interested in adding.
Yeah, Chair Buchanan, thanks so much. And Christine, thank you for, first of all your leadership of this program. I mean, you do so much more than Montana 10, but the reality is that this is more than a full-time job in itself, and I appreciate that. I'll tell you, I mean, working in the commissioner's office, and maybe some folks around the table and in these rows would share the same comment. It's so great to be back on a campus and also to hear directly from students about their college experience. And it's just kind of, I was joking with my team via text. It is all right if I break down crying out of inspiration right now. And it was really great to hear from you all. So thank you for taking time to be here. So Montana 10, I mean, just to hit some of the key points before it's open up for conversation. This is about student success. It's also about system efficiency. Unless we are going to ask the state to think about their investment in higher education just purely in terms of activity and credit hours and not in terms of completion and achievement, Unless we ignore that, then Montana 10 is a better deal. We will produce more credentials for Montana at a lower cost per credential with this program. And I think that that's a powerful argument. There may be an initial investment, but that's what we should be doing. That's what we're here for. MDRC, the national partner, they are the gold standard in external evaluation. Having that external evaluation, yes, will add some more confidence in the results that we have here in Montana. It also does unlock that door to national funding. If we look at something like an 8-figure gift down the road or investment from a national foundation, it will require this kind of external evaluation. MDRC is the organization that would conduct that evaluation, and so it's a crucial step. And why are they interested? You know, this isn't brand new, and Commissioner Christian, you've said this a number of times. There's great work happening in Montana. The Hilleman Scholars Program at Montana State University, tremendous inspiration for Montana 10. What's happening with athletics, mentoring, and tutoring, TRIO programs, there's a lot there already. This is a special recipe. It puts its own twist on it, and importantly for a national audience, this is not something that's just unfolded in New York City or in the Cal State system. This is almost a one-of-a-kind program for all of the land in between the coasts in the United States. So there are organizations thinking about public education in the heartland, and they see this as maybe the model for moving forward. So there is tremendous excitement moving ahead with Montana 10. I thank you again, Christine, for your leadership, and Chair Buchanan, I thank you for your support along the way and the rest of the regents. I know Christine, the students, myself, happy to answer any questions that you have.
Awesome. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, thank you. Members of the board, any questions or digging in? I've got a couple thoughts. Yeah, please, Regent Dombrowski.
Christine, thank you again for your leadership. Stories are powerful, so thanks to all of you for coming. They are powerful. They're very real. Well, I wrote some notes down, and so it may be part of the criteria or what's the secret sauce, but it sounds like the advisors, right, are critical. And so I'm like, who are these people? You know, what are their motivation and credentials? You know, how do we, and because that sometimes is the challenge in terms of scalability. You know, do we have a Becca and a Joseph everywhere? I wrote their names down. So just sort of, I mean, if they're here, I'd love to, you probably introduced them at the beginning and I didn't catch it.
You bet. They are here, and
Okay.
I will ask them to just stand up there in the back. Becca Newlinger, Joseph Grady,
Yeah,
and
great.
our Montana 10 program director, Amy Capaluco.
But
so-
just talk a little bit about
Yeah.
that, if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think you really picked up, and thanks, Ange, for getting us to this slide. You really picked up on the kind of core piece of Montana 10. Now, before I launch into that, I will say that as Brock mentioned, Montana 10, that recipe, it kind of works together, right? Like if we pull one ingredient out, even if it's the centerpiece, if we don't have these other supporting things, and I can talk a little bit about like what the evidence tells us about why it's this recipe and not sort of standalone things. But the advisors are at the heart of that. Part of the way that Montana works and why it works is that our advisors have a lower student to advisor ratio than would be typical of regular academic advisors at, say, the University of Montana or other places across the country. I think that the national average for student to advisor ratio is about 400 to 1. In Montana 10, that's 100 to 1. We ask our students to commit to meeting with their advisors 2 times per month. Typically, advisors meet with a student 1 time per semester, and so there's just a lot more face time happening, and the result of that is what you see here, which is that advisors have a lot more, and what you heard from our students, advisors and students have a lot more opportunity to talk about a broader range of things that are as important to their success in college as understanding academic goals or which courses you're going to take next semester. And I would argue for our first generation, Pell eligible, American Indian, other kinds of other served students, it's likely that those things on the right-hand side of the screen there are maybe even more important than what your own academic path is. As far as the expertise and knowledge of our team, I think actually Amy Capilupo, our director of Montana 10 here, would be able to speak to this better. But what I'll say is that we do have, I think that there is something different about our advisors. Both Joseph and Becca are masters in social work. They have their masters in social work, and it's really kind of more of a case management model than it is an academic advising model. And so I do think that as we look to expand, that is something that we will pay attention to. And as you might imagine, relative to our conversation earlier today, having those people serve in these roles and be committed to the program is, that's definitely a consideration and something we're very lucky right now. I feel like in our programs all across our campuses, we're very lucky to have people who are very committed, who have the experience, knowledge, and skills, and definitely that's a consideration as we move forward.
Thank you very much.
President Bonner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to maybe reinforce, I think, Regent Dombrowski, your point is spot on. Resources matter here. And yeah, it's nice to have your education funded and supported financially. But I think, one of the things we see is exactly, I just want to underscore what Christine said. I want to thank Christine, and I want to really just thank very publicly Joseph and Becca and the many others here. And, Amy Capilupo in particular, I've talked about Amy publicly, and I've often said, if I had to pick one person at the University of Montana who, if I were in a dark alley, I'd want by my side, I'm actually not picking Bobby Houck. I'm actually picking Amy Capilupo. I've said that. I said about a year and a half ago about Amy, because she is tough and she is passionate. And the reason I bring that up is because the whole point of this is you have somebody in your corner. And that's really what effective advising is, because everybody hits bumps in the road. And I think what this does is, two things. Number one, these amazing students help us to see where some of those bumps are so we can eliminate them. That hidden curriculum, Christine has talked about it. We're learning through this program too. What are those that unnecessary barriers that we put up, but also that advising is such a critical piece of that. And we've seen that kind of across the board at the University of Montana, but in spades in programs like this. So you're spot on it. The advisors matter a ton here. So thank you.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. This perhaps is a little bit of Pollyannish, but wouldn't it be interesting if you continue to track these cohorts after graduation?
Yeah.
So many times people these days, a senior in high school going, well, do I really want to spend 2 years, 4 years out of the workforce, spending money to get a degree? Is it really going to pay off for me in the long run? I would submit to you, these four are going to say it was a great return on investment. The time and the financial resources, the commitment to better their lots in life as they move forward into the work world. And again, I don't know if that's a component with this or not, but again, I just thought, wouldn't it be interesting to hear what happens after Montana 10 and Hillman's? Thanks.
That's a great comment. Regent Sexton, please.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I just want to speak a little bit more to the advising and piece and how important it is. I remember when I started college a long time ago, and I met with a general advisor, and perfectly lovely person, created a plan of study. Thankfully, I'm a non-traditional student, so I completely ignored it and created my own. And I really just want to speak to how important that advising is. It is. I mean, and to the point on the resources, when you have somebody who is, trying to help out hundreds and hundreds of students versus someone who can take the time to get to know their group of students and understand their specific needs, that is so crucial. But the difference is, obviously you need to have qualified people in those roles, but you also can't spread them too thin. So I just wanted to touch on that as well.
Yep, Regent Bao's got his hand raised. Regent Bao. Thanks, Regent Sexton.
Regent Buchanan, thank you. I think that Montana 10 is one of the most important initiatives we're moving forward with. I'd just like to congratulate everyone on the hard work. I mean, this group, our board, is being creative and finding ways to make it scalable because, we've shown it works. And now there's a question of balancing, keeping it working and paying for it. And that's a multi-year process, but we're definitely on that pathway thanks to the support and these kind of presentations. And I think it's important to acknowledge how many of our boxes that we talked about that we're, that we really, our goals that we're really trying to check. And this increases enrollment, increases retention, it increases student outcome, positive student outcomes. So, I do think that there's very few programs we talk about that hit as many of our goals as this does. And I know it's going to be slower than we all want, but I'm very encouraged. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me.
Yeah, thanks, Regent Bao. Could go all day, I suspect. Director Miller, thank you and to your team. And I just, the only two things I kind of want to surface are very much in tangent with what Regent Bao and Deputy Commissioner Tessman said a moment ago. I mean, to join a board that had the strength in the middle of COVID to continue with a long game strategy supporting something that we really saw value is exciting for me as a new board member, right? So kudos to the groups of leadership, this board, the folks that have gotten it done. I think that Deputy Commissioner Tessman's comments earlier about following the process, validating the efficacy. It's where we can't lose sight that we still have that work to do, but starting to define that value proposition in a way that all of our partners can recognize. And the time to degree piece is certainly appears to be the way we're going to save money. It might be a larger annual commitment per student, but the gross commitment that the state makes on a resident student to get them through school at a quicker pace, that's a value proposition. And I feel so great about that. And I just can't say thanks. I'm not going to reiterate all that anymore, but thanks to everyone. Connor, Tanner, Christina, and Abigail, good luck. Don't get far from us. Come back, keep reporting, keep us in touch, would you? Reach out. You've got our emails. We want to stay close with you guys. Congratulations on the success you've started. Keep it up. And to the advisors and everybody else that's in touch in this, thank you. I'm super proud to be a part of this conversation and can't thank everybody enough for the hard work and the strategic focus for how we're advancing it. Great. Director Miller, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, Commissioner Christian.
Yeah, and just a special thanks to Dr. Tessman, too.
Yeah.
Interesting meeting. We talk about making sure good people stay on the bus and help us move forward. And, this is a conversation that really started with how can we retain more people? We just don't have the demographics to support all of our needs. How do we retain more people? And it's just grown from there. And it's something that's grown that we not only think we can scale, but we think we can pay for. It's fun to have ideas, but it's practical to have things that we can bring forward that actually can move to scale and make a difference in lives. And I really appreciate Dr. Tessman's work on this.
Yeah, excellent. We'll certainly look forward to future reports. Appreciate everybody's work. I mean, an hour and 15 minutes we're going to give to research. Regent Bao, a little more R and ARSA. How does that sound? I'm excited about that. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, if you'd help. You want to take a quick break? Does that sound right? Yeah, let's do that. Regent Lozar? Great.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break and we'll come back at 2:30.
Perfect, thanks.
All right, welcome back. I think we got one more item left on the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. I'll turn it back over to Chair Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Lozar. Just a quick anecdote. In the break, I had an opportunity to bump into a student senator, and I said, how we doing? And she complimented OCHI and the focus on programs like Montana 10, connecting the dots that great people like Joe and Annika with Montana 10 are part of a strategy. And so to the Commissioner's office, thank you so much for keeping us moving forward. Well, Director Teal, so good to see you. Thanks for helping us introduce our final item in ARSA today.
Glad to do it, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Those are two hard acts to follow, but fortunately I think that we'll have round 3 of some good news during this presentation. I'm grateful to be joined by Scott Wittenberg from the University of Montana and Jason Carter from Montana State University. Really to give a presentation on some good news, but also some items we think are on the horizon for MUS research. And there are some risks we think that we want your help in addressing. There are also some areas where we have strengths that we want to deepen. But most importantly, there's some really big opportunities on the horizon due to new federal investment in innovation. And we think that the great research capacity of our campuses, if we pair it and mold it with some state priorities, going to put us in a very good position to pursue some of those opportunities. To frame all of that, I want to start with a quick reminder, and that's that there are amazing, amazing things happening with our research enterprise on our campuses. I think you will all recall that we've seen a stunning increase in research activity, an increase that puts us in the top 2 or 3 states in the nation over the past decade. What we often forget is all the spillovers that has. It's not just our faculty becoming more competitive, more capable in doing cutting-edge science. It's also our faculty being more capable in doing service to the state. Our faculty being more capable in supporting economic development, new high-technology businesses that are becoming a much larger part of what we do as a state. Workforce development, being able to have the expertise on our campuses to provide the cutting-edge skills that those businesses want and need if they're going to site here. And I think really importantly, educational opportunities. The opportunities to do hands-on learning, which is why these 2 campuses and increasingly some of our regional affiliates are really stunning the nation in their ability to produce top-level scholars and students who've participated in undergraduate research opportunities that without our research enterprise would not exist. And the good news I have to share is those spillovers, they're increasingly our focus. Our focus is how do we continue this trajectory that we've seen, and how do we convert more of this scientific activity, research activity, faculty, brilliance to be able to attract some of these grant opportunities to our state into those type of outputs. You've seen this trajectory. We're really pleased to announce that our preliminary numbers for this year show us growing again in our 2nd largest jump ever to $329 million in research expenditures over the past year. That gives us a 5-year change of 69%. We won't know until the spring, but I have a feeling over that period that's going to put us at the top in the nation in terms of a state for research expenditure growth. And that's incredible. That has so many positive impacts. You'll be able to look through these slides. We talked through these in great depth in the committee. A lot of excellent examples of some of those spillover effects that we've talked about, and I'd really encourage you to look through and read through. What we want to focus on today is what's on the horizon. And the big thing on our mind is in terms of what's on the horizon is a once in every 2 or 3 generation renewed federal focus on innovation and investment in research and innovation. You heard a brief update from Helen Thigpen on this. There are 2 components of bills that are now proceeding through Congress that I think are particularly important. One is, as we mentioned, a new tech directorate in the National Science Foundation that would bring regional technology transfer hubs to regions around the U.S. Due to great support from our Senate delegation, we have some language in this that would really create an avenue to have a rural-focused technology transfer hub. And thanks to the support of these 2, Montana is really taking a lead in visioning with our neighboring states what that tech hub could look like. We had a great convening in September, hosted by President Cruzado, where we met with VPRs from 15 institutions in the region to start brainstorming what that could look like and what we need to do as a region to be competitive if that opportunity moves forward. And even beyond that opportunity, there's projected to be large increases in just general scientific R&D focused federal expenditures, and in some categories that are particularly important to Montana. One of those is the experimental program to stimulate competitive research. This is a program that's focusing on expanding the geography of innovation, focused on smaller states like Montana. I think our effective use of EPSCoR is one of the big reasons we've seen such growth, and EPSCoR is forecast to grow by 20% across multiple federal agencies that we might be able to draw from. Now, to be competitive again for these once in a generation, once in 2 generations opportunities for Montana to lead the region in research and innovation, we really have to be able to articulate and show in reality how the research enterprise that we're constructing, it connects deeply to our educational opportunities. It connects deeply to Montana's plans for economic development. It connects deeply to state priorities like growing the number of jobs that pay $50K plus. And that's where we want to talk about some of our focus over the coming year. On educational priorities, one of our areas of focus is building on our nation-leading undergraduate research. So again, I mentioned we have incredible undergraduate research opportunities that lead our institutions to outperform on landing major scholarships. What you don't know is the ways in which that chart of research expenditures translates to opportunities for students all around the state through programs like Space Grant Consortium, NASA EPSCoR, Montana INBRE. These programs, federally funded, operated by our flagship universities, provide grants, structured research opportunities, support for undergraduate research programs, not only at MUS institutions, but at every one of our 7 tribal colleges and private institutions as well. One of our focus is how do we track, understand which students those opportunities are going to, and leverage our research enterprise to expand the layers of opportunity. We want those opportunities to participate in undergraduate research to be trackable and to be available to all students, not only the best prepared students. For 2 and 3, I'm going to turn it over to my other panelists and to Jason to start with.
Thank you, Joe. Chair Buchanan, board members, appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk a little bit more about what you challenged us to do, which is to think about different ways that we can continue this growth pattern to the smooth $500 million, as Brock put it. And I think we can get there over time. One of the issues that Joe asked me to talk a little bit about is addressing recruitment and retention risks. And what a great segue from what we just heard about our students, right? We think about retention of our students and how important that is. And what keeps me up at night is retaining these high-quality faculty that are embedded in the research enterprise. I thought what would be helpful is to kind of contextualize sort of the life cycle of a research active faculty member. And when we lose somebody who's research active, we not only lose a great instructor who's teaching in the classroom, because all of our faculty are expected to teach some in the classroom, each of them a different load depending upon what the deans and the department heads have as part of their workload. But when we lose them, we lose a great teacher. And when I think about what retains students, I think about good faculty that are here and consistent with their curriculum. When a new faculty member comes in, and a research faculty member, we have to invest a lot of money into them. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes to build a lab, to allow them to have a grad student to start up, give them that runway. And that runway, in order for them to reach that sustainable research state that leads to the numbers you saw, typically takes 4 years at a minimum, because the first year they're just getting their feet wet. By year 2, their lab is maybe up and running and they're collecting some preliminary data. By year 3, they're crying and singing the blues because they've been rejected for the first time. And by year 4, hopefully, they're starting to get some success with their grants. And what I think we're having right now is a collision of some difficult times where higher education, there's a lot of competition. And when you combine that competition with the rising costs of living across all of the areas of Montana, and I know the Bozeman numbers, and I can tell you it's nearly doubled. It's nearly doubled in 18 months. And we start thinking about the retention factor and what a impact it has when we keep good people. Not only do we keep those good people and they're here and they're productive, but we don't have to restart that search process all over again. Right? And we don't have to invest the hundreds of thousands of dollars and wait 4 to 6 years before they become productive. And what I'm concerned about right now is the ways that we're going to have to get creative potentially to retain. And I think just like the discussion that we just had about retaining our students and it is the same applicability when it comes to research. Heck, it's the same with staff. I know what my colleague Terry Lease is dealing with and Chris Kearns in the student life areas, the staffing issues. The staffing issues are, I think, the canary in the coal mine. Right? I think what we're seeing with staffing issues is only going to work its way into our faculty over time if we don't find creative ways to address. So I don't know the solution. I'm not here to say that there is one particular solution. I think it's multifactorial. I think of little things. It's not always just about money. I think of the Regents professorships that this body provides and what an impact that makes for retaining faculty, giving them a small bump to their base salaries. It could be little things that we could do. I think we should really take seriously this charge to try to retain this top talent, because this talent is not easy to recruit. We have it right now. They came into the Montana market while housing was somewhat affordable, and we start losing these individuals. I'm afraid that we're not going to be able to recruit our top candidate, our top two. We're going to be going 3, 4, 5 deep into the pools. And the problem with going 3, 4, 5 deep into the pools is that 4-year time frame now becomes a 5, 6, 7-year time frame. And it's sometimes they're not grant active in that same vicious cycle that we're having right now. So I really think we should put some priority to this. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I know we're all thinking through that. Retention of talent, I've heard a lot about it today, and I appreciate that, and I would just double down on that. So thank you for the opportunity to come here, and I'm happy to answer questions after Scott's talked about the next topic.
Chairman Buchanan and members of the board. I've been asked to talk about what we do in terms of workforce and economic development. I think that the public in general doesn't understand what the research offices actually do. They see the part on the research grants that we bring in, which is a really nice number, and the work that comes from that. It's a benefit to both the state and to society. But a big part of what we do is for research, from our research, is for workforce and economic development. I like to think that we are actually the primary drivers for economic development in our communities. The arm of that out of my office that does that is called Accelerate Montana, and they've got a booth out front. If you haven't stopped by and talked to them, I encourage you to do so, because they have a nice plot, a map that I asked them to generate for where we have our reach in the state of Montana. And then around the corner is another one of our initiatives that's the Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Lab, WELL, which is the efforts we're making in terms of our Women's Business Center and job creation and support for women's businesses in the state. I did want to give you a few numbers. I don't know if they're all there, but I have to. Numbers are always a good thing. I think the impact, I think people don't fully understand for what we do around the state. So Accelerate Montana, this is from 2019 through 2021. We've had more than 2,300 touch points for companies around a lot of them around the country as well. That's 207 distinct cities that we've had contacts with and we've provided support for in some fashion. And that's in 25 U.S. states and 6 countries. So our reach is not only throughout Montana, but through a lot of places in the country as well. Accelerate Montana is a collection of things. It's the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which allows or helps regional businesses get federal contracts. I'll give some numbers for that. It's the Montana Technology Enterprise Center. It's our business incubator, which is for startup companies. Montech is absolutely full. It's 32,000 square foot, absolutely full. We keep trying to find places to put people. I'm currently in discussions with 2 more companies out of California that want to move to Missoula. One is a 50-person employee company that wants to locate here, and I'm trying to find out how we can support them and their efforts as well. We also have within there the World Trade Center. We just did the trades mission, virtual trade mission for Israel that Governor Gianforte was at, and try to make connections between places overseas to help our businesses here in Montana do business overseas in a better fashion. I'm probably going to miss a whole piece. They have the Small Business Development Center that's in there. We've got the Blackstone Launchpad that helps our students and faculty and alumni start companies and grow companies from there. And just a couple of numbers, just so the magnitude of all these. For Montech, in the past 7 years, our companies in Montech have secured $60 million worth of venture capital funding for the companies in there. Those are all, that goes straightly into jobs, directly into jobs for those companies. The PTAC, the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, has, over the last 2 years, has done 115 companies in the state for 1,000 contracts that they've issued, and it's a total of $68.3 million for those companies. So these are large numbers that are a large support for local business, regional business, and it's part of what the research does for this state. And I guess I'll leave it there. So I thank you for your time.
And just to sum up, I think research done well creates a virtuous cycle. It creates a cycle where we have scientific discoveries, then gender business, but also support the students that those businesses hopefully will employ to stay in Montana. Our hope is if we can address some of the risks in terms of how do we ensure that particularly our highly productive research faculty, we're able to recruit the talent that we need and retain it. And then also, I think, more directly connect some of what research does to state priorities, like the 50K plus job challenge. Those are things that are going to help us take advantage of some of these federal opportunities down the pike. And I think that our request of all of you is to give us the avenues, the communications avenues, to build that case moving forward as to this really important way that universities in Montana make an impact on the state. And we'll open up for questions.
Scott, Jason, Director Teal, thank you so much. Any questions from members of the committee, members of the board? Chair Lozar, please.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Actually, more of a comment than anything. I mean, obviously, we've seen incredible growth, and there's a lot of work that goes behind that. And, you know, Jason and Scott, you're a big part of that. One of the things that you mentioned, Scott, that I think is particularly important is that the public may not know the sort of the impact and the reach of the research initiatives that are happening in the Montana University system. And I think that's something that I believe is our responsibility to be able to control that narrative and to tell that story. So I guess I'd urge both the commissioner, but certainly urge the leaders on all the campuses that are doing this really important work for Montana, this important research for Montana, to identify new ways in which we can tell this particularly important story. Every Montanan should know that we're shooting for a smooth half bill of funding, and that we're, we've seen the growth that we've seen. So just really urge you all to see what you can do and do more of helping to tell this story.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Well, since you asked, Regent Lozar, I have a story for you. I was, shortly after our ARSA committee call, where you gave this presentation, I was on a flight from Bozeman to Phoenix, and before my flight took off, it was announced that somebody from the University of Montana was going to be conducting a survey, and I was like, oh, well, I need to go find out who this person is and introduce myself, obviously. And gave me his card. He's from the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research. And he was telling me about what his research does and how it's used, most importantly. And he gathers this information, and it is used by hotels, specifically, and what really spoke to my heart was it's hotels that really, and small businesses that really couldn't afford to do this research on their own. And he actually mentioned it's paid for through the hotel tax. And so just the loop that he was explaining, it made me so proud to be part of this in any small way. And in terms of a story of, how what you're doing is so important and how it reaches ordinary people in every walk of life, I mean, just really, it made me happy. So I just wanted to share that story with you, and I'll try to find more to speak to your point.
Thanks, Regent Sexton. I got a couple questions. Joe, maybe give you a second to chew on this channels of connection, communication. Is there a new strategy? But this rural research project, I think of regional partners. Is rural Bozeman, Missoula, or is rural Lewistown, Miles City? What is that? Obviously, we're at the bar napkin stage, it sounds like, at this.
Well, with regards to the USICA, U.S. Innovation and Compete Act, we're thinking rurally across the 5-state region, right, and building capacity. Chancellor Kegel welcomed me up to the High Line a few weeks ago, and I got a chance to go up there and visit, and I got to see firsthand some of the impacts of INBRI and these other programs that Joe was mentioning. I think that there's a case to be made that this has to be across the entire state. It can't, because of what we talked about with the housings market, it doesn't have to all be in Bozeman and Missoula, and a lot of other states have figured this out. We've talked about this before. So I do think it's throughout, and we've been exploring those options, trying to determine what is a good fit on the Highline, what is a good fit on the east side over near Billings, and trying to build those synergies. And our partners who visited in September feel the same way about their states. Wyoming has similar challenges that we do. So does Idaho. So does South Dakota, North Dakota. And you look at those 5 states, and they represent 4 of the 6 eligible states under this rural technological hub amendment. And so we're really hopeful. You know, we've got some strong support with Senator Tester, Senator Daines, and the work that I think everybody's doing. And I think talking about this to them is really the key, and them knowing what a huge impact this would be, and that Montana's leading the way. I mean, we hosted it, and we've been leading that effort. Joe's been very helpful in providing some additional assistance in that group, and we now have various task force to look at how does this integrated with tribal communities, with rural communities throughout the 5 states. So it has to be more than just Bozeman and Missoula.
Very encouraging. On to the channels of communication. Director Teal, any strategies or ideas we should be elevating?
Well, I think part of it is that we certainly have stories that we need to tell about the service impact of research. I think something that we neglect or we could do better on is that research is a workforce development strategy. And so when we're thinking about what jobs are going to be created, are going to have career paths, are going to pay well, and build that workforce pipeline that companies thinking of starting up in Montana are going to want, research is so vital for facilitating a lot of that. So I think some of it is that sometimes we leave the research at the science and the great science that we're doing, and don't have the follow-on impacts of we attract those faculty members because of the science, but the impacts that they have through the research they're able to do ties into all of our other priorities as a state. And the more that I think we can articulate those ties, as well as, I think, get in and help really some of our other state leadership to see us as a resource for a lot of those ties, see the research enterprise as a resource, that I think is the tie that we want to continue working on. And we saw a lot of progress with it through MReady. I think that we want to kind of extend those analogies and talk up that it really could have a massive one-time economic impact through some of these federal opportunities.
Good point. Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Commissioner, do you talk about this with the Education Interim Committee, the impact of research on the state and driving the economy? I mean, will this come up tomorrow when we meet with those representatives and senators? I guess I haven't looked at that agenda that much, but, you know, I was a big fan of MReady and would think that we'd, even though we haven't been funded for MReady for, what, 2 sessions at least? Can we do MReady 2.0 or something, some new variation of that to continue to have the state to be a partner with us in driving our economy through additional research dollars? I know they're not going to greatly move the needle. I think last time MReady was $15 million, but I mean, we'll take that any day of the week to continue to move towards MReady 2.0 or whatever we call it. So, Clay?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, absolutely is the answer. It's not on the agenda for the EDIC committee tomorrow necessarily, but it's something that we talked to the interim committee a lot. It's something that we spent a fair amount of time on during the session with the Section E subcommittee, and we'll continue to. And, honestly, there's a lot of interest in MReady 2.0. As you recall, we had a proposal for that in the last session. It got a lot of traction. It got a lot of support at the subcommittee level. It has generally had great bipartisan support, and I think people acknowledge it as not only cutting-edge research that can change the world for a whole number of reasons, but also truly an economic driver in our state and something that can help the economy from that end. Politics is politics, and sometimes things advance, sometimes they don't. But that's not one that we intend to lose sight of. I think that there is a lot of interest from the legislature. We moved some funds around in the last session to ARPA funds and back and forth, and in the end, maybe that juggling wasn't as productive as we'd hoped, but that's how sessions go sometimes. But it'll certainly be on the top of our docket. It remains a high priority for us in conversations with these interim committees around ARPA funds. And yeah, I mean, the bottom answer is absolutely. We think what we did with MReady 1.0 had a tremendous impact. Well, not trying to take anything away from those efforts, but I believe there is correlation between, we've seen a decent advancement in research expenditures since that first round of MReady money, and we think we can see a similar advancement with the second round. It's just getting everybody on board with that and trying to move it forward, but remains a high priority. I appreciate the question because it gives us a chance to talk about it. Obviously, those legislative initiatives come from the heart of this board, and those are the ones we advance forward, and with the support of this board, we'll continue to champion MReady 2.0 as best we can.
Any other questions or comments? Jason, Scott, Joe, thank you all so much. Fantastic update on the growth of our research enterprise. Stay close, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Lozar, unless I'm wrong, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I think we've wrapped up. Chairman Lozar, I think we'll hand you the gavel back. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Regent Buchanan. And we'll quickly move to our last committee of the day. Turn it over to Chair Nystuen, Chair of the Two-Year and Community College Committee.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. When you look at your watches, it says it's 3:08, and the reception isn't for 5 till 5:30. So, Brock, we're going to have to do a lot of talking to fill up this. Either that, or perhaps we'll be done much sooner. So, today the Two-Year Community College Committee agenda has 2 items on it. I believe that our colleague Regent Bao has got another priority at this hour, so he's not with us. So what we'll do is we'll jump into the first item, which is dual enrollment, followed by prior learning assessment update. With that, could I throw it over to you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, to queue up our conversation and introduce Dan as part of the process here?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Nystuen and members of the committee. Really excited to bring Dr. Dan Corrales to the mic in just a moment to talk about dual enrollment, and in particular to kind of provide a detailed baseline of where we're at right now with respect to dual enrollment in career and technical education. I think that was a request from this board at the last meeting in Butte, and we've had a chance to preview Dan's presentation. It provides a new level of understanding for us, and as we develop strategies moving forward, I think this is a good baseline. As I have done in the last couple of meetings, I want to emphasize that our agendas may be fairly succinct for the two-year committee, but The reality is that 4 of the 9 program proposals you heard earlier in ARSA are 2-year program proposals. Montana 10 exists not just at the Mountain campus at UM, but also at Missoula College and Helena College. The academic priorities and planning process applies certainly to our 2-year campuses. And actually, our research enterprise involves our 2-year campuses and community colleges as well. So although these agendas tend to be quite short, trust that our 2-year leaders and their campuses are quite active across the board in all our priority areas. So thank you for that. And I will turn the mic over to Dan Corrales. Take it away, Dan.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tessman. Thank you, Chair Nystuen, and thank you, Regents, and everyone else. Lots of thanks here. Excuse me while I figure out what I'm supposed to talk about here. But the presentation today is about dual enrollment in career and technical education. As Brock said, this was a request from the board. So this is kind of the response and presentation to that request. I'll start out by doing what I always do, which is define a bunch of terms so that we're all speaking the same language, talking about the same stuff. Then I will throw a bunch of data at you, and that will really be a kind of big picture overview of dual enrollment CTE in the system, followed by a little bit more of analysis of where that CTE dual enrollment is happening by class size and geographic region. And then we'll finish up with some things to do, some strategies, how we can build the program to be even better than it is right now. On the technology works, which is awesome. So start out by this is the slide called What is Dual Enrollment? You may have seen it before. If you remember any of my past presentations, I tend to forget them immediately after giving them. So this is like good review for me. But dual enrollment is generally the catch-all term for high school students taking college courses. Concurrent enrollment is when those high school students take those courses in their high school classrooms, taught by a high school teacher with the appropriate credentials. Early college is when the courses are taught on a college campus or online. For concurrent enrollment, students get dual credit, high school credit and college credit at the same time, which is a totally sweet deal. And early college students generally get college credit only, but they can get high school credit as well if the college instructor has a Class 8 teaching license and they get approval from their district or school. So that's dual enrollment, but since we're also talking about career and technical education, I need to give a quick definition of that as defined by the National Center for Education Statistics. It's courses and programs that are focused on skills and knowledge that lead to specific jobs or fields of work. Other organizations define it very similarly using those fancy hyphenated adjectives like job specific or high skill or something like that. But this is a pretty straightforward definition. And then SIP codes up there is a classification of instructional programs codes. This is the scheme that we use to code courses, to code programs, so we can track what is career and technical education, what is not, and then we can group courses into different pathways and programs to do some better analysis. So with that, we'll just push right on to the data. So the biggest big picture data point I can give you is how much of dual enrollment that's happening in the system is CTE. And it's about 28% over the last 3 years. And quick note that I forgot to say on the last slide is most of the data you'll see here, I pooled together the last 3 years of last 3 academic years, 2018 to 2019, and 2020 or through 2020-21. That just gives us a larger pool of data to look at because CTE is not, as you can see, it's about a quarter of all dual enrollment. So we want to look at all of that together. I also chose that time frame because that is all the 1-2 free era. So 1-2 free for anybody out there, listening or looking for free dual enrollment. High school students can take 2 courses or up to 6 credits for free. Tuition free, fee free other than class fees. So you'll notice on this slide that the percentage there over the last few years has stayed pretty steady, 27, 29, 28. That's where we get that 28% average. But it's been climbing. I threw in a couple of previous years there. It's been climbing, and if we were to go even back even further, it goes up from about 20% all the way up to 28%, which doesn't seem like that much, but if you look at that increase there from pre-1-2 free to the first year of 1-2 free, it's a pretty big jump in how many dual enrollment CTE credits that students took across the system. It's 31%. Overall dual enrollment jumped 24% there, so it's increasing at a higher rate than overall. And if you do the quick math and look at all this entire 5-year span, the percentage increase has gone up about 65% or 64%. So we've been increasingly doing more and more CTE dual enrollment. So what does that actually mean for the students? Students are taking a lot of different courses, a lot of different subjects, but they're kind of concentrated in the top couple handfuls of subjects and courses. So welding is at the top in terms of subjects. Communications is our top course. You can kind of scan the list of subjects and courses here to get an idea. But one thing to pay attention to is if you compare these two tables, we can get some insights into the scope of our programs that we have across the system. So example, welding is roughly 6,000 credits. Welding 111 is the top welding course over this 3-year span at 2,500 credits, meaning that we have a lot of other welding courses that students take. So they can take those in bunches and make progress towards a certificate or a degree. Alternatively, if you look at the AHMS course, which is Allied Health Medical Support course, that subject is about 2,400 credits, but then the top course there is exactly 2,400 credits. I believe that's a medical terminology course. So super popular course, but maybe we could add some more AHMS courses to really give students a boost if they're going into that field. That also gives you an idea about course availability, and we can get an even better idea about course availability across the system by looking at how many different sections that students took. And I titled this course frequency here, but you can see that welding is very popular and particularly available as a concurrent enrollment course, meaning it's happening in high schools across the state. So a lot of the other courses you'll see are maybe more popular or offered more often as early college courses, likely online, probably also on campus. And just for reference here, the 1 out of every 4 concurrent enrollment sections is a welding course. That's probably the lecture portion there based on the icon. And then also make a little note that a lot of that early college coursework is online. So even if students can't find it available in their schools, they can find those courses available online. So now, thanks to those SIP codes, we can kind of repackage those subjects and courses that students are taking and look at it in terms of career clusters and programs. And so again, over the course of the last 3 years, we kind of have a top 7 career pathways or career clusters that students are in. You can probably figure out that welding fits into that manufacturing category there. And we can always revisit this slide, but I'm going to go to the next slide because the cool part about grouping these into career clusters is we can compare it to other types of data that either we produce or we get from other agencies. And so this is just that's same table, the percent of CTE dual enrollment across the system by career cluster compared to job projections from Montana Department of Labor and Industry report covering 2018 to 2028. And this one, again, happy to revisit this. I'm going to kind of zoom by it. But note that we have some good alignment there with our more popular programs and job demands, job projections. We also maybe have some not as good alignment happening. And I can provide further context on that later. So the next question is, where is all this happening? And one way we can look at that is by class size. So this shows that about 72% of CTE dual enrollment students take courses in their school. Divvied up by class size, more of that concurrent enrollment happens in the larger schools. Less of it happens in those Class C schools. Just dual enrollment CTE overall, there's obviously more in our larger schools because there are more students there. And all of this lines up pretty well with overall dual enrollment. So previous presentations on dual enrollment, we've seen kind of some similar data. It's all in line where the AA schools do a lot of the, produce a lot of the credits. Most of it happens in the high schools themselves. And the Class C schools tend to have less of that concurrent enrollment component. So it kind of suggests that maybe they don't have the teachers to teach those courses, and the larger schools might. Also note here that I did include an other category, which includes homeschool students, private school students, just so you can see that those students do CTE too. That kind of brings that overall percentage down. For public schools, it's a little higher. I chalk most of that up to probably homeschool students who don't have a school to take concurrent enrollment courses in. Now, dig down a little deeper, we do see some interesting differences with by class size and career cluster. There tends to be more manufacturing courses happening in the non-AA schools. And then the AA schools, those are our largest schools and our biggest cities in Montana, seem to have a little more of a diversified array or evenly split array of the types of courses that students take. So now we come to kind of the fun part, what I think is the fun part of the presentation. That's geographic analysis. This one was a bit of a struggle. I tried to look at this by county, and counties are kind of literally and figuratively all over the map, and there's no real trend there. Previously, we've looked at splitting up Montana into 5 regions, and that didn't really have any trends or anything that compelling. But I did hit on something that may or may not be anything, but there tends to be some sort of pattern happening between the urban region, which would be our top 7 cities. We have to consider that Montana urban. So in this case, Butte is urban, Kalispell's urban. Those other cities on the map, we all passed geography class, so we know what those are. And then I split the non-urban areas into the mountains and the plains. And when we were talking about this in committee, this looks a lot like a failed legislative map, but this is really just me trying to make sense of some of the data. I did find an economics study that kind of divided the state up and looked at it this way, with those urban centers as big economic centers. And that's kind of where the idea came from. I also thought there might be something related to, this is the historian in me looking at this, the history of types of industries and culture and just general flavor of the mountain region versus the plains region. And, you get something a little bit interesting that we might do more CTE dual enrollment in the rural mountain area than in other areas. Dig down a little deeper, and that becomes more apparent in terms of manufacturing. So that rural mountain area does a lot of manufacturing and, not as much else. Those other 2 regions are a little more diversified. And then that got me thinking, and also with some, help from other OCHI staff and Dr. Tessman encouraging some outside the box thinking, I thought I'd look at kind of proximity to urban areas. Again, this kind of stirred up the historian in me, thinking of this is a very weird side note, but I have to say it. There's a great book by William Cronin called Nature's Metropolis, which talks about Chicago and kind of the hinterlands around Chicago and the give and take between the urban area and the area outside. So I thought maybe there'd be something with urban centers in Montana and schools that are outside of those urban centers. Do they do more CTE because they are the industrial hubs for those urban centers? And the answer is, maybe. The data kind of suggests it, that we might have more CTE dual enrollment happening just outside within 30 miles of those urban centers. There's not a lot of data there, though. And I put this together using the 30-mile metric just as kind of what I would want to drive. If this was like the late 90s and we had the safe and prudent speed limit, we could probably bump this up to like a 100-mile radius and it would be the same thing. But you get an idea. There might be something to these smaller schools kind of feeding off the energy of either the campuses in the urban centers or just all the stuff happening. This is kind of the so what slide. So what does all that mean? What can we do now? Some things we know from that are that CTE credits that students are taking are going up. So more students are doing more CTE dual enrollment. A lot of it is happening in the high school. So a large percentage is concurrent enrollment, yet still a bunch of it is happening online. So we can continue to do what we're doing and build on the good programs that we have. And I have to talk about a few examples here. So one which could be skewing that mountain region percentage is the work of Flathead Valley Community College with Columbia Falls High School. So they have a very strong welding program at the high school. And due in part to the success of that, they're adding a machining program. So building on the welding program to do another program that is kind of related, both in that manufacturing area. And Columbia Falls High School, for a Class A high school, has more students in taking dual enrollment CTE than any of the other high schools, including the double A's. They don't have as many students doing dual enrollment overall, but CTE they do. And so, if that's working, let's keep doing it, and let's, put more energy, put more funds into that. Another example is a new example. Helena College recently partnered with East Helena High School. I say recently because East Helena High School is not that old. And they developed a remote classroom for students. So students can go to this classroom and remotely take dual enrollment, remotely take college courses offered somewhere else, doing it by video conference or on computer stations. So that's another example of a thing we're doing where just using technology, building on that, getting more access for students, building on that online program that they have. And then finally, I need to talk about both Highlands College and University of Montana Western. Two examples here, and really these are, again, all examples. All of our campuses are doing great work, but Highlands last month had a CTE fair where they invited students, instructors, anyone else. They can try out different types of CTE programs, get information on dual enrollment, get information on college CTE programs. And Montana Western is introducing, I believe next year, a CTE 101 course, which does something similar. So it introduces students to CTE. They're working with multiple high schools, and it's just a great way to generate more awareness for dual enrollment and CTE. So some other things that we can do, or things that we know from the data, is there tends to be less dual enrollment overall and less concurrent enrollment CTE in our smaller schools. There tends to be less in rural areas. And in some of those rural areas, there's a higher concentration just built into certain particular programs. So we can look to broaden options for students, and we can look to bolster those online options for students like Helena College is doing with East Helena. All of that is connected to that, what is hopefully not super obvious, but really obvious purple-colored shapes on the screen about investing in dual enrollment. Generally, if smaller schools do not have as many students taking concurrent enrollment, it probably means they don't have the teachers that can do it, or they don't have the qualified teachers that can do it. So looking to invest in teacher incentives, giving those schools and teachers reason to get those credentials is something that I think we could definitely do. And then based on that career cluster slide I showed you with the job projections, a final step we could take would be to reevaluate our courses across the system and maybe try to better align some of our programs with what's in demand. And I think that could be as simple as just introducing a couple of new courses in a few different places. It could be introducing more online options. So these are all kind of interconnected. And with that, we are at the portion of the presentation where I can answer any questions if I have any voice left. So apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. Questions or comments from the board? Regent Buchanan.
Thank you. Particularly interested in this, I want to start by saying thanks to Provost Eskandari and his academic team at MSU Billings. They're preparing a day to come to the Red Lodge community as we unveil a new $6 million CTE building to try to build that relationship. So super eager to learn as much as we can. Great presentation. Thank you for this. Got a handful of questions. 1-2 free, is that every semester or is that through your time as a high school student?
Thanks for the question, Regent Buchanan. The 1-2 free program is for your high school career. So students are eligible generally grades 11 and 12. There are some exceptions. There are students that are super outstanding, so they start taking college courses earlier. Other students may only have options to take courses when they're a sophomore, because courses are not always offered every single semester, so they may have to take something early. So yeah, it's 2 free courses for your career. So if you take 3 credits as a junior, you can take 3 more credits as a senior for free. And then after that, students pay 50% of the resident tuition and no fees. So it's still a really sweet deal.
Yeah, it is. You mentioned, Regent Nystuen, thank you. You mentioned trying to attract qualified teachers. Is the credentialing process from a dual enrollment perspective the same for CTE as it is for non-CTE programs? And if not, how do those differences look?
Again, thanks for the question, Regent Buchanan. The answer is yes and no. So some CTE programs are just like general education programs. So example might be communications or business. Those programs require a high school instructor to have a master's degree in the subject or a master's degree in a similar subject plus 9 credit hours in the subject. Other CTE programs, the requirement, I believe, is a certain number of years of experience in the field. So it's 5 years of experience in the field. And those would be things like if say you're a welder, you have 10 years of experience, you're tired of dealing with small business life and you want to be an instructor, you would be qualified to teach dual enrollment.
Gotcha. One more. You referenced the synergies between Columbia Falls and Flathead Valley. Can you identify some of those? Is it our professors from that institution going to Columbia Falls? Is it that simple?
So I have to backtrack 1 second. I'm going to answer that with your backtrack to your CTE qualification, teacher qualification question, I should say that somebody who is a welder who has experience could teach welding. They would also need a high school license through OPI. So I needed to add that just for clarity. But the Columbia Falls synergy question, I think a lot of that is the work of the staff at Flathead Valley. So they've been doing before 1-2-Free, they had a running start program, which they offered free credits to students. Really a similar model to 1-2-Free. So I think that's into play. They tend to have a little bit more staff than some of our other campuses. And after that, I don't know the particulars. I would probably have to defer to Flathead Valley staff or someone there. But I know that their staff, just like all of our campus staff, visit high schools and try to really strengthen those partnerships all the time. And I'm guessing that Columbia Falls just has a good set of teachers there that do the work. If I'm remembering right from my spreadsheets, I think the majority of that CTE dual enrollment that is happening is all in Columbia Falls High School and not necessarily on campus. Some of it is on campus though, because they are only, that's like 15, 20 minutes away, so students have more access.
Excellent. Chairman Nysoon, my observation after leaving the Board of Public Ed meeting that we had in September, where this administration clearly identifies dual credit and CTE, the Board of Public Ed also said, I think we have a shared policy goal opportunity here, and I would encourage us to keep our foot on the pedal. I think there's low-hanging fruit, and I can't thank you enough for your presentation. Personally, very excited about this. Thank you.
So noted to Regent Buchanan. Good comments. Regent Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. Even better the second time. I'm really interested in slide, I think it's 8, the job projections slide. And I think we have the same. Maybe I have a different version. It's the one, see programs versus job projections. Is that it? Cool. I always download early and then get the wrong slide deck, sorry. Can you walk us through the data a little bit? When you originally presented it, it was sort of like the top 10 industries with the highest job projections, with like education and healthcare really low. That surprised me. And then also wondering if manufacturing, which we do a lot of CTE in, was reflected in like the construction or maintenance repair industry, or if it wasn't even in the top 10.
Yeah, so I think this full disclosure, this did change a little from when I presented it in committee to now. I think I was comparing the career clusters to a different set of just job categories. Then I actually read the report, instead of, before I just did the grad student read where I just kind of looked for what I wanted. But I read it again and I found this chart and it matches up. DLI in that publication, filtered everything by career cluster. So that's kind of the difference there. But you can see that most of the dual enrollment is happening in those, I say top 7 from manufacturing down to finance, and then after that it's fairly low. Projected job openings, like we have really good alignment there with business, pretty good with manufacturing, health science and education seem to be right on point. It's those things in the lower half of the chart that may be not aligned as well, but for some context, a lot of the hospitality and tourism jobs that are projected, I think, from DLI are not necessarily jobs that you'd go to get your college degree to get. They might be lower wage jobs. And the same could possibly be said for some of those other categories. I think we could definitely, though, fill some of that demand by looking into hospitality management, tourism program director type of careers, culinary programs. So there is a few things that we can do there, but just keep in mind that some of those jobs may be less desirable than others.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Other questions or comments? Well, just a comment from my perspective. It's tough for me to take my marketing hat off, but it sure seems to me like the students that are involved in these dual enrollment, career and technical would be, as we think about enrollment, some of the most target-rich environment for marketing our portal, marketing our campuses, and marketing an opportunity for better days ahead by continuing. Don't stop here. You have these 2 classes or more, these credits, keep going. We talked about stackable credentials. This is a great place. I would think that the campus leaders would certainly want to stay really focused in on is we already know how well they're doing, and if they're college material and we can move them onward and upward to get enrolled full-time after they've received these classes and so forth. So just a comment or a perspective. So with that, what we'd like to do, Dan, is tell you thank you for the very informative and look forward to future updates from you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, now it's time for information on prior learning assessment, and I think, would you introduce Director Treaster to us again? Not that she needs that much of an introduction, but to get us an update on prior learning assessment policy update.
Absolutely, Chair Nystuen, members of the committee, and thank you for that presentation, Dan, and thanks for the charge, Regent Buchanan, Chair Nystuen, on dual enrollment. I mean, it's obviously a key student success strategy. It's an access strategy. I won't put the cart before the horse here, but I do think you'll hear a little bit about how we can better advertise dual enrollment through the Apply Montana portal, and maybe even some strategies for allowing for a kind of class search and maybe even someday a class registration through that Apply Montana portal. So we're thinking along the same lines. Jackie Treaster, our state director of CTE and workforce development, has been heading up 2 working groups among our 2-year leadership group. One is around workforce development, and I think as we head into 2022, you'll start to see results from the discussions our 2-year leaders are having on micro-credentialing, non-credit workforce training, industry partnerships. But today she is going to give an early update on the other working group, which is around prior learning assessment. And some of you may know or remember that we've had some changes in terms of the regional, the accrediting agency, the NWCCU, and the caps they put on PLA. We've had some creative thinking around PLA as a way to better attract veteran students and give them a running start towards their degree. And we've also had some good discussions around mapping non-credit training so that should that individual want to come back and pursue a degree, it's easily translatable. That non-credit training is easily translatable into credit and degree progression. I think Jackie is going to talk a little bit more about that and give us the first presentation of probably a few that you'll hear over the course of the next 3 to 4 board meetings. Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this is meant to be a fairly short presentation, but I'll drag it out as long as I can for you guys so we can so it won't rush. But this is really, it's a heads up for you all of what's to come the next few meetings. We will likely be asking for a policy update, and so want to make sure that we have plenty of discussion and give some background so that we can make the right decisions and hopefully make this a more effective initiative. So the first slide, oh, sorry, I forgot that I had this. Okay. So this first slide is by our very own Dr. Dan Corrales. The last time he did a PLA presentation, I believe it was in March of this year. And I wanted to bring this slide up again because it really shows how the vast majority of PLA students in the Montana University system are coming from advanced placement and IB credits. And so I think that this really illustrates a lot of room to grow for us. I think that there are opportunities and there are some populations of students that we are not doing a good enough job targeting. I think among those would be adult students who should look into taking advantage of prior learning assessment and be working with some of their programs on their campuses in order to do so. And I think that we could also address our veteran population in Montana. They likely have a lot of experience that could translate into credit. There are some states that are doing a really good job of this, and I think that we definitely have some room to grow there. In our current PLA policy, we have a few things that are addressed that I think that with our small working group of the 2-year leaders, I think that we would like to make sure that we're paying attention to and hopefully proposing some changes that will make some positive impact for our campuses and our students. The first is that 25% PLA cap. And so that was something that was borrowed from NWCCU. So we were aligned with their policy. They now have lifted that cap. And from the talks that I've had with the 2-year leaders that are helping me look at this policy, it sounds like the more flexibility that we can offer our campuses and our programs is going to be the best bet. And so I believe that we will be asking you all to lift that 25% cap, and we'll have some language in the policy that does give that flexibility, but we'll also want to be able to track that. We'll want to have an idea of what programs are putting what caps, what institutions are implementing their own policies, but also making sure that we're offering some flexibility where there may be programs, I know there are programs where it makes sense to have a higher cap. And so we'll just give them the opportunity to do that. The current policy also addresses a PLA council. I think it was about 6 years ago, Montana received some funding where a PLA council was formed. It did have about 30 people, so it was pretty big. It was hard to maintain, and so that's one reason it disbanded. Another reason is the purpose of that council was to implement the current policy that we have. And so once that policy was in place and adopted by the board, the council didn't really meet any longer. So I think what we'd like to do is remove that language, and we'd like to have a smaller working group moving forward, a group of folks from our campuses that are experts or are keenly interested in this and can help offer some different ways to grow PLA in Montana. There is also very quick mention of PLA fees in the current policy, and I think that, since it sounds like we're already working toward standardizing some of the fees for the system, I think it would make sense for us to try to align our campus fees as much as possible for PLA, so there's not such a huge difference. Right now, there's a really wide-ranging difference between fees from one campus to another. I think it's really confusing for students to be able to navigate. And so if we can figure out a way to align our campuses as much as possible, I think that would be in our best interest to do so. So just a few next steps for you all, what's going to be coming. So we do have this small group that we're working with. Really pleased with the folks that have volunteered to be a part of this small group. There's a lot of expertise there, and so just helpful to hear from people that have really been involved in this process before. We want to do a policy review. And so we likely will be proposing some changes for you all to take a look at. We were also thinking that we'd like to put together a handbook or toolkit, some kind of guidance that we could give to campus faculty who may be interested in offering PLA but might not know how to start. And so helping them set something up for their students that may be interested in that opportunity. We also have been looking into offering some professional development. So CALE is the Council for Adult and Experiential Learning. They have a lot of expertise in that organization. They actually have a virtual conference happening, I think, right about now. And so we haven't reached out to them. I know that they're busy with that, but we were thinking that we'd love to get an expert from CALE to do some kind of train the trainer, where we could get some campus leadership to learn more about some of the best practices around PLA, and then get that information down to some of their the other folks on their campuses that may have the opportunity to get this information out. In my previous life, in my early education career, I was a financial aid advisor. I was also a student advisor, an academic advisor, and I can tell you that I did not know what PLA was, and I had tons of opportunities to tell students about what PLA was. And so I think that if we can get this information down to anybody who talks to a student, the registrars should know about this, all advisors, financial aid advisors, recruiters, I think should know what PLA is and what the opportunities are for students so they can get the word out. I also think that we could get information down to job service offices, and I think we could also get information out to veteran services as well. If they know what the opportunities are for these students who may be interested in going back to school, maybe that would give them the push if they know that they would have some credits already for their prior knowledge that would get them to a degree quicker. We also would really like to improve data tracking. So that first slide that I showed you, that was about the data we have. We don't have a whole lot past that. We don't know what PLA credits students are bringing in. We don't know what classes they're counting toward. We don't know if they're staying on those pathways or if they're in a career pathway. We don't know if they're graduating, and we don't know if they're sticking with that career once they graduate. And so we'd like to figure out how to do a better job of tracking these students and making sure that they are retained, completed, and what they're doing after they graduate. So we're thinking, and this could be a little bit flexible, but hopefully in January for your work session, we're hoping to have a draft of some language to you all so you can review it and maybe give us some suggestions or changes you'd like to see. And then we're thinking in March or May. March typically is when we do our annual PLA report, which is also a part of the policy. We do an annual report. And so if we have some policy written that we feel comfortable with and you all feel comfortable with, we could do a vote in March. We could also delay it until May if that's what you all wish to do. So that's a pretty quick overview of what you'll see, but wanted to let you all know that this is coming, and this is some work that we're doing at OCHI and with our campus leadership, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions or comments for Director Treaster? Regent Rogers.
I'm so excited about this. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think the data tracking improvement is what I'm most interested in because, and I'm pretty sure I heard this on an AGB podcast or something, but like the concept that you can get someone with an advisor, understand what, skills they already have, put them in this career pathway, and then see if that develops out into the real world, and making sure that the advising is robust and that the outcomes are really sound. So I'm just thrilled, and thanks also for the thoughtfulness around the job service and VA centers and how we can get this information out into the community where hopefully it can really touch the people that it needs to touch.
Thanks, Regent Rogers.
Other questions or comments? Regent Dombrowski, Joyce.
Are there any unintended consequences of lifting the cap?
Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski, this, and I would maybe defer to Deputy Commissioner Tessman, and I also know that there are some campus leadership that have a lot more direct experience. There could be, I think that the worry would be that students would be bringing in tons of credit and maybe they wouldn't have the exact skill outcomes that they would learn if they were to take every course in the college. I have not heard of that being a huge issue. I think that the faculty are really thoughtful when they're deciding what type of credit to award through PLA. But Brock, if you'd like to jump in with another perspective.
Chair Nystuen and Regent Dombrowski, I think that gets to the heart of the matter. There may be some programs that really do require seat time at the institution in order to meet the learning outcomes that institution has. And I think we'll just put our faith certainly in the faculty and make sure that we work with them closely. The only other issue, and I don't think this is something we should worry too much about, but if we develop some unevenness or more unevenness throughout the system, you may end up with some kind of PLA shopping that goes on. And some of that's okay, but we certainly don't want to get way out of whack where there's a bit of a kind of race to the bottom and campuses are tripping over themselves to just award credit no matter what. That things come to mind.
Regent Sexton, Amy.
Thank you, Chair Nystuen. To your point, Joyce, I also, and I don't know if this is the case with PLA, and maybe you could correct me, Brock, but I know with CLEP, you have to be careful about when students are applying for graduate school. Some schools view CLEP as it's typically a pass-fail, and it's viewed as a C sometimes. So if students are particularly thinking of graduate school or thinking about transferring to a school that, beyond that, that was some concerns I had, I know when I was looking at this as well. So just thought I would mention that because I think it's an amazing opportunity, but I think you definitely need to go into it well-informed with your eyes open. So I'm really excited about your small group discussion and planning, and I think a lot of those factors will come out of those conversations.
Thanks, Regent Sexton. That's a great point and something that I hadn't really thought of. So I'll make note of that and we'll make sure to consider it when looking at the policy. Thank you.
Good comments, Regent Sexton. Other questions, comments? Deputy Commissioner Tessman, the last word's yours.
Chair Nice, I don't have much of a last word. Thank you. Definitely appreciate the presentations, and certainly with respect to PLA, you'll be hearing more either January or March. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Chair Lozar, we'll throw the meeting back to you.
Thank you, Chair Nice Tune. Well, that concludes our agenda today, except for public comment. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. What I'd like to do is take a 15-minute break and then come back for public comment at 4:10. All right, welcome back. We've gotten to that point in the agenda that we will call for public comment. We'll call for public comment on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Certainly, we ask you to come up to the mic and introduce yourselves. Please limit your comment to 3 minutes. I think we'll have a timer to let you know where you're at. We appreciate public comment. If you do have any written public comment, certainly we ask that you submit that to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. So at this point in time, we'll entertain any public comment.
Hello, Chair Lozar, members of the board. This is what I've been waiting for all meeting. My name is Noah Durnell, D-U-R-N-E-L-L is how to spell the last name. Thank you for being here. Welcome to this campus, and thank you for all the discussion earlier. It's been a pleasure witnessing the agenda items and hearing all of your discourse and eating lunch with you and all the latter. Today I speak to you on behalf of the University of Montana student body as president of the Associated Students of the University of Montana, and oftentimes I speak to you what an honor it is to represent students in this position, and that honor continues to grow. There are many reasons why I love my institution so dearly. The number one reason I name is how passionate our student body is and how that passion is replicated amongst our university administration. This is prominently exhibited in the work of our senators, who collectively represent the interests of the student body through formal resolutions. And last night, heading into the 4th hour of our meeting, ASUM passed its 50th resolution, and it's a great accomplishment that I'd like to share. To my knowledge, it's the greatest frequency at which any student senate ever has put forward new initiatives, but it's never at the expense of quality or depth of research poured into each product. Since we last met in Butte, our senators have been advocating for a range of issues, including gender inclusivity, building and maintaining additional emergency stations on campus to improve student safety, endorsing the use of fee revenue to invest in fixed seating improvements, advocating for more accessible travel mechanisms, establishing an art contest amongst students to promote real information about COVID-19 vaccines, endorsing new campus lighting initiatives to make a brighter and more sustainable campus, establishing additional governance for basic needs oversight, advocating for additional compensation for TARAs, advocating for accessible parking and new parking infrastructure, promoting additional hours of operations in our libraries. And that's extended to some statewide issues as well, like open education resources, endorsing the Montana 10 initiative, which we were able to hear about today, and then reporting out on survey data collected regarding COVID-19 vaccines, which is an initiative we actually conceptualized by the conversations we were able to share last meeting. And you'll notice all of these initiatives are deeply rooted in conversations held today, which reflect the MUS's #1 priority in providing an affordable and accessible education for every student. Our senators are paying close attention to state initiatives, and You've likely seen many of these resolutions float across your desk and a few more perhaps following last night. I ask that you not let these go directly into the recycling bin. Read those resolutions, listen intently to our students, and if you are inclined, I encourage you to also respond. We have 23 members here from ASUM, and they may speak to you, but they're eager to collaborate. We don't hold all the answers in our proposals, but we are confident that together we can craft some of the best solutions for our state, just as we have done at the university. And I want to end by thanking President Bonner for his leadership and collaboration with students, as well as all of the members here today and all of the students who traveled across the state to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Kranitz, and I'm here today to represent the University of Montana Staff Senate. I'm also an academic advisor in the College of Humanities and Sciences, and I have to say that I love my job. I love supporting students at this university and contributing to the Montana University system as a whole. But unfortunately, what I'd like to speak about today is not very positive, and it is related to the dream I share with many of my colleagues as a staff member to work for this institution until I retire. Though my dreams at this rate won't become my reality due to the skyrocketing cost of living in this community and in the state as a whole. I know it's taboo to talk about my income, and I've been told my entire life to not speak about this publicly, but I do think it's important to understand that I received a graduate degree from this university, and I work directly with student support, student retention, and I make $16.98 per hour. My monthly expenses are about $1,700 per month, and every now and then I can save maybe $50 to $100 a month if I'm not hit with medical bills. A new transmission that cost me $6,000 just 3 days ago, and any other unexpected expense. And I know I'm not alone in this struggle. And I'm also not alone in wanting to work here and support our students. And so, all that being said, this year is the first year we're not receiving a cost of living raise when inflation rates are the highest they've been in 31 years. I find that somewhat ironic, but I also understand we could not have predicted what has happened to society throughout the past however many months we've been dealing with this pandemic. I do realize these are unprecedented times. But likewise, the housing market in Missoula is so inflated, if you don't already have stable housing, you may be forced out. And I have been forced out. I live in Florence, about 15, 20 minutes away, and I'm now faced with a dangerous and long commute to work, not to mention surging gas prices that are projected to continue rising with no end in sight. Staff turnover is higher than ever, and staff burnout is also at that same level. Unfortunately, our pool of qualified replacement candidates is quite limited to those who already live in this community, because it's harder and harder to recruit staff from outside of this place already. In my office, we've lost 7 staff members in the past year alone, not because they want to leave, but because they had to find higher wages. And I'm wondering, Board of Regents, if it is possible to address these very serious and legitimate concerns, because something is going to have to give, and right now what is giving is staff. Staff exodus has far-reaching impacts on students, faculty, and the entire community, and it's not enough for our students to be tomorrow-proof. Our staff also need to be tomorrow-proof. And I hope I've helped you understand what we deal with on a daily basis as classified staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Is there any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and esteemed regents. Shoda, Beleja, Iwachissashuk, Biapsalagig, Bi Ijamalecha, Hugalashik, Apa, Biligosh Bagarig. Hello, my name is O'Shea Burdenground. You spell the last name Birdinground. I am here to ask the regents to reconsider requirements for the American Indian tuition waiver. To my knowledge, in 1990, the regents created the waiver based on language under Article 10, Section 2 of the Montana Constitution, Indian Education for All. One of these requirements, the Blood Quantum Standard, needs to be changed for the betterment of Indigenous students for generations to come. In the past couple of years, 2 Montana tribes have had to lower their blood quantum to keep up enrollment. Lowering this blood quantum standard is one consideration to address this issue. Alternatively, the region should consider proof of descendancy rather than the blood quantum because this standard is clearly unethical in the 21st century culture. Another consideration that I offer is the removal of the need-based financial metric. This waiver is the only one within the MUS system to have a financial need basis. The financial limitations take away from second and even third generation Indigenous college students who are seeking this waiver. As a student who did not receive this waiver, I am now accumulating debt early in my college career because of this standard for determination, and for many other Indigenous students who have dropped out of institution due to financial hardship from not receiving this waiver. If this waiver was really set for Indigenous student success in higher education, then I ask you to remove or amend these requirements. Another issue that I found is the language implementation uniformity across our state. Our institutions have vague interpretations of the current policy and therefore interpreting the tuition requirements in an inconsistent manner across the MUS system. Earlier today, Dr. McLean spoke on behalf of AMA to the retention increases for Native American students and committed to working relentlessly until retention is at 100%. I believe now and through my own experiences, I am offering you another consideration to increase retention for Indigenous students. The regents have an opportunity to rework these problems so their solutions may benefit Indigenous students. And I encourage you to take these concerns seriously and take accountable steps to remedy them. There are Native American student groups who are currently working on this topic. I strongly encourage you to reach out. AMA for one, the MUS Native Serving Institution Partnership Group for another, and thank you for your continuous commitment to Indigenous students in this state.
Thank you, O'Shea. Additional public comment.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
My name is Kevin Throp. I'm here on behalf of the Global Engagement Office at the University of Montana, and I'm here to speak about the importance of international education. I studied back in spring of 2020 at the University of Graz in Austria at Karl Franzens Universität, knowing zero German going into that, but I learned so much as I was there, as well as the cultural differences between Austria and the United States in terms of the educational system. I'm an international business student and management major here at the university, and learning business as a business student there and here has really expanded my horizon in terms of the curriculum, and it became very beneficial in the end. I also wanted to emphasize the fact that my career aspects and capabilities have been enhanced since my experience abroad, including my adaptability and resourcefulness during my experience. My program was cut short halfway through the semester due to the pandemic, but I think it made me a better person along the way, just being able to adapt to such a situation. I have been much more confident as a person in general in terms of my decision making and my own capabilities, and probably wouldn't have been able to come up here and speak today if it wasn't for it. I would also like to emphasize the fact that the Global Engagement Office here at the university supported me absolutely every step of the way, including the visa process, which was probably the hardest part. And I didn't think I was so capable and eligible to go abroad, but they made it that much easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there additional public comment? Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julianus Kugoya, and I'm an international student. I'm from eastern part of Indonesia, and I'm glad to be here to share three things of my own interpretation of International Education Week at the University of Montana mean to me. So first, my own interpretation of international educations. It's the fundamental goals of international education are developing knowledge and cultural capital, learning about places and then cultures, and gaining intercultural skill in the process. Also, I've realized that there are some advantages of international education. I always refer international educations to global as a global understanding, mutual understanding, building connections, and the opportunities to learn about other cultures and perspective. And also, finally, through international education, we all understand each other better and make University of Montana a better place for everyone to study, to explore, to enjoy, and to achieve of earning degree. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Is there additional public comment? Yes, welcome.
Hello, everybody. I think I'm the last one, so I'm going to be quick. I have also no paper, so I might be posing every now and then. My name is Jupiter Floros, F-L-O-R-O-S. I'm originally from Greece. My journey here in the UMT has been a revelation to me personally. The most important factor in international education for me is diversity, inclusion, and acceptance. And this is what I have received here in the UMT from everybody, teachers, staff, the ISS, and it's been a wonderful experience. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Chair, esteemed regents, my name is Madison McKenzie. Last name is spelled M-C-K-E-N-Z-I-E. I am a second-year graduate student at the University of Montana studying sociology. I am also a senator with ASUM and chair of the Student Political Action Committee. Last night, ASUM passed a resolution expanding ASUM's stance regarding COVID-19 vaccine requirement based on UM student and faculty and staff surveys. Today, I'm excited to speak with you about the results of the surveys that were sent out to UM students, faculty, and staff on behalf of ASUM to ask for their opinions on whether or not they would support a COVID-19 vaccine requirement. Both of the surveys received IRB approval from this institution and not only asked if students, faculty, and staff if they would support a requirement, but also asked them for questions on their opinions if they did not support it with regard to whether or not they would leave UM if a requirement was implemented, in addition to other questions that asked for their COVID-19 vaccine status and a series of demographic questions. The idea to conduct this survey came out of conversations with the university administration and the Board of Regents following ASUM passing a resolution establishing ASUM's demands regarding COVID-19 vaccine requirement at the beginning of September. The demands set forth within this resolution to implement a vaccine requirement were met with statements of fear if implemented, Montana universities would see a drastic drop in enrollment and staff and faculty employment. These concerns may be true for some public universities, but I felt an obligation to fulfill my promise as an ASUM senator, and that is to advocate for the general welfare of all students in the at the University of Montana, including the welfare of the faculty and staff that would not exist or that are required for the existence of this university. The resolution was not meant to impose demands. It is simply to inform and call on the university to consider taking some form of action. Let me just get to the results with my time. An estimated 26% of students responded. Approximately 58% of UM students support a vaccine requirement for in-person attendance, and 41% of UM students do not support one. Breaking it down with the most important results, about 25% of the student respondents said that they would leave, and 75% said that they would support a vaccine requirement and or would stay. 11.5% of the faculty and staff responded with 82% of support and 17% not supporting one. Meaning around 91% of our faculty and staff respondents said they would support a requirement and or would stay, and around 8% would leave. I had a long statement. I didn't think I would have 3 minutes, but I'm going to just go on to ask or call on you today to weigh the significance of this data that has been sent or that will be sent to you to consider a vaccine requirement with exemptions or alternatives outlined in the resolution that we will be sending. I also call on the UM and the Regents to consider the significance of the overwhelming support for the COVID vaccine requirement on behalf of the faculty and staff at UM, and allow further autonomy for the faculty in making decisions to plan or for remote learning, and if they feel it is necessary, for the general health and safety of themselves and or the faculty or the students that they represent. I am happy to answer any questions or present the results in detail at a later date upon request. Thank you, Mr. Chair and esteemed Regents, for your time and your service to higher education in the state of Montana.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. And just as a reminder, feel free to submit written comment. I know you didn't get to everything that you wanted to cover, to jcasanovas@montana.edu.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Mr. Chair and esteemed Regents, my name is Lauren O'Neill, O''Neil. I'm a second-year law student at the University of Montana and an ASUM senator. In my capacity on this body, I serve on the Title IX Committee, the Conduct Committee, and alongside Senator McKenzie on the Student Political Action Committee. I really want to underscore the importance of her previous comments. I'm deeply grateful for the work of my fellow co-authors that contributed to this resolution, and want to especially highlight the detail and dedication that was put into these surveys in order to confidently report the results to you and to our administration. From the IRB approval to the significant response rate, it's exciting to see such an exercise of educational skills and practice and such responsiveness and engagement from our student body on this matter. I think it's pretty important to note that this resolution is, yes, requesting a vaccine requirement for the COVID-19 vaccination. It's also underscoring the opportunity our administration has to examine the possibility of expanding autonomy for our faculty and their decisions surrounding course modality in order to meet the most stringent policies for protecting our community's health and safety during this ongoing pandemic. I would say further, this expanded resolution offers more data and therefore a more robust picture of the situation at a university level. This reflects ASUM's earlier stance. We're still requesting the administration implement a vaccine requirement at the University of Montana for in-person attendance. I would want to commend the university for taking precautions during this time by expanding the mask requirements to all indoor spaces on campus as well, and assert that we still have more work to do in increasing community protections to combat this communicable disease. I want to acknowledge the precarious position that many of us sit in, balancing policy, substantiated science, funding, budgets, and more. As our Regents, you are the highest decision makers, and that statement being emphasized by ongoing legal action. I would ask that as we look ahead, the continued collaborative work between you, our administration, and our students be done with as much transparency as possible when communicating relevant considerations being made, in underlying the pertinent law on this issue, and in focusing on the diverse needs of the unit-level institutions within the Montana University system. At the outset, as those acting at the highest level makers regarding our educational experience, I hope that you're friendly to our requests and future collaboration on combating the COVID-19 pandemic together. As I draw to a close, I would encourage all relevant decision makers on this matter to consider the citation from Jacobson v. Commonwealth that was included in our resolution. It's one of the most persuasive United States Supreme Court cases on vaccination requirements. The liberty secured by the Constitution of the United States to every person within its jurisdiction does not import an absolute right in each person to be, at all times and in all circumstances, wholly freed from restraint. There are manifold restraints to which each person is subject to the common good. Thank you for your work, and I look forward to our continued collaboration.
Thank you, Lauren. Additional public comment.
Hello, Chair Lozar and esteemed regents. My name is Cassie Williams. That's CASSIE-WILLIAMS. I am an ASUM senator, and I study political science here at the University of Montana. I would like to take a minute or three to speak to you about basic needs and security. Part of the MUS mission statement reads, to serve students through the delivery of high-quality, accessible, post-secondary educational opportunities. And I think the key word here is accessible. Having one's basic needs met is one of many key components of an accessible education. I'd like to highlight some of what the University of Montana is doing with this regard. One of UM's remarkable successes in addressing basic needs and security is the UM Food Pantry. It opened nearly 3 years ago, beginning as a cupboard and quickly transforming into a community-wide network with multiple satellite locations across campus. Last year, we distributed 13,648 pounds of product through 715 in-person visits to the pantry, and the usage of the food pantry has increased since the onset of COVID-19. This success is largely thanks to the hard work and advocacy by students. This semester, ASUM formed a new agency called Bare Necessities. With campus-wide support and representation, its grand opening is planned for February 1st, 2022. The mission of Bare Necessities is to support students experiencing basic needs and security, close gaps in resources for students, and advocate for change to prevent future need. One of the basic needs challenges that is particularly concerning to me is housing insecurity, which has been exacerbated by COVID-19. I recognize that housing is a statewide issue, both from here in Missoula to Bozeman and other places. 50% of respondents to the 2020 Real College Survey at UM had experienced housing insecurity in the past year. 23% reported experiencing houselessness in the past year. The lack of housing or the risk of losing housing is disruptive to students' lives, and without having their basic needs met, I don't see how they can focus on excelling in academics. Having to worry about finding a place to sleep at night creates more than enough stress to interfere with a quality education. When we talk about enrollment and retention, we also need to be thinking about the feasibility of students attending school, and their need for housing is among those concerns. I think it really says a lot that these basic needs-related initiatives at UM and also at MSU have been largely student-driven. This tells me that students are identifying a need and are looking to the university system to make these changes. I'm here to encourage the board to invest in basic needs and especially student housing, and to focus energy into helping to ensure that students' basic needs are met so that they can thrive and succeed in their education within the Montana University system. Thank you for all of your hard work and advocacy, and thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments.
Thank you, Cassidy.
Hello, Regents, members, Chair Lozar, and members of the board. My name is Brian Fulton, that is F-U-L-T-O-N. I am a current student here studying elementary education and receiving a minor in music as well. But I'm not just a Grizzly, I am also a Buccaneer. Back in 2018, I graduated with my Associate of Arts in Education. However, when I transferred to the University of Montana, I was told all 79 of my credits would count for my degree. However, when I received here, only 8 counted. A major problem here at the Montana University system is transferring, and this is not just from our 2-year institutions to our 4-year institutions. This is also transferring from our 4-year institutions to our 4-year institutions. For example, students who transfer from UM to Western, most of the time only 10 or 12 credits will count for their degree. Students who are at institutions that have a 2-year college already attached also have problems. For example, if we look at City College and the students that are trying to receive a degree in accounting, if they transfer to the main campus, only 1 semester's worth of classes, so roughly 15 credits will count for that degree. The students transferring from MSU to Northern or MSUB from Gallatin College, if it's not a business degree, it won't work. The Montana University system markets itself saying that we are a very much inclusive and we will work with our students. However, when it comes to it, transfer students always feel as if we're the ones that are left out. This is my 6th year of college and I will not graduate until spring of 2023. It is not fair just to me, but other transfer students across the state who have dropped out because they financially cannot afford college. I am very lucky that I receive grants and scholarships, but the university system has a lot of work with its transfer programs and making it to where students don't feel as if it's not worth their time. I have worked with plenty of you in the past to try to get language change and policy changes, and hopefully by the next legislative session, a bill will be introduced to the Montana House to change transferring in the state for the better. I really hope that you all continue working with your transfer students and talking with the students who do come from your tier institutions, and also just reaching out to anyone who you believe can help, because at this point in time, transfer students, we don't feel as if we are represented, and it's hard for us to continue our education when we can't. But thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any additional public comment?
Hello, Chair Lozar, Regents, and other esteemed members here today. My name is Melissa Gluckert, Glueckert, and I am a 2nd-year graduate student here at the University of Montana. I've had the great pleasure of attending this wonderful university for the past 6 years. In 2020, I obtained my undergraduate degree here in social work. Currently, I serve in various leadership roles on campus. This is my 3rd year as a senator with the Associated Students of the University of Montana, also known as ASUM. In addition, I serve as the Mental Health and Wellness Program Coordinator at the business school on this campus. In both of these roles, I have been a strong advocate for students' mental health, wellness, and basic needs. This is why I'm coming to you today. First, I would like to highlight the many things that UM and the MUS has done positively to mitigate mental health distress on this campus and campuses across the state. UM provides various counseling services on campus, such as the Curry Health Center, the Clinical Psychology Center, and SARC. In addition, UM is committed to working further with students' mental health and wellness by supporting new initiatives such as the ASUM Basic Needs Agency, which will officially open in spring of 2022 as a one-stop shop for students experiencing various insecurities in their life. On top of these resources, the Wellness Center offers a variety of services to students to support students' full wellness. The U Matter MUS campaign has implemented 3 resources on campuses across Montana: U at College, Thriving Campus, and Cognito. These resources have helped to connect students to resources on and off campus and provided students, faculty, and staff the ability to gain baseline mental health training. Although this campaign has been fantastic, especially amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, where many students have found themselves in mental distress, I want to acknowledge this is not enough. The feedback I have gotten within the short time I have held my mental health position has been extensive. There's a lack of greater resources, long wait times for mental health services on campus, great costs associated with receiving services off of campus, and still a great stigma surrounding getting help for mental distress. Because of the lack of mental health providers on campuses, the responsibility often falls to the faculty and staff to serve as mental health experts when they are not qualified to do so and do not have the proper training or tools. Faculty and staff feel as though they are already stretched thin and do not always have the capacity to be a therapist or mental health worker for students. In every BOR meeting that I have attended in the past 3 years as a student representative, retention and retention rates have always been discussed. I would strongly argue that mental health ties directly back to retention rates within the MUS system. It is impossible for students to succeed in an academic setting when they are suffering mentally, emotionally, or do not have their basic needs met. Suicide rates in Montana are drastic, especially among young Montanans. Suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death for 15 to 24-year-olds in the U.S. This is the prime age for many of the students that attend colleges in the MUS system. According to Montana's DPHHS, it is estimated that 1 in 12 college students have made a suicide plan, and 9.5% of students have seriously contemplated suicide. I swear I'm almost done. I know I have given a lot of information to you, but I would like to end with an ask. The resources that we do have, especially on UM's campus, they work. They are wonderful. However, they could work a lot better if we had more hands on deck. As you serve in your role as regents, I would like to ask you to consider the mental health of all MUS students when voting on various programs and financial requests in the future. It is imperative that we support students within our communities outside of just their academic pursuits. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, Chair Lozar, members of the board. I am Maxwell Shaver at SHAVER, and I'm here to just quickly talk about the Montana 10 program. Before I describe exactly what this program does, I'd first like to describe what the word equitable means, meaning allocating resources and opportunities as needed to create equal outcomes for all community members. One of the goals of Montana 10 is to utilize student support strategies to increase college completion, to narrow gaps for Montana's low-income, American Indian, rural, and other underserved students. Equitable is the most accurate term for this program. Students within the Montana 10 program are more engaged, more active, and I'd argue more happy than other students around. I'm lucky enough to be a Montana 10 student, actually. In 2020, when I was making my decision for college, I was really nervous, but I was pretty much set on this college in Bellingham, Washington, where my sister went. But then I once got an email that said I was eligible for the Montana 10 program, and I looked into what the benefits of it, and I was completely sold. The success of this program, looking back, I can say with certainty that without the Montana 10 scholarship, I would not be a student senator. I would not have founded Chess Club, and I would not be here telling you and advocating for Montana 10, telling you how important this would be for other students to use. I also wouldn't have attended a Montana university, but that's beside the point. Montana 10 continually sets me up to succeed in college and pass. It is making me to become a desirable worker in the workforce, and I greatly appreciate that, and it means so much to hear it. The success of this program in my first year has been outstanding. I feel confident what I am doing, and I'm surprised and blown away at the effects of what this program has done. It has done far more than I could have ever have dreamed. I have a network of advisors, a network of stipends, assistants, tutoring, all focused around me and in other small groups of students. And it feels so incredible that without it, I probably would have dropped out last year. However, it is important to understand that this program should not stop at the University of Montana. This is only in its first year, and I'm one of the few lucky individuals to have experienced this. This should be taken beyond the University of Montana to the rest of the Montana university system. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for hearing out my words, and go Grizz.
Thank you, Maxwell. Additional public comments?
Good afternoon, Chair Lazar and esteemed regents. My name is Amelia Hawes, last name spelled Hawes, and I'm a student at the University of Montana studying political science and sociology, as well as a senator with ASUM. Today, I'm excited to speak with you about open educational resources. As I'm sure you're all familiar, textbooks can cost hundreds of dollars per semester, and for many students, meeting this expense is neither easy nor sustainable. Students unable to afford textbooks, especially if they face basic needs insecurity, may choose not to purchase required materials for their classes, even though in doing so, they risk their grades and struggle to engage at the same level as their more privileged peers. Supporting open educational resources is an important step in making higher education in Montana more accessible, which is a continuous effort of the MUS and the Board of Regents, and for that I express my immense gratitude. I can speak from personal experience to the value of this initiative and the positive impact it can have on students in our state. One of the best courses I've taken at this university so far was a class on social stratification, which used open educational resources. Aside from the relief I felt from not being burdened by textbook costs, I also found that using OER and moving away from a model of course instruction focused around a single textbook meant that we had the opportunity to engage with material from a wide variety of sources, including voices from scholars who are often underrepresented in higher education, such as Black and Indigenous authors. We also read a case study from a Montana author that dealt with the experience of Mexican immigrants moving to rural locations in our state. This diversity in material grounded the complex and wide-reaching issues we studied in their contemporary context and emphasized the personal role each of us has to play in systems of social stratification and inequality. You've seen a resolution from ASUM so far on open educational resources, and you'll soon see one from MAS as well. The University of Montana has been a trendsetter in the use of these resources, as have the regents, and I encourage continued support for these initiatives. Thank you so much for your time and for your service to higher education in Montana.
Thank you, Amelia.
Hello all. My name is Elizabeth Bowles, that's B-O-W-L-E-S. Hello, Mr. Chair and Honorable Regents. I am a student at the University of Montana, an ASUM senator, and have been appointed by ASUM to be one of the City Council liaisons this year to focus on the issue of housing that's facing Missoula. I'm sure you're all aware of what the housing crisis here looks like, but if you aren't, the situation is concerning at least. As I've researched the ongoing housing crisis in Missoula, I've begun to draw a connection with the gridlock that surrounds our community's ability to combat houselessness. The city has its hands tied by the state and hurdles that it has imposed. Each potential viable solution feels like a dead end that boils down to one notable explanation. Certain legislators have continued to advocate for landlord protections, but no protections or even concern for renters and those searching for a home in the state. I would like to provide a few solutions that you guys can help with, some of which you're already doing. The few things that you can do to help us combat this is provide further financial aid and resources to students. This is one of the biggest helpers to assuring that they can afford to live and go to school in Missoula, boosting basic needs on our campus such as mental health, combating food insecurity, and overall financial help for students in need of obtaining more affordable schools, textbooks, or other resources to succeed. I also urge you to please continue to advocate for the university to update, expand, and build upon dorms and other residential living provided by UM. I know that recently you approved a larger budget than expected for dorm renovations here, and that is amazing and what keeps UM growing and housing livable. Finally, next year is a legislative session. Please keep in mind what the representatives advocate for and provide comments against things that will continue to make it difficult for UM and Missoula to combat the growing population that are in search of a place to live. Students should be able to focus on what they came here for, not where they're going to live, or if they're going to be able to pay rent next month, or if they're going to be able to afford food on top of textbooks in school. If we want to continue to grow as a community, as well as grow higher education in Montana, we also need to address the problem that we are facing, a housing crisis that is affecting our students, and we would love your continued help in doing so. Thank you for your time in serving higher education.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Is there any additional public comment? Additional public comment?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Commissioner, Regents, Presidents, Chancellors, Deans, happy to be here. My name is Jack Rink, that's R-I-N-C-K. I'm currently the ASUM Business Manager, and I'm speaking in regard to an action item on the Budget Administration and Audit Committee's agenda. That's action item B on the agenda. The title is Request for Approval to Revise Board of Regents Policy 940.12.1. Simply, it's redefining what a student-driven fee is. So the proposed language adds a number of things, and in fact, I think it is better in some respects than the existing language, but one aspect I am concerned with is that, well, I'll just read it. Student-driven fees are fees that are proposed by a student government and where the revenue generated from the fee will also be managed by the student government. So an example I could think of is, say ASUM wanted to put a referenda to the student body to increase the Curry Health Center fee for therapists or mental health, anything. Since we, the student government, don't actually manage the funds of the Curry Health Center fee, we just want to advocate for it. With this language included, in my view, it wouldn't necessarily be considered a student-driven fee and may not be obligated to be seen at the Board of Regents meeting. I don't necessarily think that this is the intent of this language. I know Deputy Commissioner Trevor worked hard on incorporating a lot of language, updating policies from various legislative bills that passed in this last session. But I am just concerned that this could be an unforeseen roadblock moving forward in terms of student advocacy for their own fees. So I guess my request is to the Budget, Admin, and Audit Committee. So that's Regent Nystuen, Regent Buchanan, Regent Sexton, and Chair Regent Dombrowski, to potentially reconsider this language before approving it tomorrow. As you know, the deadline for fees, at least for student-driven fees, will be at the May Regents meeting. So I don't necessarily think that there is a huge rush to approve this language tomorrow. I personally am happy to help workshop language, or at least understand better or explain some of my concerns in terms of the process moving forward with student-driven fees here. So I'll be around after the meeting if you want to talk more in detail about that, but just something I wanted to raise on the agenda, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jack. Additional public comment?
Good evening, Regents, students, faculty, other community members. My name is Zach. I am studying my first semester at the Alexander Lewis III School. I am here before you today, I suppose, because I recognize on behalf of concerned students it may be wise to raise a modest counterpoint to the way the good senators have characterized the survey that has gone out to measure the attitudes on the potential for a COVID-19 vaccine mandate. It has been reported that 41% of respondents oppose such a mandate, and the way I see it, that is a remarkably high percentage of opposition. I believe respondents who voted in favor of the mandate perhaps are seeking a sense of comfort, and peace of mind is often fleeting. It does not last. Whereas imposing a mandate would be asking much more of the 42% of students who voted not in favor. It would demand that these students indefinitely defer their right to weigh the reasonable evidence for themselves, and that they release additional medical or religious data to the institution, and that they also renounce autonomy by opposing a choice between the integrity of one's bodily privacy and the unimpeded access to education. So I thank the board for resisting the pressure that has come from the student government so far, and would encourage you to continue to review it on this standard of the, in the law we say that when somebody raises a motion for change, the burden is on the moving party to establish that the support is high enough to warrant the change. I believe that the Senate has made a very clear case for the benefits of having a high vaccination rate in the community. This is distinct from imposing a mandate. And so Senator O'Neill, I believe, has noted that the resolution passed by the ASUM last night cited a quote by Jacobson. If you have read that case, it has sort of negative treatment, and scholars do not find it very persuasive. The court only upholds the right to impose a $5 fine on somebody who did not receive the vaccine. It does not and has never supported the forcible introduction of vaccine into the body. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Zach, I didn't catch your last name.
Zachary Stauffer.
Perfect. Thank you, Zach. Is there any additional public comment? Any additional public comment? One more time. Any additional public comments? Okay. Thank you all for spending time and preparing your public comment. I'll just note one more time, if you want to submit your written public comment, please send it to jcasanovas@montana.edu. Thank you to the board for a very productive day, and certainly we have the opportunity tonight to attend a reception and be together in person, which is really exciting, I think, for all of us. I believe we are going to be going to Brantley Hall for the reception. Was there any announcement that we needed? Joseph, you're at the mic.
Hi there, everyone. I'm a little flummoxed, honestly, but I was asked to come up and introduce one of our Montana 10 students, who is, of course, a leader within our program. He's somebody who actually works for us at Montana 10. Max, amazing comment. Thank you for that. And it's basically an invite in to conclude the meeting. So without further ado, this is Gavin Mikes.
Thank you. Welcome, Gavin.
Hi, Board of Regents. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. I am a Montana 10 student, as Joseph said, and I am an usher for the program, and I will be escorting anybody who is willing to Brantley Hall to kind of have a meet and greet with a lot of the Montana 10 students. So after this, if you guys want to follow me, I will be happy to escort you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gavin. Everyone follow Gavin. We'll see you in the morning.